You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1, and these are the days where you know you're alive. It's a Sunday at Saratoga, and Jose Ortiz, he could stay here all the time. He's already got 14 wins since we started racing upstate here in New York. And then there is trainer Chad Brown bringing back Alyeska later today in race number 6, but he also has another horse in there in Limes Don't Lie. That race will be key because coming into the day, we've got a carryover in the pick 6 of $166,702. It'll be the biggest pool in the country, and those 2 Chad Brown entries will get a lot of attention in race number 6. Gorgeous day. The turf courses are firm and the main track is fast. Welcome to Saratoga Springs, New York on our set just off the paddock. I'm Todd Trupp. Very pleased to be with former Grade 1 winning trainer, the tree shaker, Tom Amos, and Grade 1 analyst talking about Jonathan Kenshin. Let's talk about this pick 6 briefly at the top. So $166,000 carryover. First of all, the sequence, races 4 through 9. If you had to put degree of difficulty on it, 10, it will carry again, or 1, everyone's going to hit it. Where does this land?
Well, I give it a 9.5. I actually think this is a really tough sequence, but there are some things you can use to your advantage. So we start in the 4th race. You have the opportunity, it's a bunch of first-time starters in that race, to hear from the girls in the paddock and see how the horses are behaving and acting, as well as look at the tote board and see with these first-time starters where the money is showing. Those are important factors when you're betting.
So, JK, if you're a budget-conscious person like Tom Amos, you know, Ross Dress for Less, Applebee's happy hour only, and you want to play this pick 6, I've heard it said it's better to have 10% of a $720 ticket rather than 100% of one. How does a budget-conscious person play into a big pool like this?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the ways is, like you said, is to holler at some friends, get that text chain open. Hey, guys, we got a great opportunity. Everybody want to put in 100, 250, whatever it might be, and try to take a shot at it that way. I think the other way is to find an opinion that you believe in, and let your sequence live or die with that opinion. I think a lot of times people try to stay alive and just try to catch everything. Trust one race and go from there.
Trust 1, maybe 2. I like to make it a pick 4. I mean, if I've got a strong opinion in 2 races and I can spread out the others, I've only got to get 2 of those races right to have a real shot.
Yeah, the $1 increment allows you to do that. If there's one race that everyone's been talking about, handicappers I trust, talking about these 2 on the set here. It's race number 6 that a lot of people are going to be looking at because Chad Brown has 2 horses in there that are possibilities to use on the pick 6, if not single. Alyeska being one of them, whom we have not seen since September of last year.
Yeah, and she was good. She's been good. She's been consistent. It's Chad. It's Saratoga. She's drawn well as well towards the outside, being able to see what's going on to the inside of her there.
And we also talk about uncoupled entries with the Chad Brown barn. He's got Limes Don't Lie in this race as well. So he's got the 2 morning line favorites, Tom. Do you make a choice between those 2, or do you use both Chad Brown entries?
Well, here's the problem with that race. Both those horses, as we saw in that replay, they want a good pace setup up front to allow them to have their late close. Limes Don't Lie certainly took advantage of that and got up right on the wire. But this is a cloudy pace scenario in this very small field in the 6th. It could allow somebody to get away, perhaps the 1. She's a gamer. That horse makes her living on the front end and has done it very well.
That's just 1 race out of 9 today. Today's race is brought to you by the legendary Claiborne Farm. So we gave you a preview of race number 6, outstanding maiden special weight race, and race number 1. And don't forget, we'll be at Monmouth Park, get you the Irish War Cry handicap. We talked about Jose Ortiz obviously having a phenomenal stretch here at Saratoga, but his brother is back in town, Irad Ortiz Jr. What do you expect from him today?
Look, he's going to be hungry like the wolf. I mean, he's the sheriff here, but make no mistake about it, and it hasn't just happened since he won the Derby. For Jose Ortiz, he won the Oaks as well. He is riding brilliantly. In my opinion, he is the best rider in the country. I'll take that and present it to anybody.
To Flavia Pratt fans?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, we're talking about the greatest riding colony that there is right here.
So California doesn't exist?
As opposed to this riding colony?
Where Flavia Pratt came from?
Yeah.
He used to dominate?
Then he came from AAA to Major League, and he came to New York.
Wow.
And he showed he belonged.
Yeah, don't forget your Louisiana roots, Tom. You've changed. You've gone to the big city. Who are you? All right, race number 1. Maiden special weight company, and here coming up in the 1st, and 5.5 furlongs for New York breds. Are we seeing anything on the tote board of note here, JK?
I mean, the 5's taking money, but I don't think that's shocking, right? It's Brad Cox with a first-time starter, and that man we just talked about, Irad Ortiz.
Let's meet our field, starting with the 1, Zach the Gray.
Yeah, look, 17-1 on the board, one of many first-time starters in this race.
Will cut down the nets be better second time out?
I just wish the horse took a little bit more money first time out, but there's no booked in here.
Lone Ranger, first-time starter by Central Banker.
Yeah, look, if this one wins, your pick 5, you might be the Lone Ranger.
37-1. The 4, DI Wire. Trainer Kelly Breen has a couple 2-year-olds in today.
Yeah, the buzz around town is that they are precocious types that might like to run early.
Yeah, and the money is showing up with this horse, DI Wire, at 7-2. Joel Rosario, remember him. He's aboard. Here's the 5, Hammer and Henry.
Yeah, look, these connections win a lot, and they win a lot up here at Saratoga, and they win first-time starters. Brad Cox, trainer. Irad Ortiz, rider.
Here's the 6, Never Before by Tourist, who is best on the grass.
Yeah, almost the longest shot on the board, 34-1, taking absolutely no money.
First-time starter by Mendelssohn. The 7 is Mendel.
Yeah, look, I'll just second that on Mendel. Not taking much money on the board. First-time starter.
As far as money on the board, kind of hanging around is the 8, Perea, first-time starter by Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, a couple of siblings that do have a little bit of early speed. Always like to see speed in the family when you're looking for these first-time starters.
He was a Buffalo Sober, first-time starter by Mind Control.
I thought the workouts were good. I'm looking for a gate work on this horse. I can't find one. Hopefully they leave the gate well.
And then finally the 10, Tenian, who's actually going up from the morning line with Jose Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, Jose Ortiz has been absolutely red hot this weekend. Let's see if he can keep it going on this first-time starter to the outside.
And that is the field for race number 1, a live post-parade. As Tom mentioned, it does start off at pick 5. You have a ticket available through Naira Bets. Again, you can just scan that QR code, just take your smartphone, aim it at the screen. It'll take you right to this play from Tom Amos. But let's hear how you arrived at this ticket.
Well, look, I mean, no secret, I like the first 2 choices in this race, the 4 and the 5. But I'm going to narrow it down in the second race. This is going 1.5 miles on the turf. That's a marathon distance by thoroughbred standards. And our 6 horse, Pretty Tapit, who made that transition in her last start, did it successfully, did it very, very well. I think she controls the pace up front. I need the 6 horse. That's where I'm anchoring my pick 5, and then I'll spread back out in the last 3 legs.
A $48 play from the Tree Shaker. JK, how are you going to play this early pick 5?
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna get started here as spready as possible. I think it's a pretty tough sequence. I'm gonna use the 8. And I love to see that. Maggie picked the 8 too, so I can't wait to hear why she did. Just kind of a stranger danger situation. We don't have in the workout report missing that last work, but seems like a horse. If you look at the past before, I mean, you look at the workouts, seems to be pretty consistently with the works. And I just don't trust the 5 at 3-2. The 4, a little bit of a buzz horse here, but I'll have to wait and see.
With so many first-time starters in here, having the eye of who's ready to race is important, and we've got one of the best in the business, talking about Maggie Wolfendale. Happy Sunday, Maggie.
And a glorious one it is as well, Todd, and happy Sunday to you. As I'll actually begin with a horse who we've seen run before, and that is a New York bred who debuted against Open Company, and number 2 cut down the nets. He, of course, was behind, like many others, booked, who would come back and win the Sanford with an 83 buyer. Now, this guy acted up in the gate. He broke okay, but then he was shuffled back. I didn't love the fact that he was still acting up in the paddock today. He's a bit high-strung. We do see Johnny Velasquez taking him away from the pony to expend some of that, nervous energy. But I would have loved to see this horse just more professional at second asking. Moving on to those first-time starters, number 4, DI Wire. They paid $135,000 for this son of Yopan, whom I love his progeny. He has just done so well with his first-time starting 2-year-olds. There is some pedigree, hard to say not go. It was a good 2-year-old for Jimmy Jerkins. This guy has been so professional throughout the preliminaries here. Comes in here, he looks fit enough, but he also looks as though he might benefit from a race just to truly become, horse race fit, where he has more muscle mass. I didn't love the workout though. He carries his head a bit high, and he didn't lower himself well on the synthetic. This is dirt, so it might be a completely different story, as his works at Monmouth do appear to be quite quick. Number 5, Hammer and Henry. He has been hammered throughout the wagering here. Good-looking sort, very physically mature, does debut wearing the blinkers, which doesn't bother me with Brad Cox. With a trainer like Todd Pletcher or Chad Brown, it would. I've seen plenty of Brad Cox runners win with blinkers first time out. The thing with this horse is that we haven't seen that many cyber knives, but I kind of get the feeling that they're going to appreciate more ground. And that's exactly what I'm seeing from Hammer and Henry. And while he looks fit, We'll see how fast he is away from there to go this 5.5 furlongs. I like number 8, Perea, in here for many of the reasons that JK just brought up. It's a nice pedigree. He's by Speaker's Corner, who has hit with 2 of his 8 first-time starters in his freshman season. The Dam, she is a full sister to New York Central, who's a multiple Greatest Stakes winning dirt sprinter, as well as Corfu, Greatest Stakes winner as a 2-year-old. This debuter by far looks the fittest, the strongest. He has been professional. I loved his OBS sales workout, which we'll take a look at here if you're watching the show. He was asked a little bit, but he just flew. I mean, look at this guy's action. He is flying down the stretch here to go that 10 flat, but it was a very fluid stride, hoping he can translate that to the main track here at Saratoga. Most of the workouts have been at Churchill Downs. It's not a move that Mike Maker necessarily excels with, but based upon what I'm seeing from this guy physically, he's going to be my pick in here at a generous 7-1. But let's not forget Mark Cassie's entrant. That's number 10, Tinian. He also worked at the OBS sales. He sold for $210,000. He worked in 10-1. I like the way this horse moved. He did have a nice push, nice fluid stride. He comes in here, a son of Omaha Beach, who does hit with 15% of his debuters. It's a little bit more of a distance pedigree on the bottom, and I'm wondering if he's just going to use this start to kind of get himself a little bit more fit. He needs to tuck up a little bit, but I'll tell you what, Todd, he warmed up so well. The way he moved in that sales workout is much the same of what I saw beneath Jose Ortiz in this warm-up. I don't know if it's the first time, but I think he'll run well here.
And since you've been talking about the horse, Maggie has now gone to 6-1. The field moving it to line here for race number 1. Tom, who's your top selection?
I like Hammer and Henry. I don't think he's going to have a lot of early speed. I think his best part of the race is going to be the last 1/8 of a mile. That's going to win these kind of races.
JK, who you got?
I'm going to go with the 8. Me and Maggie, see if we can get this one home.
Just a couple more to load. What a day ahead here at Saratoga. Beautiful Sunday, and as we said, a lot of attention on that pick 6 carryover. That'll start in race 4, 166,000 plus. But we start the first of 9 races right now here on Saratoga Live. Frank Miramati with the call.
Tinian completes the lineup. They're in the gate. A little movement in the middle. And they're off. Cut down the nets. A very slight bobble while flying to the lead. Opens up 3 or 4 lengths in the first few jumps. D.I. Wire is showing some good early interest as well. And Hammer and Henry is close up to on the 3 path, about a half length off the pace. Never Before is 4th with 3 lengths to make up as D.I. Wire takes command. Then it's a gap of 3 to the next flight, headed by Perea, who is racing next to Mendel. Gap of 5 back to Zach the Gray. Buffalo sober. The trailer is Tinian. The quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds. D.I. Wire has the lead with a 1/4 of a mile to go. The whip comes out on Cut Down the Nets in second. 3 lengths clear of Hammer and Henry in third. An 1/8 of a mile to go. And D.I. Wire with a 2-length lead. Cut Down the Nets trying so hard to come back for more. And 3 back to Hammer and Henry. A 16th to go. D.I. Wire a 1.5 lengths. Cut Down the Nets in second. It's D.I. Wire scoring at first asking. Cut Down the Nets was second. Hammer and Henry third. Then Tinian, who came from last to get 4th.
D.I. Wire, the son of Yalpan, takes his debut. We're seeing that a lot with the progeny of Yalpan. And as you mentioned, J.K., Kelly Breen kind of put the word out there that this horse was precocious. And, Tom, it played out that way.
It did. You know, it didn't get a great break, but Joel Rosario did the right thing. Hustled him out of the gate to get a forward position and actually make the lead. You know, there's only so much gas in these horses' tanks, and I was wondering when they turn for home, will there be anything left for our winner, the 4-horse D.I. Wire? Well, believe me, when he pushed the accelerator here, it was indeed over.
It's such a weapon in these 2-year-old races to be able to find the front end, to be forward. A lot less bad can happen, in my opinion, when you're up there. You're not getting kicked back. You're not losing ground. You're not getting in trouble. Everything seems to work out well when you find a forward position with the 2-year-old. Exactly what Joel just did.
Final time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106.3. That's not going to turn many heads, but we haven't seen a lot of quick final times over the last couple of days.
You know, specifically with the young horses early in the day. A lot of our maiden races are early in the day. Seems like the times are pretty average as far as that goes. I don't think I put a lot of emphasis on that. By the way, man, I've been around here a bunch. When that track has that look to it, that tone, the surface itself, it's suggesting it's a little bit deep.
Posted on the board, DI Wire leading the way, 4-2, 5-10, 7-2 over 5-1 over 8-5 over 9-2. Just getting started here on Saratoga Live with that 2-year-old race, and then coming up next, race number 2 will take us onto the turf. We'll have a marathon distance there. Hey, speaking of turf races, we're going to head later today. Race number 5 on the card at Monmouth is the Irish War Cry Handicap. The main track onlys are out because it is gorgeous down in Oceanport, New Jersey, and we're just about a week away from the Haskell, their signature event. I will be joining you there, Megan Burgess, in Oceanport, New Jersey. Can't wait, but we've got a fantastic Sunday card today.
Todd, I don't find we've been able to work together just yet, so I'm very excited to provide some Haskell Day coverage with you next week. But we've got a nice stake here on this Sunday card on the Jersey Shore here, and there are no words. Number 7, going to be a tough customer, exiting much tougher stakes company last time out there in the Cliffhanger. Of course, the feature race here in the Irish War Cry, where last year in the Oceanport, we're taking a look at that performance back in the summer of last year, where he's speedy. He usually leads at the first call of his races, as he did on this day, where he was a narrow miss behind Air Recruit, but he's incredibly game, always has been, as his conditioner Chuck Spina had said. This is probably the easiest stake weight race as far as the company that surrounds him that he faces, and you can just see on paper the overwhelming class advantage that the number 7, there are no words, the morning line favorite, does have over this group. There's some interesting horses in this race as far as some underneath plays, but as far as the speed, the number 7 will likely lead there again, Todd, as I'm not quite sure with this firm turf course that there is a way around him. We'll see if he can get some pressure up front, but July 18th, it's going to be a huge day of racing. We've got some of the best 3-year-olds in the country, Todd, assembled for an epic Haskell, and the undercard, especially that United Nations, going to be a fun one to cover with you as well.
Thank you, Megan. We'll be checking in with her throughout the day. In fact, race number 2 is just 6 minutes away at Monmouth Park. Meanwhile, back here at Saratoga, waiting for race number 1 to go official. DI Wire eventually off at 7-2 here.
Yeah, good price by a horse that obviously was very well prepared. You know, Kelly Breen, who is the trainer of the horse, does an excellent job with first-timers, and particularly ones that show some speed.
And he's not done. He has a horse later on today, but Maggie catching up with our winning trainer.
He comes here with live ones, as DI Wire was a live wire today. Kelly, really professional throughout his entire time leading up to the gate and the running of the race.
Yeah, it's nice to have a quality 2-year-old. I think it's my first year, maybe my second year going back to sales in quite a while. So we picked this horse out. He checked all the boxes. But New York bred at Saratoga, it doesn't get much better.
He has a lovely pedigree on the bottom side, but also being by Yaupon, it really inflects some precocity.
Yeah, I have a couple of Yaupons. We're happy to have him, and he's a firecracker. He's hot.
Well, I heard that he is the workmate to the other 2-year-old.
We don't say nothing.
We're trying to get a better price.
No, they're workmates, and they work pretty well together. So you like this one, you should like the other one.
That is Honest Owen coming up in the 7th race, again teaming up with Joel Rosario. Talk a little bit about using Joel and the success you've had with him.
We just hooked up together for years, and he rides horses confidently. We won a race for the same owner here a couple years ago, and he just won by a nose. I know he was supposed to go out, or he's going out to Del Mar, and we were fortunate enough to get him.
Well done. Let's keep the ball rolling here today.
Yeah, you got it. I just said to the owner in the later race, I said, you can't win them all if you don't win the first one. So we're 1 in a row.
That's it. Keep it going. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Todd.
Tom, I want to get your reaction to something. This win by Kelly Breen, that is the 44th trainer to win out of 62 races so far since we've been racing at Saratoga. What does that say to you?
It might be a record. I mean, for a cosmopolitan meet like here, where they come from the Midwest, the trainers, California, they come in, as well as all of the nation, to be that spread out is amazing. Always somebody's hot, whether it's jockey or trainer, and has a kind of a little bit of a hold on the meet early on. We're not seeing that here. I love it.
And JK, I think as a horse player, you like that too, because you just don't want two trainers dominating all the action as a horse player.
It's just more evidence about how difficult it is up here. You know, it's they come from far and wide to win races here, and you can't just hone in on one trainer, one rider. I guess you could have this weekend with Jose and Flavian, but not typically.
Well, as you said, Jose and Flavian have been the story as far as the jockeys here at Saratoga. And yesterday, Flavian Pratt putting together another remarkable day here, including a win in the feature. We will talk about Flavian Pratt's Super Saturday when we return at Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Big news in the world of thoroughbred racing. Naira Bets is now live in New Jersey. Bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. We're so sure you're going to love having a Naira Bets account. We're offering a $200 deposit match bonus with the promo code SPA200. That's SPA 200. And once you get signed up, you can enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. And we are going in New Jersey and looking out to New Jersey here on Saratoga Live, Monmouth Park. Race number 2, the field warming up. On site for us, Megan Burgess.
Thanks, Todd. And scratch down to just a 3-horse field here in this second race at Monmouth. You've got 2 horses that are dipping down in class and a horse in number 4, My Man Money. Excuse me, the number 5, My Man Money, that's actually kind of leveling off in class. And obviously the attention going to those horses that are dipping down. As far as the number 6, Bonsai Warrior, I just thought he looked best here in this spot. Now, he was pretty disappointing last time out at the 6 furlongs on that cutback in distance from another disappointing performance in that Penn Mile. But in that much tougher race on May the 16th, that optional allowance claiming race, he was able to be more forwardly placed. And if he can return to that form, he'll be incredibly tough to handle. And here, my main problem with the number 4, Thunder Chuck, the other horse that's vying for favoritism currently at 7-5, he just has really not gone on physically. He's more petite. He definitely looks like the sprinter if you're comparing the 2 class droppers. Now he's dipping even further in class from a $50,000 race last time out, being offered for $12,500 today. I'm just not quite sure I love the profile of this horse, and I feel like he's continued to deteriorate. However, if he can it's all about pace in this race, especially when you have just a 3-horse field, of how the dynamics play out and who's able to assume that better position that you can often find a bit easier to manage when there are more horses surrounding you. Again, a toggle for favoritism here. The number 5 currently on the board, My Man Money. He's making more of a lateral move while still taking a bit of a dip in class, coming off of a victory last time out where he got the better of Redacted, Socially Johnny in there for $14,000. And I would assume that Chantel Sutherland would probably be the jockey if I'm handicapping them to potentially rate back off of the 2 beside her. We'll see how it ultimately plays out. And Todd, I'm incredibly excited to bring some coverage with you. As we mentioned before the break of the undercard of Haskell Day, we'll have a portion of that for you on Fox from 2 to 3 Eastern time on Saturday. It's going to be an epic day of racing. I can't wait.
Yeah, the Fox Sports family of networks are going to be shining the light on all our great racing action from Saratoga down to Oceanport, New Jersey. Looking forward to that less than a week's time. But right now, it's post time for the second at Monmouth Park. Let's send it out to Matt Ditterman.
Bonsai Warrior, here he comes to the outside. Start of the early pick 4 here. We're ready to go. And they're off. The trio broke as one. My Man Money gets the first call. Bonsai Warrior on his outside. And here's Thunderchuck moving forward. 3 runners across the track. Thunderchuck, very short lead here. My Man Money holds his spot between horses. Bonsai Warrior is going to take back and run in third, but he's only a length behind that front runner, Thunderchuck, with My Man Money right there perched to his outside, hounding with a half mile to go. Bonsai Warrior in the clear on the outside. They start to string out just a little bit. Thunderchuck opens up the lead to a length, but as I say that, My Man Money comes back at him. These two still head-and-head with 3 furlongs to go, and Bonsai Warrior gets a tap on the shoulder to go now. Thunderchuck has lost position. He's lost the lead to My Man Money. Bonsai Warrior on the scene. These 3 across the track. Thunderchuck trying to dig in on the rail as they come off the turn, and now My Man Money's in trouble. In fact, so is Thunderchuck because Bonsai Warrior just breezed by. Bonsai Warrior, 1 furlong remains, puts 2 lengths on Thunderchuck, and My Man Money, furlong to go. Bonsai Warrior clear under Luis Rivera Jr., who's on his way to snatching the early daily double today. Bonsai Warrior clear under a hand ride to win by 3.5, 3 lengths or so. Thunderchuck second, My Man Money gets a check in third.
And so 7-5 over 7-5 in that small field in race number 2 at Monmouth Park. One more look down the stretch as Bonsai Warrior starts to draw away.
Yeah, big class drop here on Bonsai Warrior, and even though he didn't have his usual close up on the pace and laid off a little bit, when he made that middle move, Todd, it was show over.
6-4-5, your complete order of finish in race number 2 at Monmouth Park, taking back to the paddock here at Saratoga, where the field is being saddled, and we'll have a call for riders up in a little bit for race number 2. Eventually going to step onto the inner turf course to go 1.5 miles. Tom, when we were talking about this race, you liked the 6 pretty tap it quite a bit.
I did. Look, here's the thing about marathon races as it pertains to thoroughbred racing. 1.5 miles is a marathon distance for a thoroughbred. It's one thing to think your horse can do it based on their racing style, but until they've done it, you don't know whether they have that inherent stamina to do it. And the 6 horse, in her last race, pretty tapping in her last race. She went to that 1.5 mile distance. It was one of her best efforts. So she can do it. And I think that's why the money is showing on the board for her.
Meanwhile, there is the one Kiamba, JK. I didn't know what to do with this horse. I thought maybe would be the post-time favorite. Could still end up there. Right now, a slight favorite at 2-1. Has yet to win since coming to the United States. Has not won since June of 2025 at Longchamp.
Yeah, I thought that Kiamba's race 2 back justifies this price. But the last race was so bad. I'm having a hard time digesting the 2-1 here. And when you try to compare two races like that, I always try to look for something that changed. What was different? And the only thing that I see that was different was the Lasix being added. That doesn't usually go that way. It usually goes the other way. It actually could help them a little bit. So I'm a little bit perplexed on what to do with Kiamba. And I guess if you're using the word perplexed with a horse, you're not supposed to take 2-1.
Maggie, we're perplexed on the one. Help.
I don't think I can, Todd. I am perplexed as well because my first inclination was I thought she was fairly headstrong going 1 3/8 last time, for the first 3/8 of a mile. And so when that happens, you generally give a horse less ground because you'll get a faster pace out in front of you. But instead, we're giving Kiamba more ground. So with that inside pose position, I wonder what Flavien Prat opts to do his first time riding this filly. Does he get a little bit more aggressive? Does he put his hands down? Obviously, number 6 in here, Pretty Tappet, she looks to be, if anything, one of the main speeds on paper, but I wonder if they just let Kiamba go and if that gives her her best, way to the winner's circle, because it's not like there's much acceleration with this filly either. I think where she is, how fast she's going early is generally how fast she's going late too. So maybe that's the thinking behind going 1.5 miles. Look, both times I've seen her, actually now 3 times I've seen her, I've liked what I've seen her in the paddock. She looks great here once again. It's not like she was acting up or looked poor in her last start. Same thing again today, as I am interested in the 2 for Chad Brown on the outside. And yes, as Tom pointed out, you do want to lean on horses who have proven that they can handle the distance. You think back to the Bowling Green. They were 2 horses that hit the wire together that had proven that they were horses for that type of distance. Now, both of these Chad Brown horses have yet to go this far, but Trading Strategy number 7, she was able to get the job done at 1.25 miles, albeit over a sloppy racetrack last time out. And I still think she does look more like a turf horse. I have been a fan of hers, and I've always thought since when she began her career 2 years ago up here at Saratoga that the longer she gets to go, the better. She just has that disposition that you want for horses to get more ground. Really laid back, does not get flustered by anything. You can see that's just how she is. She's these big sloping withers, big lumbering walk to her. I think all those physical and mental attributes lead to her being effective going this 1.5 mile distance. And she has a little bit of pedigree for it too. On the flip side of that, her stablemate, Scarlett's Halo, definitely doesn't necessarily have a pedigree for going this distance, as she is a daughter of graded stakes winning dirt sprinter Practical Joke. But I will say she does have the physical of a horse that wants this amount of ground. She's so big, she's so long, so much scope to her. She is a little bit more aggressive in her disposition than her stablemate, so I'm not as positive feeling about her handling the 1.5 miles as I am about the 7. But Todd, when was the last time we saw 11-1 and 8-1 on Chad Brown horses on the turf?
Yeah, I don't know how to look at that. Do you look at it as opportunity, or is it telling you, no, not these Chad Brown horses?
I'm thinking I've been burned on the turf by Chad Brown so many times when I've taken that ladder approach that you better be cautious.
Well, no one got burned on Flavien Prat yesterday. He had 4 wins on the card. He'll be aboard the 1 Kiamba. Going back to that 4 win day, race number 1, you had a connection to Midnight Still, Tom.
I bought him at the Keeneland sale for Alex and Elza Mitchum. I happen to know that Elza is a big fan of the show and doesn't miss it, so I'm sure he's out there watching. Congratulations, guys, on that debut winner here at Saratoga. Flavian said after the race, I was just a passenger.
JK, you're a participant on horse racing Twitter. You're one of the voices I look to for reason on horse racing Twitter. A lot of people talking about that final win for Flavien Prat in the Bowling Green you were on yesterday, and he kind of spoke to it afterwards. He was in a difficult spot. Some people thought he misjudged the finish line. That was not the case. What did you take away from that win?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Old Crazy Bone is really good. Old Crazy Bones. I think that you know, him, Burnham Square, probably the two best turf horses that we have in those longer distance turf races. Love to see them lock up eventually, but Old Crazy Bones has that weapon of getting to the front and being forward. And look, I'm going to be honest. I watch a lot of races. I think Flavian's probably the best rider in the country. You know, I mean, Jose and Irad right there with him. You're going to make mistakes sometimes. You know, whatever. I think he made a little bit of a mistake, but it doesn't change how awesome of a rider he is.
Yeah, in the end, he gets the win at a 4-win day yesterday. His day just getting underway, as well as ours here at Saratoga Live. When we come back, a call for riders up in race number 2. And don't forget about that pick 6 carryover, 166,000 waiting in race number 4. That's all ahead here on Fox Sports 1.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Justify comes roaring home. He's just immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1. Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness.
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win.
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Well, it was about a month ago that we held the final Belmont Stakes here at Saratoga, so now we can look forward to going back to the traditional home at Belmont. Next year, the Belmont Stakes will return to the reimagined Belmont Park, ushering in a new era for the Triple Crown finale, and you can enter the pre-sale drawing today or place a deposit on your preferred hospitality experience. Visit belmontStakes.com/2027 to enter. Can't wait to get back to the island and the reimagined Belmont Park, but we have a wonderful summer ahead here at Saratoga and our Sunday card underway with the field in the paddock and the jockeys assembling for race number 2. There's Flavien Prat off that 4-win day that we told you about yesterday. And artificial intelligence going to help us out here with the AI wager in this race. Good tote board to begin with and here, and a $2 exacta part wheel 2-8 over the 1 here for $4. Here's a look at the 3 Midnight Concerto. Has been in good form against New York breds the last couple of starts, going a mile and a 16th, but does have an effort going at least a mile and 3/8, so may fit this trip.
Yeah, just only got beat ahead in that trip you're talking about, Todd. And if you're of the opinion that slow pace matters, or pace matters in a race, those last 2 races that Midnight Concerto ran in, including the last one we're watching right now, where she goes around and gets out finished a little bit at the end, she was having to contest not much pace up front. So maybe this extra distance enhances her performances.
JK, when you look at the marathon distance, as Tom was talking about, on or near the lead can be a good thing. It seems like on this turf course, on the inner turf course, on or near the lead is good at just about any distance.
Well, I think if you look, over the last few weeks, we haven't had a ton of rain, knock on wood or whatever it is that you knock on. So I think the turf course always, when you don't have a lot of rain, can play a little bit quick here. Athletic horses, I think, are rewarded on the inner turf course with the tight turns. Athletic horses, fast horses, those seem to kind of go together. So I think it's kind of a combination of those two situations.
And Ken McPeak, trainer of Midnight Concerto, he had a big win yesterday in the Iowa Derby with J.J. Gray, which was live here on Fox Sports 1. You may be wondering, why are we still sitting in the paddock? They actually added a couple of minutes. We're not sure exactly why time has been added, but who cares? We're here at Saratoga. It's a 9-race card. We got plenty of sunshine throughout the day, so we're happy to have some extra time here. But about to get a call for riders up in race number 2. And the 7, Trading Strategy, as mentioned, one of 2 horses for trainer Chad Brown. The 7, Trading Strategy, up at 9-1, and his other horse, the 8, Scarlet's Halo, also at 9-1. Let's go back to May 25th, the most recent start for Trading Strategy, a race that was scheduled for the turf but moved to the main track. Trading Strategy gets that elusive first win of her career.
That's her in the yellow saddle towel on the outside, the red and white Familiar 6 of Carvage Stables. And, this is a 5-horse field because, as Todd, you said, it was supposed to be on the grass. It's scratched. Oftentimes, horses prefer one surface over another, so it made the field much smaller. What you have to ask yourself about this win is, was she just the best of who was left in this race, or is it just a horse shouting for more distance, which she'll get today?
JK, can you trust that race?
No, I don't think you can. I don't think you can trust it in terms of the horse got 10 furlongs on a sloppy racetrack. That translates to going to get a mile and a half. 2 different situations here. But I would say that wouldn't be the thing I would necessarily worry about, is the distance of this race. It would be is she fast enough for this group would be my biggest concern.
How do you look at the pace? Who do you think's getting out there on the lead, and will it be a soft pace?
Yes, this is going to be a soft pace. I don't even have to look down. Flavian is always aggressive in those situations. We saw yesterday with Old Crazy Bones, but I'm not sure that Kiamba is quite quick enough. But the inside draw in Flavian being forward, I have a feeling he could potentially be there. I don't think he's going to try to be there. I think he could just end up there.
I think the pace belongs to the 6, Pretty Tappet. I do think Trading Strategy will be close right to her outside. To me, the 6 and the 7 are the ones that leave the gate and show the way early. I'd love to see the 6 on the lead by himself.
Well, and you think with Luis Saez, who's obviously known as a rider, aggressive out of the gate, and as pointed out by Tom earlier, a lot of play on Pretty Tappet, 6-1 in the morning line. Right now in our favorites roll at 2-1 with a little bit more money bet than the one Kiamba, who is also 2-1. But most of the wagering going back and forth between those 2 horses. The field leaving the paddock here at Saratoga and coming out for a post parade here for race number 2. And this is the start of the early pick 4, our early pick 5 underway with a 7-2 shot to get the win in race number 1. But another competitive race. When you look at this odds board in race number 2, you're going to see this throughout the day. It's a phenomenal card put together. Best wagering in the country here today at Saratoga. Great opportunities, and the biggest pool will be later on in the pick 6 with the huge carryover. But here in race 2, we start the post parade with the one Kiamba.
Yeah, look, she's come in from France and had 2 races in the United States. They've been mediocre. Her form from France, she can get back to it. It puts her in the winner's circle.
Malibu Smart, 0 for 9 on the grass, JK.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land. You can put me and Tom Amos in a horse suit, and Mike Maker can get us to win a 1.5 mile grass race.
Here's Midnight Concerto.
Yeah, Midnight Concerto has been running at shorter distances, looks like wants more ground, and has shown once at that distance she can be effective.
Tricky Kitty coming over from Delaware.
Yeah, it's got a couple of good races going longer. I just worry those were for Brendan Walsh.
And there is Trail of Gold, 14-1. Longest shot in the field.
Yeah, longest shot in the field, and another that, could use a little pace.
Pretty Tappet off a big win at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, did run well last time. Got an okay number. We'll need to take a little bit of a step forward, though, if some of the big ones show up here.
We showed you Trading Strategy, that maiden win, a race move from the turf to the main.
Yeah, this is another horse that's coming off a maiden win, stepping up in class, just like the horse inside of her, Pretty Tappet.
Also from the Chad Brown barn, the 8, Scarlet's Halo.
Yeah, Tyler heating up a little bit. Got a couple of wins yesterday, so wasn't here too much last year with coming off the injury was at Ellis Park, but now he's back and making some noise.
That is your live post parade for race number 2 at Saratoga. There is one of the horses to beat. The 6, Pretty Tappet, will take you up to the starting gate when Saratoga Live returns on Fox Sports 1 right after this.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be with Tom Amos and Jonathan Kinchin, watching the field warm up for race number 2 here at Saratoga. And look at the 2 Malibu Smart, your selection, JK. How do you get by the 0 for 9 record on the grass?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at that 0 for 9, when it comes to that, whether it be maidens or trying something, I always like to look at the price of the horses. Are they disappointing or are they overachieving, right? Last time lost, but was 7-1, ran second, ran pretty well. Was 12-1 the time before that, ran fourth, ran pretty well at 12-1. And you can keep going down through the past performances, 17-1, 18-1, 16-1. I think it's more about the spots this horse has ended up in, and I think it is live at 13-1. I just don't trust the favorite to the inside, and I don't trust the 6 either.
Tom, the horse you like, the 6, Pretty Tappet, is coming off the maiden victory. Took this horse 11 tries to get that win. Why do you think Pretty Tappet is going to win right back?
Well, I mean, I think the important thing to make note of is that Pretty Tappet, for the first time, tried this kind of distance, this extended distance, this marathon distance. And I think it was a new dimension for her, and she passed with flying colors. That combined with what I see as a very, very weak pace scenario, putting her either in front or right off the pace, makes her the pick.
Maggie, Pretty Tappet coming in from Kentucky. How has this horse arrived and what you're seeing out there?
In fine fettle, Todd, that's for sure. Pretty Tappet. You know, she is a filly that carries great weight, great conditioning. She's very bright in her disposition too, which, to be fair, I do prefer these mile-and-a-half types to be a little bit more laid back, but it also speaks to the fact that she looks as though she could be the speed in here. She does have an aggressive rider in Luis Saez once again on her back. So I think, you know, of the two favorites, she's the one that comes in off of a good effort. So it feels like she's the one that you want, but both of these horses are the only two, the 6 and the 1, that have won at a mile-and-a-half, and all the other horses have to answer that question, and one that does have to do so is the New York bred number 3, Midnight Concerto, who it seems as though coming back as a 5-year-old has found another level of talent. She has been good in her last 2 races, and she's been winning with trips that you generally don't win races with, in that she's been wide, she's moved early, and yet she's responded well when doing so. So I don't know what Chris Elliott opts to do here and how he rides her going a mile-and-a-half, because I don't think that kind of trip is going to work going a mile-and-a-half. I could be wrong, but I get why they are trying it. Because of that ground lost of those early moves, it speaks to a horse that should be able to cover more ground. Looks as though she's doing well, and in fact, she is a lot more relaxed than when I saw her for that Mount Vernon, so that's always a good thing for a horse to be a lot more subdued when trying these longer distances for the first time. Todd?
Thank you, Maggie. As we look around at the crowd gathered here at Saratoga, Sundays normally family day at most racetracks, but the truth is at Saratoga every day is family day. We hope you'll come out and visit in person. Many of you will, and if you're here by the paddock, stop by our set and say hello. But so many great places to set up around Saratoga, and this field will be going a mile-and-a-half over the firm turf course, 3 turns in here. Where is usually the winning move in a marathon race on the grass at Saratoga like this made?
Well, if the pace is slow, it's made right out of the gate. But if the pace is legit, it always seems like the horses that close late and come around, they usually are the ones that are the most involved.
It's very pace dependent. I mean, honestly, I think that, you know, it's like in football when the kicker misses the game-winning field goal and everyone blames him. Well, what about the first down that they didn't get earlier in the game when they kept the drive alive? I think the same thing can be said about what happens at the gate. Getting that position in the first 3 or 4 jumps could be the move that makes the difference.
And Tom, as an LSU fan, the frustration on offense JK was talking about, you can relate to, right? Have you guys solved that yet? Have you solved that?
We got Lane Kiffin.
Wow. Well, for this year, where's he coaching next year?
And for all the moves he's made this year, we're the most hated team in college football. It's us versus the world. I dig that.
I'm not sure LSU's gotten a first down since Joe Burrow left.
That's fantastic. This piling on, I love this show. Can we keep this team together? JK on one side, me on the other, Tom in the middle. All right, remind us again who you guys got here. Tom.
I got the 6. I'm looking for the 6 to try to go to the front and not look back.
JK?
The 2 for me.
Let's go up to track announcer Frank Miramati. It's post time for race number 2 here at Saratoga. Don't cheer too wildly first time by the finish line. They're coming back round again. Frank?
Thank you, Todd. Trading Strategy goes in the Klarovich colors. Here's Tricky Kitty in the orange. And the last one is Scarlet's Halo. She goes up. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Tricky Kitty is very quick away from the gate and assumes command at once. But now the gray, Pretty Tappet, wants to go right after her. But in the meantime, taking second is Trading Strategy. So Pretty Tappet will settle off the pace. She's in third. Down at the rail, it's Malibu Smart. Midnight Concerto is racing in between horses. And outside of her comes Scarlet's Halo, 6 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers are Kiamba, and Trail of Gold is at the back of the field. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat as they come into the stretch for the first time. And it's Tricky Kitty and Kendrick Carmouche in front by 2 lengths. With a little more than a circuit to travel. Racing in second is Trading Strategy, and Pretty Tappet is racing in third. On the outside comes Scarlet's Halo, wants to get a little bit closer to Scarlet's Halo, and Malibu Smart is down on the inside, about 7 lengths off the pace. Between those two, it's Midnight Concerto. Kiamba is second to last still, and Trail of Gold is at the back of the field. So no change in the running order through the early stages. The half went in 48-2 behind Tricky Kitty, who's been left alone on the front end. Has it by about 2 lengths. Trading Strategy continues to track from that second spot. Pretty Tappet is just outside of her in third, and Malibu Smart down at the rail races in fourth. Then it's a couple of more lengths. Back to Scarlet's Halo and Midnight Concerto. 3/4 went in 1 minute 13 and 3/5 seconds. Kiamba is yet to do her best running. She is racing at the back of the field on the inside of Trail of Gold. Heading toward the far turn, Tricky Kitty still there. Trading Strategy a length and a half back second. Pretty Tappet gets a nudge while 3 wide. These two start to close in on the front runner. Malibu Smart a ground saving fourth as the new leader is Trading Strategy making a dash for home now as Pretty Tappet moves into second. Tricky Kitty is under pressure, losing ground steadily. Malibu Smart needs to find a seam, looking for it now, angling off the rail. And on the outside, Midnight Concerto, they're a furlong from the finish. Trading Strategy, Malibu Smart within a length, closing resolutely on the outside. And Malibu Smart and Irad Ortiz Jr. taking command. Irad is back, and Malibu Smart will take a picture shortly. Photo for second went to Trading Strategy over Midnight Concerto. Trail of Gold from last into fourth.
So much to love about Saratoga, but on the wagering front, moments like this, you get trainer Mike Maker, marathon distance on the turf. You get Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard, back in racing here. And oh, by the way, JK, 13-1. Nice pick, my friend.
If I had a LinkedIn page, which I don't, I'd put this clip on there for all the people to say I only pick chalk.
LinkedIn page. I've got one. Come and visit me. But how did, first of all, the way this race played out, Tom, it was odd who was on the lead. Tricky Kitty was a non-factor later on, but it didn't play out early the way anyone expected.
No, it didn't. We're going to watch the start right here, and I thought the 6, Pretty Tappet, would have a much better forward position than what she actually had, and so her rider, Luis Saez, has to go to plan B, which is sit off this pace. And the 4-horse Todd, as you mentioned, that went to lead, she hasn't seen the lead since she was a baby in the fields. I mean, that was an unusual pace scenario all the way, but you can't doubt that Malibu Smart, 1 for 27 lifetime, now 2 for 28, was the right horse here.
Oh, JK, stay dialed in because we got our biggest races ahead with that pick 6 carryover in race 4. But Malibu Smart leads the way at 13-1, 2-7-3-5 in the second at Saratoga, 13-1 over 6-1 over 9-2 over 17-1. Taking you to Oceanport, New Jersey. The field is approaching the starting gate for race number 3 at Monmouth Park. This upcoming race has been moved to an about distance on the turf, about 5.5 furlongs. And to tell us about this race, Megan.
Thanks, Todd. That's right. As far as the shoot here at Monmouth is concerned, the current 3-5 favorite, the number 4, Prima Donna, for trainer Mike Stidham, is a half actually to that millionaire Princess Grace, who's a multiple graded stakes winning turf router. For her, the same connections, was Group 1 placed in the U.S. and in Europe. Very strong dam, and actually a very strong half sibling, as well as Catnip, who was Grade 1 placed here in the United States. But as far as she's concerned, she's a very petite, compact, sprinter looking type, given her pedigree that reads more distance. But looking at her, I do like the cutback in distance from some mild tries there at the fairgrounds, and she looks incredibly fit here, coming off of some time away since last seeing her in March. The one thing to look for with the current favorite is her keeping to some maturity. She's shown some bouts of greenness as she was caught as the pace leader last time out. She will surely be forwardly placed yet again. The number 5, Monarila, is actually the half-2 graded stakes, multiple graded stakes winner, Mayday Ready, who was also a turf router, and she does very much read as her pedigree. Todd, a big, strong, robust type. I would read more ground is the better for this first-time starter.
Thank you, Megan. And as the field moves into line here, let's check the odds. The 4 is currently 3-5. Talking about Prima Donna as our favorite, now 4-5. And then the second choice is the 8. Honor the numbers at 4-1. Third choice is the 3. Currently up on the board at 5-1. That's Moonblaze. For the rest of the load and then the call, let's go to track announcer Matt Dinnerman live from Monmouth Park. Race number 3 here on Saratoga Live.
Menorlia Goes it. A few more runners to load in here at Life Raft. Meadowlark Drive. To the outside, Honor the Numbers. Honor the Numbers coming up. Here we get. We're ready to go. And they're off. Prima Donna stumbled at the break. Menorlia, the first-time starter, has early speed. Lux is going to match that one. These two hook up as they come out of the chute, and they speed 3 clear of the gray Moonblaze, who runs in third. Life Raft next. Prima Donna down on the inside. Honor the Numbers. Meadowlark Drive. Those two at the back of the field together as they make their way towards the far turn. Lux narrow lead. Menorlia right there to the outside pressing. Still a space of 2 or 2.5. Moonblaze in the third position. 3 clear of Prima Donna. Life Raft under pressure with Honor the Numbers. And Meadowlark Drive is getting forward on the inside. Passes 2 runners, claims 5th. Still has some work to do, though, as they hit the quarter pole. Lux short lead. Menorlia right there on the outside. And these two swing off the turn together here. Menorlia and Lux side by side with Moonblaze, who's gotten a good setup here. Moonblaze ready to go. There she goes to the front, in fact. Moonblaze soaring by the early leaders and kicking away from the competition. And Moonblaze, the daughter of Liam's Map, turning it on in the final 16th to run away to a 5-length win. Lux was second, Menorlia third. Meadowlark Drive checked in fourth.
Well, she's had a star-crossed career. We don't get to see her as much as we'd like. Moonblaze debuted as a 2-year-old in 2024. Didn't race at all as a 3-year-old. Comes back to the races this year with a second and now this win.
Yeah, a little sharper from the gate than her last start, which was on June the 2nd. They added blinkers. You can see those white blinkers on that big gray. Kept her in a much better position than she's been in and got the win.
3-1-5-7 in race number 3 at Monmouth Park. Your winner going off at odds of 3-1. It is Moonblaze. Meanwhile, back here at Saratoga, welcome to our set just off the paddock. You've heard the voices. You can see the faces once again. I'm Todd Schrupp. That's Tom Amos. That's Jonathan Kenshin, who picked the winner in race number 2 here at Saratoga at 13-1, 28-30. The return here, that early double, a 7-2 shot into a 13-1 shot. 4-2 comes back $56, JK.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you look down and it's like, oh, it's Irad and Maker, a mile and a half turf race. It's an easy game, I guess.
Well, part owner there, Michael Hoy, whom we know very well. Yep. See him a lot at Keeneland, and he is in the Maker barn for good reason. To find horses like this through the claim box that will go long, pretty amazing. A horse that was claimed out of a 30,000, never won 2 lifetime race.
Like we talked about, you know, I joked in the post parade. You know, me and Tom in a horse suit. Maker could get us to go along on the grass.
Well, he's in a jockey suit talking about Irad Ortiz Jr., and he's with Maggie Wolfendale.
And he's hungry, that's for sure. As his brother's got, well, now, what, 13 up on you? But you're back at it, back in the winner's circle. How's it feel?
It feels great to be here. I mean, it's amazing every time you can cross the wire in front of this track, so I'm happy to be back.
7 Saratoga riding titles for you. Now, you're starting with a disadvantage this year. You gonna chase him down?
I will try my best out there, like always. I mean, I have the support from everyone, so I appreciate that, and just happy to be back and focus on my team and just ride my horses.
Well, as you said, it's so hard to get away. You know, it's so hard to take a break, even when it's induced, when you have to. So what do you do in your spare time?
I mean, it's hard to stay away from this when you love what you do, and just try to, you know, do something different, try to don't think about it, but it's so hard. I still look in the results and stuff. So, I mean, I just rest for a couple of days. Even when we need to rest, we will prefer to be here on top of a horse. So it's hard, but I'm happy to be back. I'm glad I'm back.
You're not the only one. All of us here at Saratoga, we love having Irad back on the horses, back in the winner's circle. Congrats.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone who was calling Irad before I get here. So I see a few people asking for me. So that's so nice. I mean, see that from a lot of people. So I'm happy.
As you should be. Congratulations. And Todd, he has a big, big fan in my youngest, Willow Morley.
Well done. And, you look at, sometimes refer to this game as a grind because it's year-round and you need some time off. I look at someone like Irad Ortiz Jr., and he seems like one of those guys who doesn't want any time off. He wants to be in the action all the time.
I think the best are passionate about it and are eager to learn everything they can. These two brothers, Irad Ortiz, Jose Ortiz, you never see them out in the evenings here in Saratoga where it's a party town after the races. You see everybody else, but those guys are home. They're doing their homework, and for them, it's between 1 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the evening, and they do the best they can on every horse.
Yeah, it seems like they are all about building the legacy. Whether they even think about it consciously, they are, and they're making their impact at every level of the sport.
Absolutely. They're unbelievably competitive. It's two things I think, or it's one thing that sticks out with those two brothers. And then also, they love it. There's nothing about liking it. It's not a job for them. They love this game. They love the competition. And you can tell, like you said, they don't take many days off.
They're super competitive, too.
Yeah,
super competitive.
We have prices in from race number 3 at Monmouth, and our winner down there going off at odds of 3 to 1, returning $8.40. And talking about the connections of Moonblaze, owned by Pewter Stable and James Politano, trained by Kathleen DeMasi, and ridden to victory by Wolfson down there. A Grey Roan filly by Liam's Map out of the hard spun mare Trapezium, bred by St. Elias Stables and Rapoli Stable in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Back here at Saratoga, we have the field assembling in the paddock for our next race on the card. Race number 3 in the upcoming third will bring us back to the main track. 7-furlong claiming event for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and upward, which have never won 3 races lifetime. The claiming price in here, $20,000. Scratch the 1, that's the Fat Jack, and then scratch the 3, Moonlight Gal. Currently up on the board, Tom, the favorite is the 5, Vino Frizzante at 2 to 1. Good favorite or questionable favorite?
I think questionable favorite for a couple of reasons. Number one, you just took 2 major players out of the race with the scratch and the 1 and the 3, and the conditions of the race, Todd. So this is what we call a for sale race, claiming for sale. You can use those words interchangeably. It means anything in here can be bought out of the race for $20,000. So if you're the owner or trainer that enters in this race, you're risking your horse not coming back to your barn and going to someone else that wants to buy it. And with that being the case, oftentimes these horses are in because maybe they're not at their best anymore and they want to sell them.
Another great betting opportunity here at Saratoga, race number 3, which is the race before the most anticipated race of the day, paired mutually. The pick 6 with the big carryover will be in race 4. We'll be back with Saratoga Live right after this.
Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, on site on a gorgeous day. A beautiful Sunday card here in Saratoga Springs, New York, anticipating that pick six carryover of more than $166,000. That will start in race number 4, but turning our attention to the third race on the card, I'm Todd Trupp, alongside Tom Amos and Jonathan Kenshin, and joining us for the first time today, Acacia Clement. Hey, Acacia.
Hey, Todd. Great to hear you. And I have a special guest joining me in the paddock, Matthew DeSantis, content producer for Naira Bets. And Matthew, we have obviously some big, exciting action coming up over the next week, but even more exciting stuff for Naira Bets.
Absolutely. The Naira Bets Haskell next week. So excited to see that field getting drawn. We have a win protection bonus for that day. And we also kick off our Travers Bankroll Builder in the Duncan Diana on Saturday as well here at the spa. So excited for all the big things coming up on Naira Bets.
Of course, big pick six carryover today. You have any horse of interest you'd like to key on?
You know, in the first leg of it, race 4, I know Miguel's got a nice horse in there. I know you got the Half to Burnham Square from Mark Cassie, but I'm going to take a little bit of a shot with the number 2, Liam's Law for Todd Pletcher. We've seen so many of these 2-year-old races where a horse with experience can move forward in their second start. Was really caught a wet track that day. Now stretching out on the turf is what this pedigree points to, and went for 6 times what the Colonel Liams are typically going for in the sales price. So $120,000 price tag was a little bit of a standout for me. So take a shot at 8-1 in the first leg, see if we can get it home.
Well, best of luck and good luck to all those playing the pick six. Thanks as always, and be sure to check out everything over on Naira Bets, right?
Absolutely. We got it all covered for you, no matter where you play.
Todd?
And congratulations to Matt DeSantis and the team who put together a lot of tutorials on YouTube. They passed a significant milestone of views on YouTube. So check out what's going on, Naira Bets on YouTube with Matt DeSantis and the crew. They do a lot in the way of fan education. And looking into the saddling area here for race number 3, you can see the 4 currently at 4-1. That is Bellicose. This horse been away since August of last year, JK.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a long layoff, but that's where I'm going to land. I think this horse could get loose in here. You look at that race, 2 starts back for Wesley Ward, and showed a lot of speed to make the front end. There's not a lot of pace in this race. Some of the other horses I just don't quite trust that are taking money. I'm looking for Bellicose to go to wire.
Tom, as a former trainer, how do you view a horse that was in a previous barn? So Wesley Ward, as you mentioned, JK, now at Jeremiah Englehart, and now they drop this horse off a cliff. They offer this horse for $25,000, major drop in class.
So, I mean, it's a bit of a free rein for the new trainer in Jeremiah Englehart. You've taken over a horse, you have a long layoff, and you're able to converse with the owner as the horse is preparing to get ready and say, hey, look, I think we need to consider a different level than what we've been running at. This horse has never been in a claiming race, never been in a for sale race, and they think that's where they need to be. To me, the trainer is entering with very good intention and trying to get the win. I do agree with JK. I think this could be the lone speed.
Well, the other part to it, Acacia, is the horse has been away so long. So how does this horse look physically off the long layoff?
She looks fit. She's quite hot here in the paddock, but that is typical for Bellicose. But just to expound on that drop in class, it's not a new trainer for her in here. She's actually going back to her original trainer as she started out her career with Jeremiah Englehart. She won very impressively as a 2-year-old, and then was purchased in part by Resolute Racing after that, and then went into the Spinaway. She disappointed in the Spinaway, tried New York Bred Stakes Company with Chad Brown, then won an allowance and tried the turf with Wesley Ward. Resolute Racing has since, I assume, stepped out, but the rest of the owners, at least the majority of them, have been with this horse from the beginning. So it's really kind of a back to basics more than anything with Bellicose. Coast. Now, she won first time out against New York bred maiden special weight company, and I understand getting aggressive and trying stakes company from there on. So she's a bit of a tough read. At least she does have that race 2 starts back where she was able to control things on the front end. As I said, it's very typical for her to get hot and to be forward in the paddock. She is much calmer now returning as a 4-year-old than I've seen from her in the past. I wish she looked a bit better in her coat overall if I am nitpicking, but like I said, she does look fit and all things kind of normal for her, and she might just have the speed and perhaps a class edge as she takes this big drop in class. Now, taking a look at another layoff runner, the number 2, Belle Cherie, as she returns, not having run since October for Mike Maker. She ran in a very live race with some very good horses, including Bam's Bliss Kiss, who's been a sensational claim and become a multiple stakes winner since then. And she broke running. She is a horse that has the ability at least to not be pace compromised. She can be forward. I thought she looked incredibly fit returning back here for Mike Maker off the bench. She really touted herself very nicely in the paddock as she too will come back for the 20,000, but she has been kind of running around this level. So a lateral move, I think, for her, and I think a logical spot for her to return in. We'll see if she is ready, but like I said, physically, she does look like she is. A less of a layoff for the number 5, Vino Frizzante. She last ran in April. If I didn't know her and know Linda Rice's training styles, I would look at her and say she does not look fit, but she is a horse that always carries a lot of conditioning. And to be fair, Linda's horses usually do. They're quite good doers. Whatever her feed program is, typically you expect them to carry a lot of substance. So that is normal for Vino Frizzante. I do worry that she might be a bit pace compromised in here. She just has no speed. And last time, Manny Franco, who rode her, was really working to try and get position, and she was just completely run off her feet. Maybe the class relief will help, as she too will take a drop in class. So not as significant, for instance, as the likes of Bellicose. Todd.
Thank you, Acacia. I have the reputation of being a very good doer. Just strap the feed bag on and watch me go to town.
Amen.
You didn't need to say anything, Tom.
Yeah, but I've gotten a check on many of those
That
meals.
is true. I did want to say this. Today's Saratoga Live is brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. You can explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. We've got something to do. We've got a short timeout, but we'll be back with a call for Riders Up in the 3rd at Saratoga. It's Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 1.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Man O' War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
come to the quarter pole. She Feels Pretty makes a 3-wide bid on the outside of Choiceo's hanging tough. In between those two, Excellent Truth. She Feels Pretty surges past with a furlong left to go. Excellent Truth will make her work for it. These two are head and head. She Feels Pretty or Excellent Truth. Excellent Truth, She Feels Pretty, nose and nose for the wire. Here is the line, Excellent Truth.
We are less than a week away from the renewal of the Duncan Diana, and that is a cruising to victory brought to you by Oceana Cruises, your world, your way. And the Diana has been the world of Chad Brown.
It has. What was he in the last 3 in a row, I believe? But he's won more than that. He's on a streak right now.
And he will certainly be a force when we redo that race next Saturday here at Saratoga. And just a reminder about this remarkable Saturday coming up on Fox. You got the Duncan Diana here at Saratoga. The Coaching Club American Oaks will be on July 25th. But just looking ahead at the big Saturdays on Fox. And also just to remind you, we will be in Oceanport, New Jersey. It's Haskell Day on that Saturday that we have the Duncan Diana here. So that Saturday is going to be awesome, that 1 hour from 2 to 3. But we've got you covered all summer long here. Fox, Saratoga Saturdays, and Oceana Cruises, your world, your way. So much to look forward to, and back here on this Sunday card, we've got a call for riders up in race number 3 with a reminder that race 4 will be the start of that much anticipated pick 6 carryover of 166,702. But we've seen a little bit of everything, and I think these first 2 races are a microcosm of what we're going to see throughout the day. $9 winner, $28 winner. Look up on the tote board. It's not about JK, a 3-5 favorite versus an 8-5 second choice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these races are very tough today. I'm sure some pick 6 players would have appreciated a couple of free squares along the way, but I didn't see too many spots throughout this entire day that felt like a free square.
With a couple of scratches, the one, That's the Fact Jack, and the 3 Moonlight Gal, you're seeing kind of some undervalued odds that you might have expected on some horses here. Most notably, the 9 Carrara, who was 8-1 in the morning line, leaves the paddock here at 7-2.
That's a bit of a surprise to me. I mean, there's a change of equipment there, blinkers off on Carrara, the 9 horse, and there's a drop in class happening there as well. But I don't know. I thought that was a little light on price.
Yeah, the problem is this horse had some good back races. Just the last race and the last 2 races for the new connections haven't been great. That was my biggest issue.
Let's go 2 races back on the 2 Belle Cherie. This is September 25th, race number 2, Belmont at Aqueduct. They had a muddy racetrack that day, not a big field. Field of 5. Belle Cherie gets a narrow win, and the top 2 finishers kind of separate themselves from the rest of the field.
Yeah, Ricardo Santana kind of sent her out of the gate. She kind of broke up half a step slow, got her in position, laid off the pace setter. That's her on the outside in the white saddle towel and what looks to be pink silks coming to the wire, and she's going to get the job done there. She wants to be close, and I think she has a real chance to do that. When I say close, I mean early in the race she wants to be close.
And those silks belonging to Flying Peace Stable, they win races at a high rate. JK, obviously, you can go back to yesterday, the Bowling Green. They can find horses in the claiming ranks who go on to win at higher levels. Interesting horse here to claim because she's 7 years old, and she was still eligible for the Never Won 2 Lifetime. She's still eligible for this Never Won 3 Lifetime.
Yeah, Jay of Flying P loves winning races up here. I don't think he cares too much about what age they are, as long as they can win some races up here for him.
Scratch the 3 Moonlight Gal, so on our post parade. Here's the 4 Bellicose.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land. I feel like she could get loose in here, getting back to Jeremiah's barn.
And that horse really seems like an all or nothing. Will either win or finish far back. At least that's what the past performances have shown us so far. Here's the 5 Fino Frizzante.
Yeah, this one's making a drop for Linda Rice. When it comes to claiming races specifically, Linda Rice always seems to be a factor.
All right, the World Series of Poker main event underway, so appropriate here. Pocket Queens, I think they're down to 70 left.
That'd be nice, huh? What is that now? What do you get if you win that
like
now?
$10 million. That's consistently.
It's not bad.
There is the 7 Calling Inaudible.
Player in this race would like some pace up front to make her late run.
Longest shot in the field by far. 31-1 is Moonlit Weekend. The next biggest price in here is 9-1.
Yeah, this horse just needs easier, right? I mean, it's 27-1, 27-1, 29-1, 17-1, 35-1 past starts.
And then we were talking about Carrara kind of being undervalued in our opinion at 7-2.
Yeah, I mean, I can't find on the form where she's won. She hasn't won in the last 2 years, and here she is at the price of 7-2. What am I missing?
And the equipment change, as we mentioned, with blinkers off. That is your live post parade for race number 3 here at Saratoga. And our favorite, at least right now, at 2-1, the 5 Fino Frizzante. Let's talk about selections early here. Give people plenty of time to get to Naira bets and play. JK, your honors. You had the 13-1 in the previous race. Who do you like here?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 4. Pace makes the race. Feels like Bellicose could get loose in here. You know, you're dealing with the layoff. You're dealing with a lot of things like that. But I will tell you this, though. For Jeremiah Englehart, Bellicose won first time out. What longer of a layoff do you need than a winning first time out, making your first start? I think she could be tough in here.
Acacia, you've been watching the field from the paddock throughout the warm-up here. Who do you like?
I have to say that the number 9, Carrara, actually really elevated when getting out onto the track. She was a horse that was very laid back in the paddock, but she perked up a lot, and Joelle Rosario took her right away from the pony and gave her a lovely warm-up. Now, she was in way over her head last time out, and the odds that she was in her most recent start reflect that. But a race 2 starts back, there was a horse who ended up wiring the field in Bourbon Serengeti, who kind of ran off on the front end. And this horse, Carrara, was in that awkward first chasing spot, and she got a little bit keen that day. So I'm wondering if that is the thought process behind taking the blinkers off. But I have to say, this is probably the best that I've seen her look in a while. I really liked what I saw from her on the track. I did pick the 2 in Belle Cherie, thinking she'd sit a nice trip, but as far as warm-ups go, that check mark goes to the 9. Todd?
Okay, so that's on warm-ups. We did show you there that Acacia did like the 2, the horse that you made your top pick in here, Tom.
Yeah, so I did take the 2, but it's almost a contrarian pick. I like the 3 who got scratched, and I was trying to chase a horse I could find here. Look, this is a 7-year-old mare coming off a layoff since October. I want you to think about when,
Oh, we got a late scratch happening here, and that, trying to get a good look here. It is the 6, currently at odds of 6-1. Talking about Pocket Queens. It's Dylan Davis walking with his tack and this horse being taken away. So a late scratch that is about to be announced here. JK, as you take into account that scratch, not so much whether or not the horse had a chance, does this change the race shape in any way?
No, this horse didn't have a lot of early speed at all, so I don't think that'll impact the running of the race at all. The only thing that'll happen here is all that money from that 6-1 will probably knock down the prices on everyone else. And
Tom, the health and well-being of our equine athletes always of paramount importance. We've got these protocols in place, these safety protocols, and there are vets watching these horses from the time they arrive over in the paddock, even before then, and then obviously through the warm-up. So the determination made here, this horse shouldn't go.
Yeah, and not only that, they're going to be in contact with the rider, Dylan Davis, if they see something they don't like, and they're like, hey, Dylan, you know, let's take a close look at this horse jog. We're watching her jog without weight right now, and the horse looks fine. But, you know, so whatever it is, it's minor. I'm sure you'll see Pocket Queens again. I mean, look, Pocket Queens, I guess they folded with a monster hand.
Unbelievable. I was literally going to say that. I was going to make the joke, and
is
then
that the best?
I
is
let
that the
it
best
go.
movie ever?
We got to find an open mic night for you, too, sometime during the meet. We just got to go into town.
I'm going to tell you,
sign you up.
Rounders, I could watch it 10 times in a row. I love that movie.
Phenomenal movie.
You fold monster hand?
John,
Don't eat Oreos when you play cards.
Can I ask you, is John Malkovich kind of underappreciated? I mean, he's a phenomenal actor. Like, he's riveting every time you see him. I don't know that he gets the credit he deserves. Being John Malkovich is kind of a fun, crazy movie. All right, with the 6 out, just a reminder of what that means, the parimutuel machinations here with Pocket Queens being out. If you had this horse vertically, win, play, show, combinations in the exacta, trifecta, all going to be refunded, superfecta as well. Horizontally speaking, alive at a daily double, consolation payoff, alive at a pick 3, consolation payoff if you're alive at the pick 5, you'll get the post-time favorite. Same is true of the early pick 4. And JK, you're at the mercy of the betting public if you had that scratch. And right now, at least for now, the 5 Fino Frizzante is the 2-1 favorite. That's who you get. Now, the money's going to shift again, so there's no guarantee the 5 is the favorite. But you have the 4, 5, and 9 all within about a point of each other.
Yeah.
Just playing through the scenario, who would you want to those 3?
Definitely the 4. And if you're talking actual dollars, 56,000's bet on the 4, 63,000 on the 5, 49,000 on the 9. So it's a couple of $1,000 here or there could make the determining factor. You can look at that on Naira Bets. You can look up the pool. So if you're if you have an invested interest and you're curious, sometimes late money can come and the graphic goes away for a little bit, but you want to know who you're rooting for.
Yes.
You can keep hitting refresh on those pools to keep an eye out on who actually goes off as the favorite.
And if you're live in this pick 5, you've got a good sequence going. And so if you're at the mercy of the betting public here with who's the post-time favorite, that's going to be big. If you looked at the pick 3 will pays, they were healthy coming in. One other mention, we've got this delay here for race number 3 at Saratoga. I want to make you aware we're showing you Monmouth. Race number 4 is about a minute away, so we're going to have races very close to each other. It's up to you to get your plays in through your Naira Bets account. But again, races in proximity to each other. The upcoming 4th at Monmouth, a minute away, and we're about a minute away here for race number 3 at Saratoga with the delay, the late scratch of the 6 Pocket Queens.
Yeah, I'd be really nervous with what's going on with the 9 horse, now bet down to 5-2. Look, the board is talking to you right now. The board's not always right, but the board is usually pretty smart money, and the 9 horse being bet down to 5-2 is shouting to you that this horse is going to outrun her morning line odds of 8-1. I want to go back to the 2 horse real quick, Todd, because you asked me about the 2. One of the cardinal sins that you can make in racing, or at least not pay attention to, is older horses coming off layoffs and how difficult it is for a trainer to get those horses fit. So Belle Cherie hasn't run since October of last year. She's a 7-year-old mare. It truly is the difference between taking time off from the gym when you're a 20-year-old kid in college and picking up right where you left off as a young man or a young woman, or going back in the gym at age 50 and thinking you can pick up where you left off. You can't do it. It's hard to do. You almost need a race when you get to be older to get back into the kind of fitness it takes to win.
What's a gym? All right,
it's with a G, by the way.
Okay, thank you. That's right. It's not our stage manager. About to move in a line, and great point by Tom about the action here, JK, on the 9 Carrara. You were talking about that horse being behind by about $9,000 compared to the current favorite. They're narrowing that gap quite a bit.
The gap's getting pretty bigger now. Pretty big now. The 5, 74,000. The other 2 are at 62,000. It's looking like the 5's going to be the favorite. But like I said, you can keep an eye on that at Naira Bets.
After a late scratch of the 6 Pocket Queens, the field about set to go for race 3 at Saratoga. Don't forget, race 4 at Monmouth will send you right there after this live coverage here at Saratoga. Frank Miramati with the call of race 3.
2 more. Moonlit Weekend and Carrara. Going in. Carrara right up to the gate. And they're off. Carrara is one of the first out of there, but it's Bellicose who is the quickest, and Bellicose quickly assumes command and opens up a length and a half. Moonlit Weekend showing some speed in second. It's another 2 back to Belle Cherie in third, and Calling an Audible is fourth, 5 lengths off the lead. Racing 2 clear of Vino Frizzante as they go into single file, and the trailer after braking well is Carrara. They're coming to the half-mile pole, and Bellicose, left alone on the front end, leads by a length and a half. The opening quarter went in 23 seconds flat. Moonlit Weekend is second past the half-mile pole. Racing 3 in front of Belle Cherie. Calling an Audible remains in fourth, now losing that spot as Vino Frizzante in the purple colors has taken fourth. And then it's a pretty big gap back to the trailer, Carrara. The field heads to the quarter pole with Bellicose maintaining the lead of a length and a half. On the outside, Vino Frizzante is making a 3-wide bid. Down at the rail, Belle Cherie. The half went in 46 and 2/5 seconds. Carrara is out in the middle of the racetrack. 1 furlong to go for Bellicose, clinging to the lead by 3/4 of a length. It's about a length now over Belle Cherie, who goes down toward the inside, but Bellicose is full of run. And Bellicose makes every pole a winning one, scoring by 3.5 lengths. Belle Cherie was second, Vino Frizzante third, and then Carrara.
Returned into the barn she started, and a drop in class she wins. JK, you better save some of those winners for the pick 6. You're dialed in, brother. All right.
Wish these 2 were in the sequence.
Monmouth Park, race number 4. The field is now at the starting gate. Let's check in with Megan Burgess.
And quickly, Todd, as these horses will enter the starting gate soon enough, and the starter allowance, or $25,000, the number 4 Redacted for me in this spot. Coming off a runner-up performance, and the number 1 Couches Burning, the current favorites. And what I'm a bit perplexed at is taking all of that money, as he was disappointing last time out against a better field, albeit, but does just erratic in the paddock, continuing to bubble over, was really sharp on the racetrack, got a very aggressive warm-up and has since settled, but I do find there's a propensity for his kind of horses to run their race prior, as he will be sharp from the break, Todd. But Redacted, second time gelding here for Connections, certainly lightened him up, and he's the professional actor of this group.
The field moving into line for race number 4 here at Monmouth, and checking the odds, you see the one bet down to 7-5 as our favorite. Just want to let you know the order of finish back here at Saratoga, posted on the board: 4-2-5-9, 5-2 over 4-1, over 2-1. It was Vino Frizzante who would go off as your 2-1 favorite. So if you're at the mercy of that late scratch, you did not get the unofficial winner, Bella Coast. That horse going off as our second choice. Out to Matt Ditterman with the call, race number 4 at Monmouth Park here on Saratoga Live.
Two back, Splitting Stones. Sociably Johnny to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Slow break from Thingamabob. Couches Burning dashes to the lead from the rail, accelerates to a 2.5 length cushion early, almost 3. Redacted into second. Waiting on a Sunny Day third. Splitting Stones next. Sociably Johnny in the second last position. Slow starter Thingamabob at the back of the field. They're strung out. Couches Burning setting the pace, leads by 1.5 lengths. Redacted moving up to come in, at least apply a little bit of pressure here, but Couches Burning still clear on the lead by 1.5 lengths. Redacted opens up about 10 lengths on Waiting on a Sunny Day in third. The top 2 sprinting away from the competition, rounding the far turn. Splitting Stones under a ride. Sociably Johnny still second to last. Thingamabob at the back. Couches Burning under pressure. Redacted soars to the front with a 1/4 mile more to go. Inside, Couches Burning trying to hang tough. Redacted drifts wide off the turn, but he's still on top and opens up 2. Now it's 2.5. Couches Burning second, well clear of Waiting on a Sunny Day. Sociably Johnny, 1 furlong to go. It's Redacted, clear by 2.5 with a 16th to go, and he's opening up 3.5 now. Redacted has given them the slip. This is a clear win. Redacted by 5. Waiting on a Sunny Day gets up for second. Sociably Johnny third. Couches Burning weak into 4th late.
Matt Ditterman, I see what you did there. Redacted, a clear win. Because you redact something, you cover it up.
Yeah, you do indeed. I use whiteout.
Oh, so you have files that you need to get rid of, Tom
Oh,
Avis?
yeah, you got
You
these
have a
big
filing
dark
cabinet at
lines,
home?
dark line. You see my name, dark line.
Whiteout.
Yeah.
I just use the delete button.
How about the analog man comes into the digital world? Coming into the winner's circle, it is Bella Coast. If you've been following JK's selections today, you are doing well, and you're moving on in this early pick 5. Look, with Bella Coast, we talked about this, Jonathan. It was going to be all or nothing. This horse is going to get out to the lead and either win or get out to the lead and stop badly, but it was the better part of it, getting out to the lead and going on with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you see a horse who comes in off a layoff, I think it's important to see have they run well fresh prior to that. And Bella Coast did win first time out, and she did it for her trainer that had her today, so he knew what to do to get her ready to run.
It was the Barstool play of the day. They originally had the horse, sold it for a lot of money, bought it back for a little bit of money, and got right back to that winner's
circle. I see the
circle.
analogy. Know your history. Acacia with some happy winning connections.
That's right. It was a happy winner's circle here, Todd, and pleased to be joined with one of the owners, Rich Martino. And Rich, as you said to me, it's been quite the journey with this filly, but has to be really rewarding to see her get back to the winner's circle.
It's such a thrill to see her get back to the winner's circle. I mean, it would probably take me 20 minutes to tell everybody about her journey, but she won her first out by about 10 lengths, the length of the track right here at Saratoga. And then she was privately bought by Resolute Racing. She was entered in the spin-away, very tough field. Very difficult spot for her. She came back into Key Sense, another difficult spot. Then Wesley Ward had her, and she won last year, the day before the Belmont wire to wire. And then she was late. Then she went in a grass race. I'm doing. I might as well have the form, but she didn't fire on the grass. And then about a month ago, she was entered in Finger Lakes, and she just was rubbing in the gate. We had to scratch her, and here we are again in the winner's circle. But Jamie put her on the lead, and that was the end of it.
Kind of back to basics with her, returning to Jeremiah as well, who originally had her. And I saw you cheering. You were not too far away from me. I know she was claimed, but how meaningful is it to get that win?
Very meaningful. I mean, we had her as a baby. We had her first out, and to see her win 2 years later now at Saratoga, it's just an amazing thrill. And I mean, this journey is kind of unheard of. So, you know, I'm just happy for all the owners, Chris Dunn, Blue Tarp Racing, all my friends, and being in the winner's circle in Saratoga, you can't beat it.
Absolutely. Well said. Congratulations.
Thank you, Acacia. Thanks.
Todd?
Congratulations. Obviously, you know, someone else will now take over the mantle, and the story of Bellicose is now available in paperback.
He was pretty pumped up.
Yes.
I don't think he knows that horse is going to another barn, but that's the chance you take when you run for a for sale price, in this case, $20,000.
You know, I saw it recently suggested that we need to get away from claiming races in the United States. We need to go to ratings handicap. How would you feel about that?
I think it's a good move.
Really?
I do. The purses have gotten so big that, you know, claiming happens all the time. The big stables can absorb the losses of horses in their barn. The little stables cannot, and you can't claim one back right away. Little stables are getting smaller, and that makes for less racing, less horses in the field box.
Coming up next, it'll be the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, and it is the start of the Pick Six with that huge carryover coming in of $166,702. Greg Wolf will be stepping into the spot. This was a lot of fun.
Todd T, it's been a while, hasn't it?
Especially getting a chance to gang up on this guy, right, JK?
You can't leave. I'm gonna pull. You got to come sit over here because things have been going well for me.
It's true. Stay hot, my friend. Hey, before I leave and Greg takes over, I did want to wish a happy birthday to our director, Mitch Levitas. He's very low-key about these things. When I walked into the production trailer, he was wearing a tag that said birthday boy. Way to be low-key about it, Mitch. But happy birthday to you. We couldn't do this show without you. You'll be doing the show without me. As we said, Greg Wolf will be coming in, and the talk will be this huge Pick Six. It'll be the biggest pool in America. Don't miss out. You can play it at Naira Bets. More Saratoga Live. Look at that young man. Yeah, get him home down the stretch. Fox Sports 1 continues with Saratoga Live right after this.
In the racing game, there's always a dark horse. This is Proxy. Not just a dark horse. He's a tall, dark, and handsome horse. 2 wins at 2.
Here comes Proxy!
2 turns after that. Big days,
Proxy!
bright lights.
All class, Proxy!
His first yearlings are selling now. Move over to the dark side.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Bets Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes races. First post is 12 noon. It's all Naira Bets Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
It's time for the first major yearling sale of the year. A sizzling source for success on the track. The July sale is the most underrated sale in America. July produced 2 Breeders' Cup champions in 2025. She's So Spicy and Splendora, as well as Grade 1 winner Argos. Plus recent graded stakes winners Chip Honcho, Forged Steel, and Roja. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
Steve, you had a nice weekend with the Keeneland sales grad and booked. a $325,000 Yalpon. How is it when you have these horses where you train their sires?
I think that you're looking for similarities between them. Horses that go to stud, obviously, have success on the racetrack. You love to see a sire like Yalpon pass those physical traits on to their offspring.
Steven with a V or a PH? What do you think about those PHs?
Well, they're not real Steves, you know, they're just Stevens. So we'll just stick with the V.
You travel a lot.
Yes.
Fly or drive?
Much rather drive. Have all your work done when you get there.
Cowboys fan?
Huge Cowboys fan. So that makes me an eternal optimist.
Well, at least you're a Texas Longhorns fan too, right?
Yes.
I mean, Keith went to Texas. So
yes, he did.
Hopefully this year. Hopefully this year we can be rewarded a little bit.
NIL's absolutely going to help the University of Texas.
Seems like you leave there with the most horses, Keeneland Sales. I mean, I think sometimes you leave with 60 plus. Work the book from book one all the way to the end. What is it about that sale that you feel like offers so much opportunity?
Me running at more venues, and for the individual horses that, you know, as you mentioned, from the beginning, which is the complete top of the market for race horses, and then we've had some very good bargain horses that have come in later that may have lacked, you know, the pedigree at the time, but were physical individuals that could compete at the highest level.
Steve, I appreciate it. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Always.
Back with you, Greg Wolf stepping in for Todd Schrupp as we get set for this big Pick 6 carryover to the first 6 days of the meet. Now our third Pick 6 carryover. And here is a look at And the Runner Is, one of several who come out of the Keeneland September yearling sale 2025, and you know this one intimately.
I do. I went and saw that one at the barn at Keeneland that he was being sold, and I liked him, and I got him for Greg Trementine and Greenwell Stables.
This race, of course, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home to #1 sires Into Mischief, Omaha Beach, Vacoma, and Yalpon, leaders of their sire classes in 2025. This Pick 6, just that sheer number alone is going to attract a ton of attention. But I thought anytime you have maiden races in a Pick 6, it becomes a little more difficult. We have 4 maiden races in this Pick 6 sequence.
You get a little advantage in this one, Jonathan. You're going to hear the paddock report from the girls, and they're brilliant, as you know. But you also get to look at the odds board. So all these first-time starters, the ones that are doing well, it's going to be reflected in the odds that are on the board. It may make you shift your ticket a little bit. You'll have the opportunity to do that here. Unfortunately, not in the later races that have quite a few first-time starters.
And Jake, I had the over on Arad Ortiz Jr. getting his first win at 2.5, and he beats that 13-1 in race 2, his second mount of the day.
Yeah, it was quick. It was a great ride from him. He's back. You could tell he's going to be focused, trying to run down his brother and Flavian Pratt as well. Something tells me he'll get himself back in the mix somehow, some way, and it could start as early as right here.
Leans in a Pick 6. So huge, but again, 4 maiden races in this sequence. And as Tom said, yeah, at least we get to look at the runners, these youngsters in this field, and hear from the paddock report to give us a little bit of insight to maybe to narrow things down. So it begins mile over the inner turf. What are the keys to this Pick 6 today?
Well, I think the keys to any Pick 6 is if you can make it a Pick 4. If you can narrow down these groups and somehow decide I like these 2 horses in the sequence and I'm going to spread out in the other 4 legs, you can make it a little bit easier on a smaller budget. Jonathan, I know that's not always the case, and as you mentioned, sometimes syndicates get together. You don't have to put up a lot of money as each partner, but tell us about that.
Yeah, I think that works a lot of ways. When you get these big pools, is send a group text around to your friends and say, look, I got this idea, I want to play this ticket, it's going to cost X amount of dollars. If everybody wants to chip in, it's a great way to take a shot at a big pool like this.
Good bonding too, especially if you win. We're going to take a timeout. Still the post parade to come. You got 31 minutes to put a Pick 6 ticket together. You can do so at Naira Bets if you've not signed up yet. Spot 200, that code to use to get an additional $200 in your account. We'll have more on the first leg when we come back. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets. Back with you on Saratoga Live as we get set for race 4 here, this maiden special weight 2-year-olds on the turf. And as the board reflects, a very wide open race. The 2 right now, Liam's Law, one of a couple in here by the sire Colonel Liam, who was a 3-time Grade 1 winner on the lawn for Todd Pletcher. The 1 and 2, both from that same sire, the modest favorite. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And we're just going to go in numerical order and check in with some first-time starters. As you do see, as Greg said, a tepid favorite currently is a second-time starter trying the turf for the first time. But we'll begin with actually Bill Mott's trainee right to his outside in number 3, Suspend, who is a son of Tappet. The dam, she did win first time out as a 2-year-old on the turf, and she was a maiden special weight, a multiple stakes winner and graded stakes winner. This horse is Have to Time Out, who the bulk of his success and starts have come on the dirt, but he is 1 for 3 on the turf. While there have been 2 other foals to try the turf, none of those ones won. But looking at Suspend here, a horse that is very well prepared when it comes to fitness. And usually, I say, it looks as though, Bill's kind of getting this horse tuned in, might need a start to kind of get everything tucked up. Physically, from a leanness perspective, this guy does look very well defined, is wearing that training saddle, so maybe a horse that has hinted at being a little bit green when they've schooled him or in the mornings. We'll see how he behaves. He has been hollering a little bit, so yes, there is that greenness coming through, but I really think he's well spotted in this spot here. It's probably mentally is where he's going to need the race. Moving on to number 7, Casino, who, I'll be honest, I couldn't really get a gauge on when I did the prep work for this race because most of his works have come at Churchill, and the only one I could watch was in late May on the 24th. He worked out of the gate with Experienced Voyager. Now, she is over 2, but with 2 second-place efforts, including a second in the Schuylerville up here in her second start. He couldn't keep up with her at all. but that's probably because he's a turf horse, as he is a son of Constitution. And while there isn't much pedigree in the first generation, the second dam is Cash Control's a multiple stakes winner and greatest stakes winner on the turf. I'll be honest, just blindly looking at horses here in the paddock, he is the one that stood out amongst these first-time starters. He is beautifully put together. He has a very classy way about him. He's very kind of laid back, but very physically mature as well. So I think this guy's very, very intriguing here, and the board would reflect that as well, as he's sitting up there at 5-1. Definitely the physical standout of this group, as Wesley Ward will send out number 9, Sunke, in here, who is an odd Wesley Ward 2-year-old that is not wearing blinkers, and he has not been wearing them in any of his preparations that I was able to watch, including his last work on the Oklahoma turf. It was 51-1 around the dogs, but he was on the inside of an unraced 3-year-old. He was hard on the bridle the entire way. To my eye, he was going better throughout, and what I really liked is he had that quintessential, not this time, stride over the turf, where they just look so fluid. They really throw their legs out in front of them and cover a lot of ground. So yes, while we have become accustomed to Wesley Ward having, turf sprinters primarily as juveniles, I think this guy is well spotted in this mile race on the turf for his first start. Fitness, maybe that's my biggest question mark with him, but has been a professional so far here in the paddock. Now, when doing the prep work, the horse I liked the most was number 10, Antonelli. They paid $500,000 for this son of Golden Pal, who's really gotten off to a great start. He's 5 for 24 as of the latest statistics that I looked up on DRF Formulator, and they all love the turf. This guy worked 10 flat. He was asked a little bit with the rider's hands, but had this big floating turf stride, as we'll check out here from that sales workout, and he really covered a lot of ground. With that being said, I thought he would be a little bit of a bigger type. He is not, however. He's a bit smaller, so he doesn't really possess that big physical maturity, but I think that is somewhat in line with the Golden Pals. I think, their size doesn't really speak for their stride length, for their ability. He is very fit. This is very typical for Miguel. He does seem to get them over here in the most fittest possible way that you can for a first-time starter. He has been very well prepared, circling around what I call Wesley Ward's tree with Sanke in here. But guys, Antonelli, I like the pedigree as well, as I said, with that Golden Pal on top. And he's been working with an older filly who's 2 for 2, a New York bred, all of it. And he was kind of sitting 4 off of her in that latest turf work on the Oklahoma turf course. He had to be asked a little bit to get to her, and Manny Franco was up that day, but I think he has been a horse that, he's been tested against some older, accomplished rivals and has responded favorably.
Thank you, Maggie, and got the lowdown from Acacia on this one. Antonelli, named after 19-year-old Formula One driver for Mercedes, who's top of the standings right now as a 19-year-old Kimi Antonelli, driver for Mercedes. So we'll see if this one's as quick out of the gate as Antonelli is. 5-1 right now for the debut coming up.
That's some good intel. I did not know that.
Like the horse. Horse has been working with some nice horses too.
So a long time until we get to this gate for race 4 here coming up. Let's go back to the one, this 4 here, Zodiac Warrior, and 2 with experience. They faced each other back on June 18th. Berta Stitch finished 3rd, Zodiac Warrior just behind in 4th in a turf sprint debut for both, Tom.
Yeah, watch Zodiac Warrior in particular. He's not going to break well, has to check there. Now he's going to hustle to get a spot. So remember, with horses, there's only so much gas in the tank. But you can see him hustling right there, the rider using his hands to move forward and get position. And he makes a pretty good middle move, but this is a horse that's never run before, and that's a lot of energy used. There he is with the shadow roll, the white shadow roll, and he's going to empty out here. And that's what is typically going to happen with a first-time starter when you have to use that much horse early. And he's going to get passed by Berta Stitch, the 5 horse. But this is a pace that collapsed, so Berta Stitch is going to look much better than Zodiac Warrior in this race. But as you look at her right there, the question is she really better?
How much do you feel you get out of one sprint stretching out on grass? We hear a lot of times you like to see those 2 sprints stretching out. Yeah. What about one sprint and stretching
I think it makes a huge difference. I think a start makes a huge difference. I mean, Greg, you've heard me say it a million times. You know, the most improvement you're going to see in racehorses is from first to second start.
Back at Monmouth, we have a stakes race coming up next, but back in race 4, Redacted with the victory here. 1 for 19, coming in with a lot of runner-ups, including the start before, but picks up the second win from 20 tries. $4.20 for the win, finding a field certainly to his liking as an even money favorite. Race 5, horse we know well in New York. The Irish War Cry Handicap, former Wood Memorial winner back in 2017 with our former colleague, Rajiv Mirage in the irons that day. Mile on the Lawn. In this, weren't we just having that conversation the other day? Appropriately named races after horses. He wasn't really a turf horse, or at all, to be sure. But we'll have this one coming up next. Gold Trust, a player. There are no words though. I would think a heavy favorite, yet 3-2 right now for Chuck Spina, that 7-year-old. We'll have more on it when we come back. Stay tuned.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella turns it into a procession. Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte. Roja waved goodbye right out of the gate to win the Intercontinental.
And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring.
$300,000, Emma, thank you.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. Saratoga Live as we get set for race 4 coming up for these 2-year-olds on the turf trying to get that first win of their career in a maiden special weights. A few debuting as well. Let's take you out to stakes action in Monmouth Park at the Jersey Shore. Mile on the turf for this Irish War Cry, named after the former Holy Bull Wood Memorial winner, won the Pimlico Special as well, was second in the Belmont in 2017. 2. Oh, anyone?
Euler.
Taprit.
I wouldn't have gotten that right if you'd have given me 5 more minutes.
See the truth
Well,
for
we have
Kelly
time.
Breen. Kicks things off.
Yeah, so here we are back at Monmouth. Let me get up to speed here. Kelly Breen already won the first race here.
There's Great Navigator stretching out and getting on grass.
Lots of changes for old Great Navigator.
Another Chuck Spina runner. He has the favorite as well, the 3 Happy Offering.
Happy Offering wants to show a little speed. That's where he runs his best races.
Might get in the way of the favorite. No, Giant James, 4-1 here.
Yeah, gonna need some pace to close into.
JJ Zozo. Some actually good efforts on the grass sprinting.
Got to get back to him. And you're right. Sprinting on the grass is his best move.
Gold Trust was 4th, beat a length in this race last year, set the pace.
I was gonna say that, Wolfie, but you took it from me, so now I don't have anything. No, he's forward. He should be forward in here.
And does the stablemate not get in the way of what this favorite wants to do?
You would sure think so. Although the favorite at 7-5, there are no words, the 7 horse, and I really don't have any words to be quite honest. But he's the speed of the speed, and he is pretty one-dimensional. If something gets in his way, he's going to back up.
He looks like a standout, though, in terms of who he's faced. Coming out of a stakes race, Midnight Story on the outside, coming off a win spring on the grass.
Yeah, well, here's another one that could show some speed sprinting off the grass.
And we skipped over the 8JK 15-1 Spirit in the Night. Anything to like?
A little bit. I think that race 3 back wasn't the worst race I've ever seen, but we'll need it to fall apart.
All right. Yeah, happy offering that stablemate, the 3, I should say. That one who has been showing dirt speed of late, not necessarily a turf speedster. So we'll see if that interferes with the 7. Let's check in with Megan Burgess at Monmouth.
Thanks, Greg. And this race does run through the current favorite, the number 7. There are no words, as you all described. But Chuck Spina had mentioned his horse is facing the weakest stakes group in this New Jersey bred stake that he has in quite some time, and you have to agree with him when looking at this field. I do have some cause for pause with him, though, at such a short price. I think Tom nailed it on the head on the desk. He is very one-dimensional. He hits the front end, and he has a really hard time sometimes finishing the deal, and that's come in some of his allowance races, even dating far out throughout his career. He doesn't get his picture taken very often, just 4 for 30 lifetime, but he's such a sturdy sort. The number 7, there are no words. He is wearing front wraps, which to me, especially from this particular barn, has me a little cause for pause. Just can be perceived as a negative there, but he's incredibly strong. He's more fit now, second off of the layoff. I thought he ran pretty decently well against a much tougher field first off the bench in that cliffhanger from the inside. He just kind of created that separation, went, and that's his thing, is his speed, and wasn't good enough late. I do find he's probably going to be just way too tough to handle in this group, but he does have some other speeds to contend with, including if the 6 Gold Trust gets back to his best style routing, as he will stretch out on this turf. He's going to be forwardly placed directly to his inside, applying that pressure. So, as I mentioned here for Mike Deeney, the number 6 Gold Trust, I'm incredibly interested in, as he has really defined himself as a turf sprinter. Now, stretching him out, he's 5 for 9 here at Monmouth Park. As I mentioned, a lot of those have come in turf sprints, but just looking at him physically, he's going to have an issue at all to me getting to this mile distance, and he will have the pace to give the number 7, the 3-2. There are no words, some pressure, and I really liked him. I think if he can get back to some of his better form, especially last fall, he's going to be tough to handle as well, obviously fetching the better of the prices and the one that's now 3rd off of the bench. Just a little bit of a longer shot, the 2 Great Navigator, 11-1 up there for Eddie Owens Jr., trying turf for the very first time. The numbers don't support the pivot. The barn, the pedigree doesn't necessarily support the pivot. He just looks great physically. And I'm not saying the physical also lends itself to the turf. Eddie Owens always has his horses looking fantastic. I'm incredibly hesitant, as he does look like more of a sprinter, but up at a big price, I thought he was interesting underneath. But Greg, just to give you a couple of updates on some of these Haskell runners for next weekend, Baby Vino schooling in the paddock here for Lindsay Schultz, has been training right here at Monmouth Park and doing incredibly well, along with your Preakness winner Napoleon Solo arriving here at Monmouth Park for Chad Summers. It's shaping up to be a pretty incredible lineup next Saturday.
Megan, thank you. One of the most important races certainly of the summer, that Haskell next Saturday. We will have undercard coverage, Megan, along with Todd Schrupp. So we look forward to that. And, of course, Bookham Dano back in action the day before the Haskell.
How can you not love him? He's got to be one of my favorite sprinters.
The pride of New Jersey. And it's looking more and more, JK, like that was the right move. Bold move, passing on the Breeders' Cup. But looks like the right move.
Yeah, I mean, some might say that. Some might say maybe he left a trophy out there. I don't think anyone's beating Ben Tornado that day. So, but, yeah, you can't argue with their conservative approach they've taken with him.
Atlantic 6 Racing, fun group who never miss an opportunity to be on hand when Bookham Dano's in action. And again, that will happen on Friday next week in a race pretty much specifically written for him. This race coming up, the Irish war cry here. Certainly, there are no words, Tom. Deserving favorite of the spot. Comes out of a stakes race where Neat won that race. It was a stakes winner at Saratoga back as a 3-year-old. But I guess, you know, and Megan brought it up, Gold Trust, the 6 next door, one that's going to try and press the pace right next door to this one. Is that a problem for the favorite?
It might be the only problem. I don't think this horse, although you can see he's closed mildly in a few of his races, I don't think this horse wants to be challenged on the league, and he is brilliantly quick. There are no words. The 7 from the gate. You know he's going to be sent at that stage. For him to run his best race, you would like to see him clear of the rest of the field.
Mile on the lawn, the Irish War Cry handicap, $75,000 purse. 3-year-olds and up, named after the former Wood Memorial winner. Runner-up of the 2017 Belmont Stakes. It is the 7. There are no words. Just missed by 3/4 of a length in this race last year. Gold Trust, the 6 to his inside, 4th in this race last year. They meet again. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Happy Offering, post position number 3. Then Giant James. There are no words. 07. Spirit in the Night. Hand to the outside. Midnight Story rounds out the group. We're ready to go. And they're off. And the Irish War Cry handicap. J.J. Zozo bounced into the bridle, was away alertly. Gold Trust is going to take the lead now. Gold Trust on the lead from J.J. Zozo in second. There are no words. We'll track the pace today. Usually he's on the lead today. He's third, about 4 lengths off dueling leaders going into the first turn run. See the Truth on the rail is next. Midnight Story and the red jacket outside as they corner into the clubhouse turn. He must be 8 or 9 lengths behind sparring leaders up top. A gap of 2. We come back to Giant James in the third last spot. 3 clear of Great Navigator, who's 2 better than Happy Offering. They are strung out. A fast pace ensues. 22-3. That first quarter mile. Gold Trust at 8-5. Wings it on the lead. He's outside of J.J. Zozo in the white blinkers, a neck behind, and they've streaked 6 lengths clear of There Are No Words. The top 2 in their own race right now. There are no words. Happy to track from third. He's 3 ahead of Midnight Story into the 4th position. He goes going into the 4th turn. A gap of 3. See the Truth under pressure. Happy Offering trying to make up some ground from the back of the field. Yes to steady though. Went off of heels rounding the turn. Spirit in the Night in front of them and a big gap to Great Navigator Giant James. Around the far turn they go. J.J. Zozo, Gold Trust are even. There are no words. 3 behind still in third. Sent upon from that position. Getting to the outside for the stretch drive. J.J. Zozo keeps going here. J.J. Zozo putting away Gold Trust. J.J. Zozo, he's clear by 4. There are no words trying to get up into second, but he's still well behind the front running. J.J. Zozo's run them off their feet today at 11-1. J.J. Zozo, Charlie Marquez, and the Irish War Cry handicap. Second home, There Are No Words. Spirit in the Night third. Gold Trust.
Stretch out the right move for J.J. Zozo. A little unexpected speed here, pressuring the 6 early on with the victory in that Irish War Cry. Right now, we're going to go to the paddock with Maggie Wolfendale.
And I'm here with Tony Alavato, our Chief Revenue Officer and President of Naira Bets. Tony, we just heard track announcer Frank Miramati announce the change in distance of this 4th race to a 1/16. Talk a little bit about how that affects wagering.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a perplexing situation. After the start of the card today, we had the jockeys approach us with concern about the mile distance for our 2-year-olds because of the shorter run-up to the first turn than a 1/16 race. This was in spite of the fact that this race was drawn on Wednesday. We ran a race at this distance for 2-year-olds on Friday. We ran 2 of these races last year, and 7 of the 10 jockeys in the race ran in those races last year, but this was brought to our attention as a concern after the start of the card, and because of that, safety always comes first for the horses and the riders. We moved the distance to a 1/16. We have made the decision that our concern now turns to the gamblers, and for those people who had wagered already on the pick 6, handicapped for the pick 6 to be at a mile, by moving it to a 1/16 wouldn't be fair for the gamblers. We've decided to cancel the pick 6 for today, and that bet, the carryover will be moved to Thursday. There was no, obviously, great result here, but we feel like this is the best way to protect the gamblers in the situation and the players, which became the secondary concern after the safety. So that's a decision. The pick 6 has been canceled. There will be changes. Obviously, the pick 5 will become an all race. There's 2 pick 5s. That'll all be announced. But the most important thing is just to let everybody know right now, the pick 6, there will not be a pick 6 today. Carryover will take place on Thursday.
Tony, thank you so much for that great explanation.
Thank you.
Greg?
All right, so a bit of a surprise, this news, and as Tony Olivato mentioned there, this card was drawn, last Wednesday, so there was time to bring this up. No concern was made until today, this morning.
Not only that, I thought he said after the card had started. Yeah.
Wow.
But
so regardless, next Thursday we will resume the pick 6 carryover. Distance for race 4 changed from a mile to a mile and a 16th here in this 4th race here coming up. And yeah, in terms of the wagers, multi-race wagers here and all for race 4.
Yeah, so the race has increased 110 yards in distance. And right or wrong, the reason that the riders were, I guess, making a complaint at this point is that the run-up to the first turn and everyone trying to get over, save ground, shortest trip home on the racetrack is against the rail, might make too crowded of a situation going into that first turn with that short run to the first turn and could cause a problem. So safety of the horses is paramount and first and foremost.
I mean, I think the thing that I heard there with Tony is just, I think just the disappointment, I think, is probably with the communication.
I think communication's a key word.
Yeah, I think just the communication about it is what, it's a lot going on here. We understand that. And obviously the rider safety and the horse safety is going to come first. But I think seems like there was a breakdown in the communication.
All right, so that is the hand we're dealt. I'm sure there's disappointment. This pick 6 carryover is not going to happen today. And all those who put all that work into this card, our apologies, out of our hands. But there will be the resumption of this pick 6 next week. That's on Thursday, races 4 through 9. So back to handicapping a race now that is at a mile and a 16th, this distance change.
110 yards further than what the race would have been when they carted it. 110 yards. Here's how it goes. If that finish, all of a sudden the horse in first gets nailed in the wire in the last 110 yards, so I fully understand the decision made by Naira.
Favoritism, the 2, that's Liam's Law. Todd Pletcher. And this is one of 2 in the races mentioned by Colonel Liam, who Pletcher trained. Became a 3-time Grade 1 winner on the turf. And Flavian Pratt, the hot hand yesterday, 4 wins, including the Grade 2 Bowling Green. He'll be aboard for the Pletcher barn.
Yeah, and a horse with experience. And, Greg, we were talking about it. How often the experience of a race helps a trainer in their second start. Horses aren't always perfect in the first start, just like teams aren't always perfect in the first game of the season. And, you watch film, you talk to your rider that rode the horse, you learn what to work on, whether it's behavior, whether it's being crowded around other horses, something you can't simulate in the mornings. Whatever it is, the trainer has an opportunity to teach, and it usually is the biggest improvement in a horse's performance from one race to the next is first start to second start.
14 minutes to post now, as again the distance changed now from a mile to a mile and a 16th on the lawn. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in here in the paddock with those horses who have experience. You guys just talking about number 2, Liam's Law, who is still holding strong as your favorite. I must say, though, from an overall standpoint, this group has behaved beautifully. Sometimes the lack of experience is a good thing because they're not worried necessarily about getting out to the track and getting the game on per se. So they all have behaved really nicely here in the paddock. But taking a look at number 2, Liam's Law, he was a little bit of a playboy first time out there at Aqueduct. Today, however, he's minded his P's and Q's perfectly as he is more developed, he's stronger, he's fitter, having that race under his belt. And you watch that debut, he was climbing. And for me, that's just indicative of a horse that, well, A, is green, but B, probably doesn't want to run on the dirt. So he gets what he wants to do today, and he definitely looks like a turf horse. So all things good if you like your favorite in here, Liam's Law. he also ran with a horse that was virtually eased upon debut, and number 1, Jolly, who's also a son of Colonel Liam, couldn't look any more different. You know, they're walking around the 1-2 tree here, and yeah, there's no resemblance between the two, that's for sure. As Jolly, he's a big, lanky gray horse who really looked as though he needed to strengthen and get more fit. He has strengthened up. He's a lot stronger behind, which I always appreciate, and he really was struggling over that surface first time out. And the dam, she was 1 for 8 in the turf, greatest stakes place. This is her first full, but I remember talking with Jamie Begg in that debut. He's like, I'm not sure. He's done okay when I've taken him over to the Woodbine kind of training track there to work on the dirt, but typical of a turf horse, once he comes off the bridle at the end, he is swimming. So I think he's another one that'll appreciate getting to this surface. He's a big price up there, but he does draw advantageously down on the rail to save ground. Now, 2 horses come out of a turf sprint, including number 4, Zodiac Warrior, who took quite a bit of money for Jimmy Ryerson as he kind of got steady back at the start. And then it was like, when you have a live horse, a lot of times in the right, jocks want to get them forward. And that just wasn't going to happen given the start, but Kendrick still really asked him, and it just looked like this horse was rushed off his feet a bit. So look for him to break better, but with this added ground, not be rushed off his feet, be able to find his footing better, be more comfortable, and he's a big, mature, robust-looking son of Jackie's Warrior. I know that doesn't necessarily speak of more distance, but he looks as though he should be able to handle it. And I thought he kind of ran that way, too, just being able to get into a better rhythm going longer here. Number 5, Berta's Stitch, also ran well, but he kind of was just like, let me sit back, let them all do the hard work, and see what I can do late. And he did run on late, but he also ran like a horse that, just kind of needed it. It was a stepping stone to this type of affair. He looks like he should really, love getting more ground. He's so laid back, though, and because he has such a laid back disposition, I wonder if he's a horse that really just doesn't do much in the mornings, because to my eyes, still looks as though he would benefit from a start from the fitness standpoint, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We're getting close to a post parade coming up. All kinds of inexperience, a lot of first-time starters in this field, but we showed you that race, the only 2 with any turf experience, Tom, the 4, the 5, coming out of that common race, that 5.5 furlong turf sprint, and there is the 5, Berta's Stitch. You surprised that they're not taking any more attention on the board?
Well, I think the race might have looked more attractive than it actually was. It was a race that was fast early, collapsed late. Those 2 horses did some closing into the speed, which will happen in any race when the pace collapses, which it did that day. So, Maggie touched on it. Zodiac Warriors by Jackie's Warrior, and that's a newer sire, and it's hard to believe that a mile and a 16th on the turf is what that sire's offspring are going to want.
Let's get back to Monmouth, wrap up the Irish War Cry, and JJ Sozo stretching out on the lawn. Had been stakes placed in a New Jersey bred stakes sprinting late summer last year, now stretches out and gets his picture taken here. First win on the lawn in 3 starts.
Yeah, it helped a great deal by the fact that There Are No Words, the big favorite here, the 7, didn't really make an effort out of the gate to try to make the lead. I guess the decision was probably to rate new rider. Rivera hasn't ridden that horse before, at least not on form. And that was surprising that they didn't make more of an effort from the gate to challenge for the lead, but it certainly helped the others in this race. And Greg, you mentioned this horse, the 5, with a real chance.
Yeah, that turf sprint was a strong performance. This one forward early, it pays off. 11-1 for stakes win, we're told, for the Barn of Caesar, Alcala. Congratulations, and Charlie Marquez aboard for that winning ride. Pick 5 ending there at $2,438. Ending in that 5th race from the Jersey Shore. We're going to take a timeout. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day to come. When we return, riders up at a post parade. When we return, Flavien Prat 4-win day on Saturday. That man, didn't take him long to get on the scoreboard at Saratoga with his 2nd mount of the season. Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. And for those just tuning in, it's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day ahead. Pick 6. Unfortunate, but has been moved to Thursday as riders came to the New York Racing Association, had concerns about the distance, and it's been now moved to a mile and a 16th. And because of that, we now had to move that pick 6. Naira made that decision. Jolly to start things off for Jamie Begg.
Yeah, Jolly, one of many first-time starters in this race, not getting much action on the board.
Todd Pletcher, Flavien Prat team up with Liam's Law.
Yeah, this horse that was scheduled to run on the turf first time now gets the turf and gets to go a little bit longer.
Some big pedigree with Suspend who went by.
I think it's the best turf pedigree in the field, and oftentimes horses run to their family lineage.
4 went by Zodak Warrior coming out of the same race as this one, Berta Stitch. Berta Stitch finished just ahead of that one.
Yeah, for Berta Stitch, made a little run at the end, but again, it might have been looked better than it actually was.
Surety, first-time starter.
Yeah, worked on the turf last time for George Weaver.
Casino for Mark Casse.
Yeah, Mark Casse has this one here, an expensive horse. Not much turf pedigree in the family.
Wesley Ward, Sankey.
He knows how to win races on the grass, that's for sure. But another first-time starter, and not much money showing there.
Miguel Clement, first-time starter, a son of Golden Pal, the 2-time Breeders' Cup winner.
Yeah, looking at the workout reports, I really actually liked who this horse has been working with. Gives me a little confidence.
And the runner is Mark Casse. Tom, you purchased this one originally.
I did, and he looks a little edgy both in the paddock and on the track. I'll be interested to hear what the girls have to say about his behavior out there.
3 minutes to post in this fourth, the delay because of that decision made to postpone this pick 6 carryover. You can play all the action all summer long and beyond at Naira Bets, the official betting app of Saratoga. Get that $200 deposit match new customer bonus with that promo code at sign up, SPA200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. JK, you've wound up where?
I mean, I thought the 5, 10, and the 11 were horses that I would have liked to have used in the pick 6. The 10 and 11 aren't drawn all that well, but I still like those horses, but the 5 will be my win pick. The 5 has experience. We know how experience goes with these 2-year-olds. You can have the best 2-year-old in the world starting the first time. Things can go wrong, especially with that run into the first turn. The 10 and the 11 could potentially lose a little bit of ground there. I think the 5 has the experience, has some tactical speed, should be able to save ground and get into a comfortable spot.
And Tom, you're going to stick with the one you purchased. Oscar Performance out of a Scat Daddy Mirror, and the runner is with all kinds of turf pedigree. That's the part that really stands out. The mom produced a horse who's probably the best marathon turfer in the U.S.
Yeah, Burnham Square you're speaking of. And, yeah, very, very good pedigree on that outside horse. And, you know, outside post positions for young horses that have never run before are difficult. They tend to break away from the field because you cannot simulate a big group in the gate in the mornings like you can in the afternoon. They get a little shy out there. That outside post, combined with this being a 2-turn race, he's going to have to overcome that to run his best.
So 2 minutes to post coming up. We would have loved to have had this pick 6 carryover this afternoon. Unfortunately moved to next Thursday. Post time now 2 minutes away. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with that horse on the outside, and the runner is, there was also a pretty nice horse called And the Winner Is, and the runner is a horse that is half to Burnham Square, who we've seen win graded stakes on the turf as well as the dirt. In fact, he's better on the turf. So I get starting this son of Oscar Performance here for sure. But what I found interesting, and some people buy into this theory, obviously Tom Amoss doesn't, but there were 3 other foals from this dam, all of which were gray. Like this horse, they weren't anything to write home about. Burnham Square, however, is the only horse that is a bay horse, and he's been the only good one. Now, he's a beautifully put together horse, and the runner is. So I wouldn't be surprised if there is talent. He, however, was the one that was the most green, the most playful in the paddock throughout that extended period of time that we had to wait in there. So maybe, you know, in 2, given the fact that he's outside, granted, he has a lot more of a straightaway now to deal with to get over from that outside post position. I just wonder if mentally he needs to start to kind of put it all together. Number 7, who I said was the best looking horse physically in the paddock, the other Mark Casse runner. You know, I wonder if they're looking for the distance more so than the surface. But like I said, the second dam, very, very good on the turf. This guy is a little bit more upright in his pastern, so that's kind of indicative more of a dirt horse. And maybe this want to get him started somewhere and know he needs the distance, so that's why we see him on the turf here. But I wouldn't be surprised if he runs well. I really love the way he's handled himself throughout. And then back to that race that the 4 and the 5 come out of, maybe it isn't a good race. I don't know. They're not taking much money, but I will say this. That pace did hold together with Arctic Wolf, who was the favorite that day, a first-time starter for Phil Antonacci. And River of Deceit, he was second choice. Both first-time starters, they virtually ran 1-2 around the racetrack. So I thought these horses were closing into a pace that held together, and both of them have represented themselves well leading into this effort. Greg?
Post time coming up momentarily here in this fourth race. Again, that pick 6, as you see on the graphic, will be moved to Thursday. I guess the big disappointment here is that, you know, this race was drawn last week, and the riders waited until after the card began to voice their concerns about this distance for a 2-year-old race on the turf.
Not to mention they ran at this distance with young horses,
right,
with 2-year-olds already on the turf course. So it's a bit puzzling why something changed and why it changed after the card started.
So JK, tough race, really tough race to make anyone a 2-to-1 favorite, isn't it?
Yeah, and not just anyone, but this horse in particular. I get the angle here, right? The horse is meant to be on the grass. The horse has grass pedigree. It's Todd Pletcher, it's Flavien Prat, but outside of that, you're still just kind of hoping that the horse wants to do this thing, and I just don't think hope and 2-to-1 favorite should be in the same sentence.
Let's remember, Todd Pletcher, not usually noted for his 2-year-olds on the turf. That changed last summer.
Yeah,
in a big way.
He knows what he's doing, and he wanted to run this horse on the grass first time. It got rained off, so they went to the dirt. So I think Todd, is telling us that, hey, this is what I'm looking for.
Could be, yeah, a case of follow the money here. So Liam's Law for Pletcher with Pratt. 4-win day Saturday, the 2-to-1 favorite from post 2. Distance moved from a mile to a mile and a 16th. And again, that pick 6 carryover was to begin here. That will resume on next Thursday's card, races 4 through 9. Frank Miramati with the call here in the 4th at a mile and a 16th on the lawn for these 2-year-olds here on our Fox Sports 1 coverage.
Got 4 or 5 left to load now. Here's Zodiac Warrior coming forward. Going in. And now that's Sankey unseating the rider behind the starting gate. Jose Ortiz wasting no time climbing up to get back aboard. Sankey. Here's Berta Stitch moving in. Antonelli. Sankey still a little fractious in there. Trying to calm him down. Jose is back aboard. Here's the last one to load, the gray, and the runner is. It's time for the 4th at Saratoga. They're in the gate. And they're off. Antonelli is sprinting up on the outside, and Liam's Law is expected as the pacemaker. Just behind them, Surety, who hesitated ever so slightly, and Berta Stitch is down at the rail, and the runner is in midfield. Suspend is down at the rail. Casino toward the back, racing 2 clear of Jolly, and that leaves the 2 trailers as Sankey and Zodiac Warrior. Around the clubhouse turn, Liam's Law clicked off the quarter in 24 1/5 seconds, the uncontested leader. And Antonelli will try to track from that second spot, inching a little closer now. Berta Stitch is racing a joint third on the inside of Surety, who puts his head into that spot. Another 3 back to the gray, and the runner is, who is just in front of Suspend. Casino is next on the outside of Jolly, 2 clear of Sankey and Zodiac Warrior. The half in 48 4 for Liam's Law. 3/4 of a length. Antonelli remains in second. In the meantime, Berta Stitch has progressed to take third, just in front of Surety, rounding that far turn. Then comes And the Runner Is. Asked for some momentum now and starts to pick it up a touch. And the Runner Is getting right into the thick of it through 3/4 in 1:13 and 2. They're at the top of the stretch. And Liam's Law has something left. Berta Stitch along the inside, Surety's a little green, and the Runner Is in the center of the course, continues to motor home. It's Liam's Law clinging to a 2-length lead, and the Runner Is trying to make it interesting. Liam's Law and the Runner Is. Liam's Law takes them all the way. And the Runner Is second. Berta Stitch finished third. Three-way photo for fourth. Suspend was on the scene late.
Public gets it right. Todd Pletcher, Flavien Prat, first time on the grass in the stretch out for Liam's Law. And there's the Hall of Famer enjoying what he sees right here as this one forwardly placed, getting the victory in a nice run from the runner-up, who had a lot of ground to make up on the favorite here, and the Runner Is.
Yeah, no, good runs by both, but obviously the winner, Liam's Law, who ran very, very well on the front end. The experience of a race can make such a difference for a racehorse. Don't forget that 11 horse, not because I bought him, but because he ran great today from well off the pace, had to come around everybody, and the Runner Is. But all credit to the horse that set the pace, which was kind of mild by what times we've been seeing on the grass early on, and held on to win.
But I'd say 30% of horse players out there are like, man, I'm glad they canceled it. If you didn't have Liam's Law, I didn't like the horse. I didn't think that at that price he made a ton of sense, but I guess in hindsight, Flavien Prat, a son of Colonel Liam, Todd Pletcher, on the grass for a horse that he wanted to get on the grass, it made a ton of sense. The money was right on this horse.
Good place to be in front. And, it's kind of an adjustment you felt like last summer for this barn. Todd Pletcher, it's really started to open up the arsenal with a lot of 2-year-olds on the lawn having success.
Look, you deal the hand you're given, and I think there's perhaps a misnomer. If you're given a lot of dirt horses, all of a sudden you're a dirt trainer. You're given a lot of sprint horses, all of a sudden you're a sprint trainer. Todd Pletcher is a great trainer no matter what.
One of my favorite parts of that car talk I did last year with Chad Brown and Todd Pletcher was Chad had mentioned he thinks that Todd's a much better grass trainer than he gets credit for, and Chad's probably a much better dirt trainer than he gets credit for.
I think that's great. I totally agree with that.
2:11, 5-6 finish, and expensive son of Oscar performance. Your runner-up here as we look at your winner, but Connexion's got to feel pretty good at what they may potentially have in the runner-up.
Oh, yeah. First start, going a mile and a 16th. That was a big effort from the runner-up, as well as the winner.
There's the Hall of Famer, Todd Pletcher. So many Saratoga training titles, including a thrilling finish last year where he tied for the training title with Chad Brown. Started this meet having to sit out a few days, and now with a couple of wins already, but we've had 44 trainers win through unreal the first 7 days of this meet.
Here's the interesting thing. So 44 different trainers have won, but the jockey colony, the wins are condensed between 2 riders so far, Jose Ortiz and Flavien Prat. Their agents that represent those 2 riders are getting a chance to ride anywhere from 3 to 4 different horses in each of these races. And oftentimes agents are tied to one stable or another, but because the wins are so spread out for the trainers, they're probably the best handicappers going right now.
Yeah.
They're picking the right horses to ride, going to a lot of different stables, which is unusual, and they're doing well.
And again, look, Andy made this point yesterday, and we realized it. Jose Ortiz, with his brother serving a suspension to start this meet, 5, 6, maybe 7 of those winners may have gone to his brother. He got those mounts as well, so he's back. Throw him in the mix, and what a start for him in race 2, his second mount of this Saratoga summer. Rat Ortiz Jr. gets his first win at 13-1, so he's going to rack up quite a few as well.
The problem is Flavien and Jose probably aren't going to stop winning, so he's got a lot of work to do.
Liam's Law leading every step of the way here in race 4 in his first time on the lawn as we get you back to Monmouth Park. Race 6. $5,000 starter allowance, mile and 70 yards. Let's go to Megan.
That's right, Greg. Little pivot from 2-year-olds on the turf there in Saratoga with that delay. But the number 6 Tiger Moon is the favorite and the horse to run through. As this race is labeled, if you look on the Timeform US Pace Projector, no speed. And last time out, Tiger Moon was aggressive and was able to use that early speed and managed to just lose by a neck to Denying, who came back to regress. However, he was kind of setting that slow pace last time out and got a very similar condition to what he looks to get this time around. He's the favorite yet again. Can he seal the deal? And everybody else can see that this race lacks speed. Who's going to go? The number 6 Skylander certainly read the race the same too back when he won for $5,000 there. Luis Rivera Jr. aboard that day. Now gets his 3rd different rider and 3 different races. And also a jockey that has won on the card today. Luis ran off with them 2 back and set a very quick pace in a race that had absolutely no speed, where he opened up in driving fashion and was very much leg weary late. So in a race with no speed, I do identify the 4 and the 6 as the likely horses that are going to go. And I think that can create more pace than perhaps what is assigned on paper, which could make room for the number 5, Crypto Man, who stretches back out off of that 6 furlong try, hasn't won since last summer, and is a bit more forward when routing. So hypothetically speaking, looking at some horses, Greg, that are going to be aggressive, I'm going to take a little bit of a shot against the favorite with the number 5, Crypto Man, as he was wired last time out.
All right, Megan, thank you. 9-5 favorite, Tiger Moon. Tried to do it on the front end. Last start at a mile of 16th. Shortens up just a touch, Tom, after getting nailed late in that race.
Yeah, about 40 yards. And, you know, there may be some question as to, despite going way back in time, whether this horse's best distance is at this 2 turns. But, Greg, you pointed out, and I think accurately, 40 yards less can make a big difference with a horse that might be getting a little tired on the end.
For Lindsey Schultz with Ori Vargas Jr., Tiger Moon, 8-5 choice. J.K. Skylander on the outside, taking plenty of support as well, getting back to going longer. That sprint last time out, got off slow, race was over. Start before that, won at a mile and 70 yards.
Yeah, his 3 races prior to that for Wayne Potts all work, you know, could put him in the mix here. The problem is no Wayne Potts. I mean, those best races were for a different trainer, so how is that going to transfer over to his new connections?
So making their way to the gate there for this 6th on this Sunday card. 7th race will be sprinting on the lawn, and then they'll close things out. Race 8, mile on the turf, where horse I actually love, 10-year-old Smithwick Spice. We've actually seen at Saratoga in the past. New Jersey bred's been very competitive. They're going to try and go long with that horse on the grass. 9 horse in that one to close things out. First things first, race 6. And again, the favorite, the 4, Tiger Moon. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Crypto Man, post 5. Skylander to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good start. Skylander on the outside gets the first call. Tiger Moon takes second. Crypto Man between those two. Going to ease off the speed now. Knox in the pink jacket dropping to the back with the gray horse. Fully committed as they go into the first turn run. Skylander clear up top. Getting over towards the rail. The old pro Tiger Moon will take back off of heels. Now gets into the 2-path to track in a good spot. But he's 2 lengths behind the front runner. Skylander, Jose Ferrer showing the way now. It's a length and a half. Tiger Moon in second. A length and a quarter to Crypto Man in third. Kept on the outside in the clear. Another length and a tail. Fully committed in the second last position, and that leaves Knox to trail the field. 5 runners make their way down the barn side. 5 furlongs to go, and Skylander doing it kindly here. Leads by about 3. He's opened up a bit. Tiger Moon happy to track. He's still behind in second. Now there's a gap of 3 to fully committed. Crypto Man has come under a hard ride in the 4th position, getting a couple taps of the crop here, but has lost 3rd position and 4th now as they're strung out, and Knox is yet to pass a runner as they go into the 4th turn. Skylander, 3 furlongs to go, a 2.5 length lead. Now it's 2. Now it's a length and a half. Tiger Moon making up good ground on the outside, and he's moving up really well. Tiger Moon just running right by Skylander like he wasn't even there. And Tiger Moon is the one to beat now. He's opened up 5 on a weakening Skylander, who's 2 ahead of Knox out of last into the 3rd position. But Tiger Moon, there are no dangers in sight approaching the furlong pole. He's increased his lead to 7. Tiger Moon for the Lindsey Schultz barn under Jorge Vargas Jr. Clear. Skylander trying to hold 2nd. Knox is making his way alongside of that one, but as they come to the line, it's the 7-year-old Tiger Moon with its 8th lifetime win. Knox 2nd, Skylander 3rd, fully committed 4th, and then Crypto Man.
Tiger Moon inhales this group around the turn. You want everyone to do shots at home, JK?
Yeah, there it is. You know what it is. 10 strike.
For Lindsey Schultz and Jorge Vargas Jr., 8th career win, first win this year in 5 starts, and able to sit off the pace this time, Tom, and win.
What a good move that was. I mean, look, this is what you call the if and when hold the rider has on Tiger Moon. Just called a little bit there. Doesn't have to do a lot to beat this group. They could have gone that extra 40 yards. Wouldn't have mattered. Tiger Moon from off the pace showed he can definitely get this distance right.
Making 4 to 5 look like a gift. Dominant score for this 7-year-old son of upstart. Again, trained by Lindsey Schultz, Jorge Vargas Jr., 4.261 finish, and the 6th from the Jersey Shore. Back to Saratoga, Liam's Law, first time on the lawn. Race was taken off the turf in the debut sprinting. Mile to 16th on the turf, start number 2, and leads every step of the way under Mr. 4-win day from Saturday, Flavien Prat, and his 13th of the meet. So Pletcher, Robert Lowanalo, and Pratt team up for the victory. And off is the favorite in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, returns $6.20 for the victory, and the runner is runner-up. Bertus Stitch completes the trifecta. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Todd Pletcher, and Liam's Law really put it all together today, Todd, especially getting to the turf.
Yeah, that's what we were hoping to do, is get a race into him at Aqueduct, and he ran okay on the dirt that day, but we figured it would help get him ready for hopefully a 2-turn race here.
He just looked stronger, he looked more professional, and he kind of ran that way too. But as I was saying to you before he walked in the winner's circle, it's so rewarding, and obviously you've done it throughout your career, but to have these young horses win like that from sires that you trained.
Yeah, sires and grandsires in this case, so yeah, getting old. But yeah, it's fun, it's cool when you see progeny do well, and we think Colonel Liam's got a shot to be a good stallion. It's nice to see him getting off to a good start, and hopefully more good things to come.
Absolutely. And 2, you're not done on the turf yet. You sent out a little bit of an odd horse. He was very expensive, Highland Way, going to the 8th race today. And then he just blew a field away, coming back as a new gelding. Did the gelding really change this horse's life around?
Huge difference. Yeah, I mean, he was a difficult horse, didn't want to train, didn't want to do anything right, and after castrating, it's kind of changed his attitude. He's more willing, and he ran a good race, and so hopefully he keeps improving.
Excellent. Well, let's keep the ball rolling. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Maggie, thank you. When we move on to race 5, we're going to shorten up on the lawn. 5.5 furlongs on the turf, $55,000 maiden claiming event. And yet another wide open group. We have a favorite now, has never been on the lawn. Linda Rice, career start number 4. Will turf be the answer, JK?
I don't know. I didn't think so. It's definitely a concern. I think this is a very, very tough race, though.
When you're looking at family, which you often do with horses that haven't been on the grass, like going on the grass, there's not a lot to go by there. The Sibs, none of the brothers or sisters have any experience on the grass, if there were any, but the Dam was 2 for 18 on the grass. That's mild, I guess, mild turf pedigree.
Those came at 7.5 furlongs, those wins, too.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. We'll get a look at this field, have a paddock report, obviously, for race 5. When we come back, we're going to step aside for a timeout. A lot more coming up on this Sunday afternoon. We'll look back to the Bowling Green and that big Saturday for Flavien Prat, one of his 4 wins coming in that graded stake. Stay with us.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just that perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. Brought to you in part where you can play it all at NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And a look at a gorgeous Sunday on the Jersey Shore. We have Megan Burgess live on site with two turf races to close things out on the Saturday card. Tiger Moon, dominant in this performance, sitting off the pace to roll right on by the rest of this field, pick up the 8th win of his career, JK.
Yeah, look, Tiger Moon got a great trip in here, and to win 8 times, it seems like it's a common thing. It's hard to win one time when you're a thoroughbred, let alone find a way to string through a career to have 8 wins.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has been a cash machine.
Oh, yeah, those are the best to train. You know you're going to get their effort every time they go out there.
All right, again, the next race, that is sprinting on the turf, then stretching out on the grass to close things out on this Sunday at Monmouth Park. We'll get into race 5 here. Start of the late pick 5 in a moment. First, we're going to look back to yesterday, that Saturday card, in our Casamigos champion performance of the week. Obviously, a big Saturday for Flavien Prat. And this goes to Old Crazy Bone. Today's race highlight brought to you by Casamigos Tequila. Get race day ready with a Casamigos Margarita. Prat leading every step of the way, and ooh, got close late, JK.
Yeah, it sure did. It sure did get close there towards the end, but I will say this Old Crazy Bone, he's pretty good. And I think he can be in the conversation now with the other really good long-distance turf horse we have in this country, and Burnham Square, who was a half to the horse who just ran second. We just saw that Tom picked out at Keeneland September. So definitely a nice career or year on the line, it looks like, for Old Crazy Bone.
What a claim, too, Tom. Mike Maker and company, they claimed this horse last June, $100,000. And now that one alone, that win yesterday, $167,000, basically, with what he's done in the first 2 starts this year, but over $1.5 million from that late last year after they claimed him.
I think every trainer that trains against Mike Maker in the Midwest, myself included, has had a horse claimed off of him that's switched to the grass. And, you know, believe me, you're biting your nail down to the cuticles with Mike Maker, because he just does so well on the grass after the face. My goodness.
There he is.
I haven't
slim
seen since the
and
fall.
trimmed down. He's lost 60 pounds.
Oh, my God. He looks like he won the gold medal in the Winter Olympics.
Says he basically doesn't eat, and he walks 6 miles a day to trim down like that. Pretty incredible.
That's awesome.
Good for him.
6 miles.
So, we need to update our headshot of Mike Maker. New slim and trim version indeed. And he's going to send out this one. Lots of kisses here at 5-1. Who's going to drop in class, Tom, for the first time.
Yeah, look, again, we're on the grass. It's Mike Maker. We've seen this movie before. Dropping into a claim for the first time. Beaten favorite last 3 times. One of those starts 3 back was really quite an impressive start, even at the maiden allowance level, and he's going to get a real change in the caliber of horses he's facing here.
9 minutes away from this 5th coming up. Let's go to Acacia Clement.
Just a quick note, by the way, they're having a lot of trouble with the 5 tune timer here in the paddock getting the tack on, so keep my eye on that one. But taking a look at the Mike Maker trainee, the number 9, Lots of Kisses, is getting a drop in class, as this one is also second off of the layoff and was cross-centered at Ellis off the turf over there, so opting to run here instead. But this is a horse who was disappointing last time out, though against better company at Churchill Downs. Had been running much better to that as a 3-year-old prior, and is a horse that has taken a lot of money throughout her career. Now, she was totally outfooted last time out, and she did have a wide trip, but she never saw the rail and then just completely flattened. Now, she is a big, good-looking individual, daughter of Improbable. There's a lot of her. She's very fit. She's powerful. She's nicely forward and into the bridle, all things that you want to see. Maybe the class drop will help, and I imagine second off the layoff as well, but she will need to take a step forward, especially off of such a disappointing effort. The number 2, Pulling Threads, is taking a lot of attention for Linda Rice, and while Practical Joke, her sire, is just about 9% with turf sprinters, not his strongest stats. On the bottom side, there actually is plenty of turf pedigree. The Dam and Unbridled Songmare was all turf and 2-time grass winner, so there's pedigree to suggest that this one should move up on the turf. I do think it's interesting that Chad Brown, who was her previous trainer, never tried her on the turf, but she does have a turf hoof to her, that kind of flat pancake-like foot. So very interesting to see what she does with the surface switch in here today, and she's completely dappled out off of a little bit of a freshening since April coming back, but do think that the switch to the grass with the pedigree and the way that she's built is interesting. The number 7, American Expression, is also getting on the turf for the first time. They tried to run on the grass on debut down at Gulfstream, was taken off, and so she ran on the Tapeta, and she was outfooted at the start and ran on late for 3rd. Not exactly the most ideal type of trip on the synthetic at Gulfstream. She too has plenty of turf pedigree on the bottom side, especially in the 2nd generation, but she wears a lot of interesting equipment. So she wears a hood again, which she wore first time out. Those ears are covered, and it's an extra cushioned hood as well, a little bit thicker in the material that covers her ears than you typically might see, to muffle out sound and keep her quiet. Today, she's also adding on for the first time a set of cheek pieces, so a little bit more open than what you typically would see with blinkers, but a lot on her head to try and either keep her calm. And by the way, they are still struggling to get the tack on. The number 5, Tune Timer, paddock judge Patrick Davis has stepped in to try and assist, but she's giving them a very tough time here in the paddock, Greg.
Tom, what's that like when you're going through this, trying to saddle a horse acting up like this on the walk?
So I probably saddled 17,000 horses in my career, and there was one time where I thought, I'm not going to get the saddle on this horse. That's how rare it is. So what they're doing right now, they're trying to get the horse's mind off of being saddled by walking them. And that's, we saddle a lot of horses on the walk, and it makes a big difference. And so that's your first move. Keep them moving, keep their mind on moving forward, and they won't think about that saddle being put on their back. It is unusual. This horse's 3rd start. I don't know if this horse has shown this kind of behavior before. And if it has, that's part of the resume with Tune Timer. But if not, I would consider this a negative.
Big price on a horse, JK, this 5, who showed speed in that first turf start, 2nd start overall. Not for you?
No, I don't. Well, this isn't necessarily for me, but I like the horse as a horse with speed. I'm a lover of speed and turf sprints, and this horse does at least have that going.
Meanwhile, back to the Mike Maker runner, dropping in class, 9-2, Lots of Kisses. And Tyler Gaffleone, he won the Koresh yesterday. Took the finale as well. 2-win day for Tyler. And this horse, some good efforts, Tom, against better company.
Yeah, if you're going to watch this horse, Lots of Kisses, wide. Well, unfortunately, in the straightaway by now, but was wide going into the turn and finished really well on the outside here with that blaze.
comeback effort, though. And granted, it was against maiden special weight. Sort of leaves a bad taste in your mouth, doesn't it? That 4-year-old return to the races.
You know, when it comes to claiming racers, it's like playing poker. So you race in a jurisdiction, you know the guys, you know what their habits are when they drop a horse. Is it with an intent to win? Is it an intent to, hey, the horse isn't doing as well as I hoped. I want somebody to buy him out of the race. For me, Maker sees this as an opportunity. This stable, Three Diamonds, they love to win. I think they're just saying, hey, it's time to try something a little lighter after being favored 3 times and not winning, and they're getting that here. Pretty horse, too, by the way.
Get a little bonus in your Naira Bets account today. Bet at least $50 each on Saratoga and Woodbine, and you'll get a $10 bonus in your account whether you win or lose. You do have to opt in to take advantage at NairaBets.com, but every little extra bit helps in that wagering account. Opt in right there. Again, at NairaBets.com. So Tom going to wind up with the 6 RP Byrne, Wesley Ward. Are you maybe put it back a little bit by the fact Wesley Ward usually wins pretty early on with his horses, especially sprinting on the grass?
He does. That last race was pretty good, where RP Byrne was second, and it's going back to April, so a little bit of time between races, but a consistent work pattern week after week. And in that race, the horse that beat RP Byrne, Chance to Party, came back and won a state bred allowance. So it's a sign that she's been keeping good company. You know, to me, 7-1 is a pretty sweet price there.
And there she is. Jamie Rodriguez will ride for Wesley Ward. And that was on synthetic, as you mentioned, beaten favorite in that part. Faced I Love Giraffes, who was part of that spill last week. Was forward. You know, both the turf sprints has been the one, JK, in front. Is this going to be the quick of the quick again today? There is some other speed in here.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, it's you know, you've got the Cassie runner on the inside who's got some speed. Salaya, another one for Rob Atchis, who's got a little bit of speed. Toon Timer, we talked about, has some speed. Who wants to argue about a Wesley Ward horse finding the front end in a turf sprint? I think that there's a lot of horses that could be fighting for that early favoritism.
Poet, the 8, has some speed.
I agree. I counted 5 horses in here that really want to keep this pace legitimate, if not let it overboil.
But this one right here on your screen, she has been very quick. So we'll see if that's the plan again. And look, the hasn't worked out in that position, but that don't take away your weapon, right?
Absolutely not. We saw it yesterday when Jose Ortiz found himself on the lead with a horse who's never been on the lead before, and that's what great riders do. Don't take anything away from them, and of course he went on to win that race.
So post-parade coming up shortly. Late pick 5 starts here as they come down Champions Way. And in terms of this late pick 5, JK,
the pool's going to be pretty big. You got to think. There's a lot of people that were planning on betting a lot of money today. They did all the work. I think this pick 5 pool will be very, very large.
And we still got 3 maiden races in this sequence. And I didn't think there was a single anywhere in this late pick 5.
You know, we talked earlier about limiting your budget and trying to find places where you could single. Difficult sequence today.
Start off with undercover agent Mark Casse, first time in for a tag. Career start 6.
I think that's key. First time in for a tag. It can make a big difference in a horse's performance.
Is this just Irad Ortiz Jr. money or pulling threads?
This has to be IRAD money. This horse was entered MTO on June 12th, and so I don't see why the changes now want to run on the grass.
First time grass for Grayson Monaco with Pratt.
Yeah, and if it translates from dirt to grass, that horse's form, that horse will have some speed up front.
There's another one getting on turf for the first time, Salaya.
Yeah, has some early speed. See if the grass is something that one will like.
Toon Timer we'll get back to. Here's a look at the 6th, the Wesley Ward Speedy filly.
Yeah, this one makes a lot of sense to me as well. I just worry about the pace of this race.
Phil Antonacci, he's been dangerous the last couple summers here.
Yeah, good race in the poly, which was a horse's only start, and oftentimes that translates to the grass.
Yeah, trainer of the 7 American Expression. Immortal Poet, here's one of the potential speeds.
Definitely one I'd want to have on my pick 5 ticket moving forward.
Mike Maker, lots of kisses.
Good looking horse there.
Am I crazy, or does the 10 have a look?
You might be crazy.
Okay.
second damn 6-time winner. Well, 0 for 1 on the turf. Did run an 86 buyer on the grass in a grade 2. Miet El Citron cutting back.
Cutting back, but has been at this distance before and hasn't shown a lot.
And huge number on a horse who just ran 3rd at this level for Jenna Antonucci.
Yeah, and got blinkers on in that start, Greg, for the first time. And again, that was a big improvement.
And here comes the 5, late to the party. Ruben Silvera finally has hopped aboard and one of the speeds of this field.
This is the horse that they were having difficulty saddling in the paddock, Tune Timer. One thing as a trainer I can tell you is that behavior in the paddock is often carried over to the starting gate. Let's pay attention to Tune Timer and see if that horse leaves on time.
This pick 5 pool, as JK predicted, over $850,000. And, you know, just briefly, as you look ahead to this sequence, did either of you two, I mean, we talked in our meeting, I know Alieska race 6. Do you really want to single a horse coming? I know it's Chad Brown, hasn't raced since September of last year.
Yeah, so that's one of the smaller fields that we have today, Greg, is the 6th race. And I mean, when you look at that race, whether you're talking about Chad's horse, Alieska on the outside, or the stablemate, Limes Don't Lie, the 3, they both want a setup in that race. I mean, the pace in here is mild to say the least, and it may be advantage to the 1. She's a gamer. That's a horse that makes her living on the front end and could find herself there early. No easy spots today.
Not at all, including this race here to start off this late pick 5. So there again, the Wesley Ward filly, RP Byrne. And in terms of her turf races, getting class relief today. She did drop in for a tag last start. That was on synthetic.
Yeah, it was. And let's keep in mind, the winner came back and won a state bred allowance race after that. So it gives that field a little bit more legitimacy than just a maiden for sale or claiming race, as we call them.
Back to the one who was acting up and did not want to get saddled, make life a little difficult. And here is Tune Timer finally on track. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Yeah, as we touched on and as you guys saw, she was an absolute handful. Now, what they tried to do with her is to let the whole field leave the paddock, and then she would go straight off the horse path, held by one of the outrider ponies, and go out last. But they could not get a rider on her for quite some time. Finally, Ruben Silvera was able to get aboard, but she was acting very, very badly. He, for the most part, has kept his feet out of the irons, trying to keep her settled. But yes, absolutely behavior that you do not want to see, especially for a horse with experience. Taking a look at some of the contenders, the 8 Immortal Poet is a horse that is dropping in class, and last time she was mid-pack chasing, and typically on that day you did want to be a little bit more forward. She just really also looked like a horse that needed a race off the layoff. She looked stronger today. She never really grew a ton, but she has filled out, and she definitely looks stronger and more settled. Second off the layoff in here for Immortal Poet, who is getting that significant drop in class. I too like Tom, though. Like the number 6 RP Byrne, they went 1-2 around the track on the synthetic last time out. Not much movement in the race. She should love getting back onto the turf, and she's gotten sharper. Do wish that she had been able to get it done a little bit earlier, but I think class relief on the turf for the first time, and she should break better today given how she's acting. She was a little bit sluggish in her most recent outing. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post time coming up. Start of this late pick 5. And public settling on the Mike Maker filly. Lots of Kisses is the 5-2 favorite. First time in for attack here with Tyler Gaffleone. As we see the 5 still causing issues here, Tom, with the rider off.
Yeah, as predicted. I mean, behavior, it's one thing to be a talented racehorse physically, to have the ability to work well in the morning, but if you don't have it in your head, even if it's for a single race, it takes away from what you are. And paddock behavior, as you can see, will follow a horse to the track and to the starting gate, and you're getting that right here.
How do you try and work with the mind of a horse when there's issues like this?
So you'll see it all the time. We school horses in the paddock when they're not running, bring them in for a race with a bunch of other horses. We're not even in the race, but get them used to and get them comfortable to being in the position of being around other horses being saddled. We do the same thing at the gate in the morning. Bring them to the gate, stand them, but don't break them. You don't want them to think every time they go they're going to be breaking from the gate, or that just winds their top more. But they're creatures of habit, creatures of repetition, and you got to work with them. They're not going to work with you. You got to get in their minds, and you got to get it right.
Tyler Gaffleone just stepped in on the favor of the 9. Lots of Kisses. He had that victory in the Caress. On moving on up for Saffie Joseph Jr. on the Saturday card, pick 5 pool over $1 million. It begins here on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the turf. To start off the sequence, let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
All right, Greg, we've got a couple more left to load, 4 in fact, as Toon Timer takes up her position. Here's Mielis Citron going up, and then the last 2 are RP Burn going in, and Amended Dreamer will be the last one. She walks up, going in. They're in the gate, and they're off. And RP Burn blasted out beautifully, going straight to the lead. Undercover Agent is flashing sharp early speed, and Immortal Poet is not far behind in third. Grace of Monaco is fourth, 4 lengths off the lead, just behind Immortal Poet at this stage. And now steadying along the inside is that Grace of Monaco, not the easiest of spots, shuffling back, passed by American Expression, who has to cover ground, but is making headway nonetheless. Solaya is racing 5 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Amended Dreamer. Elena's Casway, the first-time starter in the red, is in between those two. Mielis Citron is next. Lots of Kisses is second to last. As the field turns for home, Pulling Threads is last. They're in the final furlong, and it's American Expression in front. Leads it by 2.5 lengths. Down the center, Lots of Kisses is gathering serious momentum late. Along the inside, RP Burn and Solaya. American Expression holding on. It's getting close. American Expression got there. Extremely tight photo for second. Either Lots of Kisses or RP Burn. Behind that, Solaya.
Pay attention to this barn. Phil Antonacci last summer sort of announced his arrival on the scene, and now having another terrific summer. American Expression in the turf debut with a win. Ricardo Santana Jr. for Phil Antonacci.
Yeah, one start before this wasn't on this surface. It was on the artificial surface, but a lot of people believe the artificial surface and the turf are very, very similar, and this horse transferred that form to the turf.
Took a bunch of money first time out, was meant to run on the turf that day, came off and ran on the synthetic. Finally gets to the grass here and is able to hold off the oncomers.
4-1, but second choice on the board at 4-1. And I just continue to be impressed. Ricardo Santana Jr. seems like one of his strengths are these turf sprints.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, Ricardo Santana, period, has come up here and has been in form as a rider. He's going to get more and more mounts. Everybody's looking for momentum riders as a meet begins when you're looking for calls that you're giving in different races. And Ricardo Santana has ridden very, very well in just brief part of the meet. He's going to continue to be picking up quality horses, in my opinion.
7-6, 9-4, 4-1 start to this late pick 5, Phil Antonacci barn, and a turf debut and a 4-1 start to things to kick off the sequence. Am I losing you guys?
Greg, you're never going to lose me, buddy. I am your wingman. I've been your wingman for years.
I'm out of here.
I appreciate it.
I'm going to Jay-Z. I'm going to Jay-Z.
You got bigger issues tonight. Who's he with?
By himself.
Brought everybody out on stage the other night.
I know. We'll see. Yankee Stadium. It should be fun.
Enjoy. I'm going to be joined by Paul LaDuca, Richard Migliori, swapping out for these two. We'll look back to Tyler Gaffleone for Saffie Joseph Jr. in a pace meltdown in the Caress and moving on up. Took advantage to get Tyler's meet going here in Saratoga. Stay with us.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Here at Saratoga Springs, late pick 5 underway. And we have the cross-country pick 5. The action never stops. Coming up next, it begins at Monmouth, race 7, as they're loading into the gate. 5.5 on the turf. Allowance optional cleaning race. I got to say, the 6th looked exceptional warming up on the track. Let's go to Megan Burgess for her thoughts.
Thanks, Greg. I thought the same thing. As far as the number 4, though, Pivotal Moment currently taking a favoritism for Miguel Clement. Certainly an impressive type last time out, taking a 3-2 currently on the board. Travels a bit higher headed. I do really relish, though, last time out, the way he was able to put that race together. But we'll send it up to Matt Dinnerman with the call of this allowance optional claiming event. It's a salty one.
Two back, Cold Feet in the Poly Factor. We're ready to go. And we're off. A little bit of a dip at the break for declaration time. No problems from Cold Feet, who's on the lead. Beach Beamer, the recent maiden winner, is going to track him with really quick right behind. Cold Feet, narrow lead on Beach Beamer, about a half length back. They've opened up 3 on really quick in the 3rd spot. Pivotal Moment is past him. Beware of Pride right behind them, running 6 lengths behind on the fence. 1.5 lengths to Bond Courage. The Poly Factor is next. If ever, second to last. Declaration time. The stumbler out of the gate is last. First, Cold Feet goes into the turn, a length and a tail ahead. Beach Beamer all in second, losing contact with Cold Feet, who approaches the quarter-mile pole, opening up 2. Beach Beamer second. Pivotal Moment is asked to go on the outside of a weakening Beach Beamer. Cold Feet has increased his lead to 5. Cold Feet coming down the lane, he's clear. Pivotal Moment gaining a little bit of ground now. Beware of Pride into 3rd. 1 furlong to go. Cold Feet still clear by 3.5 from Pivotal Moment, giving game chase, but Cold Feet will take him the distance. Cold Feet whipped him in from last to first, just went, or from gate to wire, just went all the way around there. Second home, Pivotal Moment, and then came If Ever and Bond Courage.
Cold Feet DQ'd out of a win on the grass sprinting last time out. This time we'll get the picture taken. 5th win in 11 tries on the lawn to start the cross-country pick 5. Got a whole new crew here with me. Andy Serling, Richie Migliori, Paul LaDuca. Good to see all of you as we're underway in this late pick 5 on a beautiful Sunday from Saratoga.
Yeah, I went home after talking horses and took a nap. Did I miss anything?
There was a little drama. Yeah, we have a pick 6 carryover that will now happen on Thursday after that distance change in the first leg of the sequence.
It looked like a tough sequence, so sorry about that, but
yeah. Listen,
meanwhile, go ahead.
We do understand the riders' concerns, and you don't want to make riders do something they're uncomfortable with. The problem with it for me, as a former jockey, and I'll be candid about it, and I'm friends with these guys and I have a lot of respect for them, was the timing of it. You had plenty of time to address this long before the day started here, and it inconveniences the public, and it makes the New York Racing Association look bad through no fault of their own.
And listen, every single one of us up here, all of us, all the people that work at NYRA, the riders, the trainers, we have a debt to the bettors because they're the ones that pay the freight, owners and bettors. And when you do something like this that affects negatively affects the people that are feeding you, it shows a real lack of consideration for the people that keep this game going. Every one of us works here. We have a job because of you, because of bettors and owners. And when you do this to them, man, that sends a very bad signal, in my opinion.
I'm going to stay away from it, but I agree with your sentiments. I couldn't imagine canceling a game playing baseball or something to that aspect. Listen, I was in the room having some lunch when it all went down. I kind of got out of there. It was a little hectic. Obviously a miscommunication going on between a lot of people, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. Let's just go forward and move on. I mean, at the end of the day, it's over with.
Well,
You're right, Paul.
I agree, but everybody needs to know that we're in this together and stop doing things in your own self-interest. We could have moved that race a lot earlier. It was drawn on Wednesday.
Meanwhile, Phil Antonacci, he is continuing to have great success here at Saratoga. We really kind of learned all about him last summer when he burst on the scene, and it's continuing now.
Yeah, no, his horses are running very well. This was a horse that made a lot of sense in here. Yeah. He was 4-1. He was sense. I was sort of between him and the 8, and I flipped the wrong coin.
A little bargain payment here, a bargain purchase here. Only $40,000 for a daughter of American Pharaoh. She was nice today.
$10.14 start to the late pick 5. Let's go to Acacia.
American Expression definitely appreciated the switch to the turf and got the win here. So I'm pleased to be joined by Frank Antonacci of Lindy Farms. As Frank, this one definitely, like I said, liked getting onto the grass, and she finished nicely today.
Yeah, she was pretty good. Yeah, she's not an easy horse. That's why you see a lot of her works here at Saratoga. She doesn't do well at the farm, so we kind of switched her here and see if we can get her mentally a little better. The team here at the track did a great job with her.
And you could kind of see that in the equipment that she wears with the hood and the cheek pieces, but it seemed to all come together. She acted very well.
Yeah, she's a work in progress, you know, and, you know, she's not an easy horse, so we do the best we can.
I think a lot of people have gotten a chance to see Phil and his success, especially up here at Saratoga. But for those who don't know, you have a long history, both in thoroughbred racing and with standardbreds as well. 5 Hambletonians for Lindy Farms.
Yeah, but none lately. So it's like what in this business, what you've done for me lately, same thing in the standardbred business. You know, businesses have changed. You know, you got to adapt or you die. You know, so we're trying to adapt to different training methods and different stuff in both games. So that's where we're at.
We love following it too. Congratulations for the whole team.
Thank you, Keisha. Thank you very much, you and your whole team.
Greg?
Well done, family affair. As we move on to race 6 on the main track, 6.5 furlong sprint. This allowance optional claiming field, and Alieska, Andy, coming off the layoff for the 4-year-old debut for Chad Brown outside.
Yeah, and she draws very well towards the outside in the good stalking position. And Chad's layoff numbers probably a little better on turf than dirt, but they're still solid. She's a huge player, as is her stablemate. I'm surprised, guys, that she's 5-2 and the 3 is 5-1, and Strong State is currently the favorite for Al Stahl. A dangerous man, but I'm surprised the 7's not favored.
You know, Limes Don't Lie beat the outside filly a couple back, and I'm wondering if the 3 in here, Limes Don't Lie, is the kind of filly that just wants to lay back and make one run. If you watch that race when she did beat her stablemate Alieska, she was behind her that day. She got left in the gate, and maybe it was a plus. Alieska kind of got left too, and they kind of launched from way out of it. Limes Don't Lie seems like she's been up on the front end. I think she wants to lay back and make one run.
Yeah. We're going to look back to yesterday, and the Caress moving on up, pace melts down, and one proving, yes, she can win sprinting on the grass, but primarily going longer on the turf, Mig.
It really didn't look like to me that there was as much speed signed on as it turned out to be, and obviously Joel Rosario was on the speed, Sunna, and Flavian Pratt was not letting him go, and they basically got into a just cutthroat speed duel and disintegrated late.
Yeah, I was surprised. I thought Zeitlos would get up with this pace going on.
Right.
And moving on up is a better horse going longer, but she's still a pretty good horse. And when you get this kind of setup, it just left a situation where the race fell in their lap.
20-4 opening quarter.
And like you're licking your chops right now, hoping you're wishing right now you have a $100 1-2 box, because one of these two is going to win. Like Andy said, the one Zeitlos is the type of horse that only had that really one good race on the turf, and the 2 cutting back in distance, the race just fell in her lap.
And one of the things that I appreciated the most about this was with this horse winning, I got to see Ken Ramsey. I don't think I've seen Ken in like a decade.
And he set the record. He's got the Guinness Book World Records for kidney transplant. Is that what he said?
Yeah, that's what he was saying. 91 years old.
I get a kick out of Ken. I've always had fun with him. I saw him as we were leaving yesterday, and he's always very positive, and he's very complimentary of our show, which we always appreciate that. And it was nice to see Ken. I haven't seen him in quite a while.
30,000 they claim this filly for.
How about that?
Yeah.
Claimed Cadianus for around that too.
Yeah, right.
Pretty well. Yeah, no, he has the record for the most wins as an owner in a Saratoga meeting.
Does he really?
Yes, he does.
Wow. I believe 6th win since that $30,000 claim.
Wow.
3 cheers to the breeder. State of Harvey Clark. And to our other winners here, Sip It Pretty. What a long shot surprise that was. Clarkland Farm and that victory ride. The Bowling Green, Adena Springs with all Crazy Bone.
How about Ian Wilkes? First and third in the victory ride. I saw him on the way out. I said, you slipped in the back door, Ian. I haven't seen you in quite a while, and you stole the stakes with us. Both those horses ran really well for him. He's a good guy and a very good trainer.
Yeah. That we thought going in, and that victory ride, maybe one of the most loaded races we've had early on in this meet, certainly played out that way.
Didn't it feel like the race was running waves, though? Everybody was making their runs, and the horse that won it made the last run.
Well, what happened, too, Tommy Joe broke to her nose. The 7 broke through the gate, Mythical. The 2 kind of ran off, and that horse was kind of like going to be the speed. So do you give these horses a second chance in the test, Andy? That's a tough...
Well, I mean, listen, the test is a huge value. I mean, obviously, it's a $500,000 race, but it's worth millions in value for broodmare. I feel as though the Asmussen horse, whose name is escaping me, who ran second, who ran very well, I wonder if she's topping out at 6 furlongs.
Probably, yeah.
Steve might take a shot in the test, but he's probably definitely thinking Prioress, because she ran very well, and I agree with what you said, Richie, about waves, but I wonder if she just isn't finishing as well as they get longer.
7 furlongs.
Yeah.
Just a little bit out of reach, maybe.
Do you think more horses are going to come because of that finish for the test?
Why they should be coming. Big race, important race, incredible value to win that race.
Pick 4 starts here, 218,000 and growing for the final 4 races on this Sunday card as we approach the 9-minute mark to post. And yet, Alieska still your favorite in this spot. And the last we saw of her was the best we've seen of her, Paulie.
She was really good last time. She beat Grammy Girl. I'll come back to it now. She's been off since September. You know, tactically, she probably gets a really good trip in here. Maybe the horse to the inside, the Big Calhouna, is your speed. That's a dangerous horse off the claim for Linda. I saw Linda a little bit earlier. She was in a good mood.
And races later, I mean, Grammy Girl has won 2 or 3 stakes in a row at Aqueduct, right? And beat some good horses.
Yeah. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, Chad Brown has a couple of strong chances in here, including Alieska to the outside as she comes back, and she's done really well from 3 to 4. She's filled out quite a bit, and she does look fit and strong coming back off of the layoff. She was a horse last year, too, mentally, that wasn't the strongest either. She was always sometimes a little bit green prior to her races, and she got better as the year did go on, but a horse that I think has really benefited from a little bit of time off, coming back and just given some time to grow up, and that's exactly what she has done. I like what I see from her. She is the daughter of Vekoma, so she has kind of one of those typical Vekoma strides, not the smoothest. It's a bit choppy in the way that she covers the ground, but just very normal of her sire line. As I mentioned some of her antics last year, you see Chad Brown saddling her in the shed row, which he will sometimes do, especially with fillies, just to give them a little bit more open space versus being closed in to the saddling stalls. Now, his other filly does have recency, and that's the 3 Limes Don't Lie, who was well beaten by Scottish Lassie last time, but nobody was beating Scottish Lassie that day as she was able to control things and pull away, and this one was just chasing and to be second best. They did put a lot of separation, and with that flow of the racetrack that day, she gets a slight cutback from the 7 furlongs to the 6.5, and she is that very feminine, angular type of build, kind of a typical McKenzie as well. She's a horse that maybe has sometimes underwhelmed, I guess, looking at her in the flesh, but she is another horse that has continued to improve with racing. I do think that you can be forgiving of her last effort. Like I said, nobody was beating the winner, and she has some solid credentials. She will be one that should be running in the later stages. Now looking at a new face, the number 4 Strong State comes in from Churchill for Al Stall as Alieska just getting a little bit more amped up, as I said how well she was asking, but the Strong State coming in for Al Stall as she ran last time behind Paradise City, who we did see win the stake at Prairie Meadows back on Friday for Safi Joseph Jr. with a 90 buyer speed figure, so flattering a couple of horses that ran behind her in this race. And Strong State is now second off the bench. She's a horse that I've seen in the last couple of years, and she has come to Saratoga, and one that I had always hoped would fill out a little bit more and kind of strengthen up, bulk up, put a bit more muscle mass on, and she has done that. Just another one that has improved with time, and sometimes you really do get the benefit of seeing that as some of these fillies get older. She is on the smaller side, she always has been, but very fit, well muscled, second off the bench here, and she was last time out with just too much to do. She is a late closing type, and that is a bit of her Achilles heel, but I like what I see from her, and I do think she comes out of a good race, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. We're going to take a timeout. Post-parade when we return. Start of the pick 4. When we come back, sing a little song. Rob Atras, our Rad Ortiz Jr. will ride. He's already on the board with his second mount back at Saratoga.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. 4 minutes to post, maybe a little more, from the 6th race. Time to play Bet the Favorite, Beat the Favorite. You're up, Paula Duca.
Yeah, I'm going to bet the favorite in here. I'm going to bet the 7, Liska in here. And the reason why is I thought, the 9-5 on the morning line, you were going to get that value around 2-1 because I think that Limes Don't Lie is a player in here. And I think the 1, She's a Gamer, especially with Kelly Breen winning a race earlier with Joel Rosario aboard, will take a lot of money. Horse been working well in the mornings per the Mike Welsh morning clocker reports. I just think this horse gradually has gotten better, Greg. And usually the best start of a horse's career is their 4-year-old debut.
I have no problem with either of the Chad Brown horses, honestly, and I think the 4 can win as well. But I'm really interested in the 6 in this race. The Big Calhouna, who should be in a good position, sort of stalking. And I have no idea how she's 10-1 in this race.
I don't either.
How's she a bigger price than Sing a Little Song? Well, maybe I'll find out.
The interesting, obviously, the 1, that horse winning by 7 lengths at Monmouth, and what do you do with that horse? That was a tough horse to read for me, and I thought that horse taking money, kind of a weird horse. What do you do with the 1 in here?
Speed from the rail, but yeah. Meanwhile, look, Paul's going to bet the favorite. I'm with Andy, though, just from a pure value standpoint. 10-1 seems ridiculous overlay on the Big Calhouna, whose comeback race, this is for Linda Rice. You would expect can improve in her barn. Doesn't have to improve much to be a contender here.
Yeah, but she's also taking the horse from Rick Dutrow. He's no slouch.
Well, she's no slouch either.
I agree.
And this horse has speed. Should be stalking She's a Gamer. I thought she was better than She's a Gamer, but the public obviously disagrees with me, and maybe they'll turn out to be right. But I thought she had a real chance in here.
Call to post. Here they come down Champions Way. And we'll kick off here in just a moment with the speedy She's a Gamer for Kelly Breen.
Kelly Breen's had a nice day already, winning with that first-time starter. But
DIYer.
Yeah, but this horse, just beating inferior horses at super short prices out of town.
Beat him pretty easily. 2 of the last 3 starts, 5-1 with Rosario. Here's Ultimate Authority, blinkers off.
Well, is getting some class relief, obviously dropping out of the grade 2 Ruffy and takes the blinkers off. going to have to run a little faster than she has recently.
Graded stakes place in the past. Here's Limes Don't Lie, Chad Brown.
Yeah, I mean, I think this horse is third off a layoff and is a massive overlay at 9-2. A horse that has shown the ability to win. I think this might be a much better scenario for her than last time.
We always expect Al Stall to strike at some point during the summer at Saratoga. Here's Strong State.
And she's 2 for 3 in Saratoga. This filly only lost in the Grade 1 spin away.
Single little song, Rob Atras barn.
Yeah, I just don't know how this horse overall is good enough to win, but maybe she'll improve off her last.
There's the Big Calhouna, new to the Linda Rice barn.
Claimed away from Rick Duttrow, leaves a good barn, goes to a good barn. I feel like it's kind of a lateral move myself.
And off the bench, 4-year-old debut, Alieska, the favorite.
I mean, listen, she's obviously talented. I don't think anybody would be surprised if she wins this race. She draws well on the outside. It's a logical horse at a fair enough price at 2-1.
Time for an AI-assisted wager play. And wager suggesting the favorite in a daily double with the 3, 6, and 8 in race 7, 5.5 furlong state-bred maiden special race. In that next race, Saratoga T first-timer, $5,000 for George Weaver first-timer, and Mark Cassie's Roadshow first-timer.
That's a
Who am
good
I to argue
race.
with AI?
It's a good race. I mean, Honest Owen in there for Kelly Breen, working with a horse that won earlier in the day.
Yeah, and he said if you like this one, you should like that one. And I'll say, too, with Honest Owen, the 2, the dam did produce 2 first-out winners.
Yeah. Now, you like that horse, too, right, Richie?
Yeah, I like, when you go back, they worked the last 2 works together, and they were heads up. It was a pick 'em. And the way that horse won the first, you got to think this horse is very live.
But I don't use NVIDIA chips with my handicapping, so what do I know? All right, back to the 6, Andy.
Listen, this race, there's a lot of horses can win. The 3, the 4, the 6, and the 7. To me, making money at the racetrack, not to me, and factually, making money at the racetrack is the successfully finding overlays. Not an easy thing to do. I think the 6 and overlay, and I know at least you agree with me, Greg.
I do. All right, let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, for better or worse, I agree with Andy on the number 6, the Big Calhouna. I liked her on paper a bit coming in as the potential upsetter or long shot to use with the favorite. Now, I really did like what I saw from Alieska, and I respect her as the favorite. But as far as the Big Calhouna is concerned, I think that she is far too big a price. She's a horse that I know comes out of a 3rd place finish, and she was claimed, but that was also off of a 6-month layoff. She is a big-bodied type of mare. She always has been. She probably just really benefited from having a start off of the layoff. In addition, My Magic Wand wired the field that day, and she was in the chasing spot throughout. I thought she framed up beautifully out there on the racetrack, and she should be in a nice stalking spot with however the pace does play out. Now, as far as the number 1, She's a Gamer is concerned, a new face coming in here. She was not immediately the quickest out of the gate in her last couple of starts, but she was very quickly able to get to the lead. So given the fact that she is drawn the rail, and Joel Rosario has opted to keep her with the pony, a rather quiet warm-up, but she was very sharp leaving the paddock, I am curious to see how she breaks today and how quickly she's able to get into stride, especially as she is drawn to the inside, if she's able to control things, because it's that first couple of steps that is not always the quickest for her, and then she accelerates out to the lead, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. There again, we're to get signed up and play along with us. Now live in New Jersey as well. Now bet spot 200. That code to use at sign up as we get set for a pick 4 pool of over $500,000 as we look at the speedy She's a Gamer. Here's the 3, though. Limes Don't Lie. The other Chad Brown, Mig, at 9-2.
Yeah, this is who I kept going back to, and I ultimately landed on Limes Don't Lie. I agree with Paul. I think she's a 1-run filly. I don't think you want to overuse her early, and Dylan knows her very well by now. And how many times have we seen the other Chad Brown get there over the preferred one?
Got to bring up who she faced last time, too. Scottish Lassie, who has had at 2 and at 3, probably the 2 best performances of her entire class both those years.
I mean, her win in the Coaching of American Oaks was better than the dirt wins by Nitrogen, honestly. I mean, it was an incredible performance.
Yeah.
She's obviously a horse that's tough to keep sound and to put good races back to GAC. I would imagine they're pointing for the Shoe V, which would give them the option, if things work out, to go to the Personal Ensign or even cut back for the Ballerina and face Ways and Means.
Yeah, that should be fun. One of the absolute best sprinters we've seen in a long time, that Philly Mare Sprint division.
I'd love to see Scottish Lassie be able to stay sound because she's obviously incredibly talented.
Yeah, to have a comprehensive campaign.
Her Frisette was the best race any 2-year-old ran, as you said. I mean, she was some horse. She's some horse.
9-5 favorite here to start this pick four. It is Alieska for Chad Brown. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
The big Calhouna will be second to last. And the favorite Alieska to complete the line under Jose Ortiz. They're in the gate. And they're off. It was an even start. The big Calhouna is out very alertly from the outside and takes command. She's a gamer, though. Comes through swiftly now, and She's a Gamer is quicker. Alieska is third, 2.5 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Ultimate Authority. Sing a Little Song is next. Racing 2 in front of Limes Don't Lie, and the trailer is Strong State. She's a Gamer to the half-mile pole. Leads 3/4 of a length. The big Calhouna will try to keep her honest. 22-2 was that opening quarter. Alieska, Ultimate Authority, side by side. Limes Don't Lie is racing on the inside with 3 furlongs to run. Followed by Sing a Little Song. Strong State is well behind. Asked to pick it up now as the field reaches the quarter pole. She's a Gamer, 45-2 for the half mile. On the outside, Limes Don't Lie takes a clear shot. Ultimate Authority is down at the rail. Strong State is surfacing in the final stages. She's a Gamer digging in, 2-length lead. On the far outside, Strong State is really coming now. And here comes Strong State, erupting from last to first to win while wrapped up. Ultimate Authority in a photo for second with She's a Gamer.
Al Stahl, Flavian Pratt, 4-win Saturday couple today. He's now 1 back of Jose Ortiz. They're tied. He's got his 14th winner of this meet. This horse closing like a freight train.
She erupted.
She did.
I love that. I don't think I've ever heard that. Frank pulled that one out. I'd never heard that one before. Al Stahl is remarkable as a trainer. He has been coming to Saratoga for a long, long time and comes here and consistently wins races, and that's not an easy thing to do.
Well, from what I understand, he learned a lot from his college roommate, Tom Amos.
I don't know if Tom taught him how to cash a bet as well as he did.
You know, you're much the best when Flavian didn't even have to save ground. This horse was dead last. He swung about 8 wide. He said, I got much the best horse. And look at those ears. My goodness. You know what? If you go back, she was in the spinaway last year. She caught a muddy track against Immersive. No. She's had that, shown that talent, signs of brilliance before. My goodness, she rolled home, and they bet her late too.
She's an interesting horse, you know, and she's one of these true closing sprinters. You know, we just don't have that many of them, right? And they're always so exciting. A closing sprinter, it's just so much more exciting than a speed horse. I mean, speed has such an advantage. You just, you know, dirt race, you don't see it. And she's had a win like this last year where she ran down Tom Morley to win a race. She's got some kick.
There's Al Stahl's had some very good ones over the years, including Tom's D'Etat. That unfortunate start in the Whitney.
The sire of this horse.
Horse named Blame.
Yeah, Blame. He was pretty good. I think he won some big races.
Yeah, Tom's D'Etat, right? This horse by Tom's D'Etat.
Al's a great trainer. He really is.
He was last, and Flavian was just quiet as can be. He was completely unconcerned about how far back he was. I guess he was confident in her closing kick.
Everybody else was spinning their wheels chasing the one, who ran very well, frankly, as did the two. But, man, she kicked in and just was over.
Two riders, Paul, have 28 wins combined here at the meet. Jose Ortiz and Flavian Pratt.
I mean, the only thing that's not there is Irad Ortiz Jr.'s name is not there, right? Jose continuing his 2026 Tour de Force, and Flavian Pratt showing that his success here at Saratoga is going to stay for a long time.
How many races have we run so far? They've won like more.
Yeah, it's
like
a lot of wins.
Races.
That many wins, that's crazy.
Yeah, probably an average of 10 a day at most.
This trio sticking around. I am out. Lafitte's coming in for me. I'll take you the rest of the way. I enjoyed the brief time we got together.
I enjoy that blazer. You're looking very sharp.
Thank you. This is a new little piece I got.
Quite dapper.
Looks
and
good
now,
on,
I mean, Lafitte comes in here looking like a scrub.
Strong State from last to first, Pratt with his 14th of the meet.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
So glad you could join us on Fox Sports 1. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by gorgeous Hillendale at Alapa. Winding down week 2, spectacular Sunday afternoon in upstate New York. And here at Saratoga, joining Paul LaDuca, Richie Migliori, Andy Serling, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We thought we would be in the middle of this Pick 6 with a big carryover coming into today's activity. 3 races left. Pick 6 postponed, of course, until Thursday. Richie, I wanted you to expand a little bit in something you touched on at the top of your show and take us inside the jocks room, just kind of the mechanics of how these things work and how the riders come to a conclusion.
Well, you know, there was an agreement years ago that there wouldn't be more than 8 horses in a 2-year-old race on the turf going a mile. Now they've been carded with some more distances, and the riders had an issue with the short run of the turn with 2-year-olds. And speaking from experience, it's not easy to get a 2-year-old set up for the turn properly. They're green horses with that short run. So there was a safety concern from the riders, which I respect, and nobody wants riders to do something they're not comfortable with. The issue that I have with what took place was the timing of it. The linchpin for any good relationship, any strong relationship, is communication. Obviously, there was a huge breakdown in communication here, and I think the riders should have brought this up much, much sooner. The condition book comes out weeks beforehand.
June 10th it came out, and in that book, it was a maximum, I believe, of 10 horses, and with a scratch, there were 10 horses. So it was out on June 10th.
Well, and again,
the race was drawn last Wednesday.
I'll go back to when I was still riding, which is a long time ago. It was 8. But that aside,
Stone Age.
June 10th, the condition book comes out. The race was drawn last Wednesday.
Yeah.
This should have been addressed sometime, at least between the time the entries are drawn and now, not right on top of post time.
It should have been addressed by the jockeys
the
to
riders.
us, because
Right.
we want to do.
But I will say this, Andy, and I agree with you. I'm a million %. when riders don't feel like they're being heard, because I've understood there's been some conversations about this in the past, they'll do things to get your attention.
Right, but the people who got punished
is the
were the
public.
bettors, and they're the ones that pay the freight. And, you know, the other problem I have with this is we had an incident over the winter where the jockeys basically put a gun to our head, and we ended up canceling a card over a grievance that could have been dealt with very easily in the dark time in the winter. And you feel when this happens, it's like, did we not learn anything from that? And we're not moving forward. We don't want to have it. We want to listen to their concerns. We do listen to their concerns, but to come to us an hour earlier, come on.
But I know, and 100%, I don't agree with that part of it. These are my friends, too. I have respect for these guys.
We all do.
But the thing that happened in the winter with that cancellation, again, was about getting management's attention to grievances they had. It's not the right way to handle it, but I know how jockeys think. It's just the reality of it.
The matter of the timing, communication, it could have been handled better as opposed to finding out just before. And with this massive pick six carryover about to get underway, which has been postponed, will take place on Thursday. As you can see, we have a live look there from Monmouth Park on the grass, crossing over. Paul, this eighth race, wide, competitive race to close out the Sunday card at the Shore's greatest stretch.
Yeah, Jersey Breds on the turf usually means a lot of chaos, and you got a great betting board here. I landed on the 3 Smugglers Gold for Cat Lynch. Obviously, he's had a good meet there with 4 seconds and 2 wins. This horse has got a couple wins, or 1 win from at least off the pace going long. A lot of these horses are stretching out. When the Jersey Breds go long on the turf, they don't write these races a lot, so a lot of these horses have been going short. So you try to find a horse that's been successful going long. That's why I landed on the 3.
Outside, Richie, post command, Charlie Marquez from the 11 hole is the lukewarm favorite. It's a difficult assignment for him.
It really is. I mean, he's going to have to find some sort of a gap between fights because his horse isn't fast enough to clear. He's not that type, and he's not so slow that he's going to completely drop out.
Are there more members of the Marquez family riding, or CC Lopez's family that have ridden as jockeys?
Well, that's pretty close.
That's
a
a
good
competition,
question.
right?
Yeah.
He's a good rider, Charlie.
He is.
Leg C of the cross country, pick 5. Matt Dinnerman with the call, the nightcap from Monmouth Live on Fox Sports 1.
They've loaded Smuggler's Gold. Just Comply goes in. Word for Word coming up. Smitic Spice. Leo Monte. Two back, Ohana Empire. Post command to the outside post. Our next live racing day, ladies and gentlemen, is on Friday, first post 2 p.m., featuring the Mr. Prospector Stakes and Bookham Dano in there. We'll see you then, but for now, enjoy this nightcap. We're ready to go. And we're off in the finale. From the inside, Frankie G showing his customary front-running speed. Just Comply, they're on the outside to press. These two together with 1 lap to go. Smitic Spice right behind in third. Smuggler's Gold down on the fence. Ohana Empire in the black jacket. 3 wide approaching the first turn. Then the pair of Wild Jamie Lacanto as they go into that first turn run. And the pacemaker is still Frankie G here. We come back in the group to Leo Monte. Clever Charlie on the fence is third last. Post command right behind him. And Word for Word settles at the back of the pack as they approach the backstretch run. Contentious tempo. Just Comply, Frankie G, a neck apart. Just Comply, narrow lead. Frankie G applying pressure from the inside, but now he's going to ease off. And Just Comply is clear now up the backstretch, 1.25 lengths ahead. Frankie G in second. Smitic Spice joins him. Ohana Empire fourth on the outside. Smuggler's Gold in fifth. fifth, and he's 4 lengths off the lead. A length back to Wild Jamie, another length to Lecanto. Leo Monte still on the rail with Post Command, and then Clever Charlie, word for word, they're together at the back as they go into the far turn. Frankie G loses the second position to Spittick Spice, but Just Comply is still up top. Just Comply, 3 parts of a length ahead. Spittick Spice now on his throat latch, and these two are together with Frankie G, who's trying to re-rally on the inside, finds room as Just Comply weakens, but Spittick Spice, he's in front, diving to the rail. Smuggler's Gold picking up good ground now into second, and he's coming after Spittick Spice. The old pro has 1 furlong to go, and he's opened up 2. Smuggler's Gold second. Post Command coming with a late charge down the center of the track. Spittick Spice, Post Command gonna make it tight. Here he comes, Post Command got him. Post Command nailing Spittick Spice in the final 50 feet there. Spittick Spice second, Smuggler's Gold was third, and then Wild Jamie.
Wild finish. Smithwick Spice reaching for the wire. Richie, Post Command charging with giant strides.
Yeah, and you really got to appreciate the finish here. And Charlie Marquez, he is a good rider. And much like his dad, Carlos Marquez, great with closers.
Carlos, what do they call him? What was his nickname? Tiki?
Tiki.
So I brought up off camera that Carlos Marquez has the highest mutuals in horse racing history when he won the Meadowlands Cup at 181 to 1 in 1990. And I said to Richie, the second horse was ridden by Julie Crone and trained by Sonny Hine, and in less than a half a second, you said Norquester, and then you blew it.
That was impressive.
You nailed that one. That was impressive.
So that's the all-time mutual, 100 and something.
I don't know if it's the highest mutual ever, but it's the biggest one I've ever seen. You ever see over $360?
No, can a horse even get to 180 to 1 in these days?
Yeah, if it's got that percentage of the betting. It's really a math thing, Paulie. We'll talk about it later.
Strong State didn't pay $360 or whatever it was entering the winner's circle. Winner's circle leading brought to you by the Phasic Tipton July Selected Yearling Sale and July Selected Horses of Racing Age Sale, both on July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? Strong State, Flavian Pratt, and trainer Al Stahl, who you'll hear from shortly. 5-2 in the end, 4-2-1. Strong State. Acacia in the winner's circle with Al Stahl moments ago.
So happy to be joined by Al Stahl. Strong State gets the win. She seems to like it here at Saratoga, Al, and boy, she's really developed from 3 to 4.
She really has. I mean, you notice that physically. We give her time off every winter, send her down home to Highlander, and this year, Mother Nature really took care of her, and she came back almost twice the horse she was, physically and mentally. So she had a great race at Churchill. You want to win down there, of course, but when she ran a solid third with a great, I thought, solid fourth with a great gallop out, we just were licking our chops to come up here.
She really does have that closing kick. Last time, just a bit too much to do. And this time, did she make you nervous at all? She was pretty far back.
Well, she can be that way. And I thought with the speed being in the one hole, I knew somebody would put a little pressure on her. And a horse coming from, Tampa and Monmouth, it's a different speed, that you can't carry it as far as you did. And I saw her in the paddock. She's a big tank. I said, it might soften up at the end and set up for us, and we were very fortunate. And she just got what it takes in a racehorse. She's got heart.
It has to be really rewarding, too, for a filly that broke her maiden as a 2-year-old here at Saratoga as well, and to see her develop year by year.
Well, it takes the right horse, the right trainer, so to speak, but the right owners. I mean, we called them up last year and said, it's time to go home. And they said, okay. Brought her home, and we did the year before, and that just seems to help her. So this will be her last year on the racetrack, and the ultimate goal is to try and get a win because she's a graded placed horse already. And I don't know if they would sell her, whatever they do, but she'd be a wonderful mother because Tom's A-Tie hasn't been a spectacular stallion, but somewhere along the line, that class and that breeding will come out as a broodmare sire, and she's got the intangible heart.
And it has to be pretty fun to see her waving her sire's flag. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, we're a lot of fun. Saratoga, it makes it's perfect.
Well done, Al. As a Strong State, or Strong Kick.
Yeah, he did. Al Stahl trained the only horse to ever have defeated the mighty Zenyatta Blame in the 2010 Breeders' Cup Classic.
Robbed of the horse of the year.
Robbed. Blame was absolutely. Blame should have been horse of the year that year, no question. 2-year-olds coming up next are the New York bred variety, $5,000. Currently 2-1 Flavian Pratt seeking a third on the afternoon. He's off to a hot start, as is Jose Ortiz. Guys, this race, remember yesterday, it was the filly version, these New York bred 2-year-olds, they produced absolute chaos and a $73 winner.
And it was the trainer of, I believe, the number 9 here, Professor Plum, who's looking to do it in the 7th race with the wrench.
I knew you were going to say something like that.
To Maggie in the paddock with eyes on these New York bred 2-year-olds. Maggie.
Thanks, Lafitte. And we'll take a look here at a first-time starter for trainer Rudy Brissett. That is number 3, Saratoga T. Now, he is a son of Yalpon, whom we've already seen have a 2-year-old winner on the card here today. And this guy has been very professional so far in the paddock, and he was the same when he worked at the OBS March sale and went 10 flat. He was asked a little bit, but really great extension to the stride. And much like many of the Yalpons I see, really kind of lowers himself into stride. And for me, that's indicative of a racehorse, and 2, of a sprinter, a horse that really has those gears to click through. They did pay up for him $250,000 on top of that as a New York bred. And it's a lovely pedigree. You know, the other one, it was a that one earlier for Kelly Breen, a Yalpon that has a Broman pedigree on the bottom. And this is what Saratoga T is. I love the way he's acting here. He's a little bit on the smaller side, but not, you know, not in a bad way. Everything is proportionate. Everything is balanced. There's still some developing to do. So we'll see how he performs here. The problem is that Rudy Brissett, he's just better once they have a start under their belts. He's not a guy who's looking for them to necessarily win at first asking. He wants to develop them. I was talking about Kelly Breen. Well, the workmate of the horse that won earlier for him, number 2, Honest Owen, comes in here. And Kelly's actually brought, seems like quite a few live horses to Saratoga today. This is a son of Honest Mischief. The dam, she was, a lower level horse, but very solid. She went 9 for 34 in her life, and 2 of the 6 siblings did win first time out. Now, Honest Owen is not like his workmate and stablemate that we saw here run in the first DIYer. He's been a little green, in fact. Has settled a bit since having been in here a little bit longer and gotten the tack on. He's kind of like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. But he was a bit bewildered and kind of all over the place and screaming at first. He's not as robust looking as his stablemate either. So while he's been holding his own in the morning, we'll see if he can put forth the same performance that DIYer did in the opener, Lafitte.
The robust, Honest Owen, currently 7-1, Maggie. Riders up in a moment. There's Jose Ortiz, this year's Kentucky Derby winning jockey, Belmont Stakes winning jockey, and leading rider, tied for leading rider very, very early at the meet after 6 days and 6 races. Jockey standings look like this. Ortiz, 14 wins. Flavien Prat, 2 more wins today, so 14 thus far. Richie, those 2 specifically just marched in guns blazing.
Well, a completely different story than the trainers race, right? 67 races run so far, 45 different trainers have won. Out of the 67 races run, 2 jockeys have 28 wins, so a large percentage of the races run won by 2 guys so far.
Not as much parity among the riders, Maggie, and the colt Jose Ortiz is about to ride. Roadshow, what can you tell us?
I like Roadshow Lafitte. Now, he has been a bit of a playboy here in the paddock. It took him a while to get the tack on him, but heck, I thought that about Mark Cassie's horse earlier on the turf, and the runner he was acting up, but he was all business on running second in that debut, as we'll take a look at his latest workout, going the 47-3. That was 2 back on June 28th. He's paired up here with an older filly, New York Special, who in fact is the half-sister to Casa Creed. She would break her maiden in her second start when switching to the turf, but he was under a little bit of pressure in the lane, but he kept responding, and then he galloped out in front. So I thought a promising workout there in the mornings. He's been clicking off some fast times throughout his preparations. He is a little bit of a live wire, like I said, but a true athlete, very nicely put together overall. So very intrigued to see how he performs here for Mark Cassie, who seems to bring a lot of live horses to Saratoga.
All right, Maggie, Roadshow at 5-2. Andy, you wound up with the colt who will break to his inside, Silver Knight.
Yeah, I mean, listen, obviously I'm doing a lot of guessing in here. His workout did, I think, get a good mark from workouts last time out. I thought this horse's 2-year-old sales work was solid, but also I'm always looking at Melanie Giddings' horses up here. She is a very dangerous under-the-radar trainer up in Saratoga particularly. And I thought it was kind of interesting she reached out for Junior Alvarado. Now, I know that Sean Bridgman is often her go-to rider, was on the other one that gets in off the AE's Roadhouse Warrior. But I thought it was interesting she went to Junior and just took a shot with this one and had a decent enough work. And I'm always looking. I feel like she's going to put 1 or 2 over this summer. She always does.
Yeah, she did last year and summer before as well.
And, you know, putting horses over, I mean as a compliment, a lot of people, as you well know, try to put horses over. Not that many of them are successful. Yeah. She's been successful, and that's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, 100%. I think it helps that Sean works a lot of those horses, Bridgman in the morning, because he's able to kind of hide them a bit. Oh, there's my man Robert Montano. His place small, having a very, very successful run. He was doing a matinee yesterday. He and I had texted. The physicality of this show, his energy level.
He's 66 years old. I don't know how he does it. I went. It's incredible.
That guy's not 66.
It's incredible. I mean, for 90-plus minutes, he never
stops. Never stops.
So I cannot recommend enough. You know, I know him through you, Richie, but I cannot recommend people seeing this enough. I will tell you, I went because he's friends and all these things, and I thought, I just loved it. It was, and it's obviously the racetrack connection, but it's also a human story. It's about a person. It's great. I can't imagine you not like it if you go to this place.
Everybody's raved about it. Here, this 7th race in these New York bred 2-year-olds, you saw Banker Bull, only one with experience, Honest Owen, Saratoga T, and their Sweet Redemption at 11-1.
Yeah, this horse is a half to with the Angels.
I mean,
Yeah,
there's
there's a lot of pedigree.
there, so,
Jimmy Ryerson, not great with first-time starting 2-year-olds. My only concern.
$5 grand, the current favorite. Flavien Prat seeking a third.
Flavien Prat, George Weaver, they don't need any introduction. Good with firsters, too, George.
Silver Knight shying a bit there. Junior Alvarado, the 3 stakes wins yesterday at Horseshoe Indy.
Yeah, I thought this was an interesting one. The odds are saying I'm wrong. We'll find out.
Saratoga and Roadshow, followed by number 9, Professor Plum. Yeah, does Horacio De Paz, can he pull another beautiful Carly out of his hat?
Frank Miramati says in the conservatory.
Towards with the candlestick, there's a Roadhouse Warrior who does draw in.
You know, this horse is a half to Majestic. Is it Majestic Return, the speed horse that Michelle Giangulio currently has? That horse has a lot of speed. I don't know if that means that he will, but he's a half to horse that's very fast early, and this one is bred. Get Ready to Drink by Marshall Graham.
What do these New York breds have in store this time? First day on the job for all but one in the 7th at Saratoga. Paul, Richie, you both went with Honest Owen.
Yeah, I landed on Honest Owen. Obviously, it's probably because the other horse of Kelly Breen won earlier in the card. But, Kelly's horses training at Monmouth, obviously employed Joel Rosario today to ride most of his horses. And this one for his main client, Mr. Amore Stable.
Yeah, DIYer won the first race for Kelly Breen, and they've been working together the last few works. Their gate work was together, and according to Kelly Breen, couldn't split them, and that horse was very good. Now, they split the race, right? It was the same race, 2 different divisions that overfilled. The first division went in 106.64, so it'll be interesting to see how this race compares to that.
Honest Owen, Joel Rosario, 6-1 currently. Maggie Trackside, Sweet Redemption ready for his debut. What can you tell us?
I just want to get back to the horse you guys were talking about, and Honest Owen. DIY was acting way better than Honest Owen, so we'll see. It could mean absolutely nothing, but I did want to bring that fact up. This horse is not as professional in the prelims as his stablemate, but I do like what I'm seeing from Sweet Redemption. I know, and Andy's right, that Jimmy Ryerson maybe not known to get them to win first time out, though I think last year we saw that be maybe a little bit different. He had a lot of really well-bred 2-year-olds, New York breds particularly, and they seem to run well and perform more so on the turf than the dirt. But here we are with Sweet Redemption, a son of Twirling Candy, and this one is half to With the Angels, who was very good, or is very good, and won first time out here at Saratoga for Linda Rice. So it's a lovely pedigree, and this guy has been so professional throughout. Yes, he looks about 90% fit. He'll benefit from this race from a fitness standpoint, but I think there's a lot of quality and class to Sweet Redemption, and I'm excited to see how he does. I was a big fan of his dam, Sister Margaret. The horse taking all the money is number 6, $5 grand, son of Vacoma and a full brother to 5G. Greatest stakes winner going long on the dirt for George Weaver. Same connections overall. Very fit, very racy looking, looks a lot like his sister. Wouldn't be surprised if he would appreciate a little bit more ground, but also thinking that he looks fit enough to get the job done here at First Assing, going the 5.5 furlongs. I do have a lot of respect for your favorite. He looks the part here. Moving on to number 7, Silver Knight. They paid $75,000 for this horse. Worked 10 flat. I didn't love the way he maybe hit the ground on that synthetic, but it was quite fast, and I liked that workout. As Andy was mentioning, Junior Alvarado was aboard in that latest workout. It was a slower time on the Oklahoma training track, but he was always going better than his unraced mate. Galloped out way in front, so indicating that he's ready, and he's a good-looking sort. Really well-developed hind end to him. Looks as though he should be fairly quick away from there. We see Mel Giddings, first-time starting 2-year-olds generally have speed, and he's acting and looking as he should to show that. Now, I don't know if lightning can strike twice for Horacio de Paz, but number 9, Professor Plum, I didn't like the work, I'll be honest, at the OBS sales, but it's a different surface, so who knows, honestly. He really kind of pounded the ground there and really swished his tail around, but let me tell you, this guy, and maybe I'm chasing it a little bit, considering he had that horse pay a big price yesterday and upset the field and the fillies, but same thing, this horse has been preparing down at Laurel. Beautiful horse. I mean, I love the way this guy's put together. He is a little bit more long, so maybe suggesting that more distance will be preferable to him. And he does wear blinkers first time out here. So I think much of the same, Lafitte, when that horse won in his last start, or excuse me, in that race yesterday, this one will be coming from behind.
Trainer Horacio de Paz shocked us yesterday. Beautiful Carly. As these 2-year-olds have reached the starting gate, final thoughts as we look at the favorite in 5 grand and Flavien Prat.
I find these races to be one of the most fun part of Saratoga. I rarely pick any winners in them, but I just think they're great. First of all, watching these horses, and some of these, one of them develops into a stakes horse. You remember seeing the debut, but also watching these races from a gambling perspective to see little things that can help you make some money in the future. All you need sometimes with a 2-year-old firster is a little something. You see a little something in the race that says there's some ability in there. It's not necessarily such obvious stuff, and you can find $30 horses going forward that way.
You want to see a run at some point in the race where they show that they have ability.
Yeah. Just somewhere in the race you
I know
want
that
to see
Kelly
something.
Breen won the first race.
Yeah.
That was the son of Yapan. He is put on a display as a sire, and he's got the 3 here, Saratoga T.
Sire of the most impressive Angel of Kirk yesterday here at Saratoga.
7-7 buyer, I think, for that horse.
Very, very impressive. Frank Mirmati with the call. 7th race from Saratoga live on FS1.
Thank you, Lafitte. Professor Plum, straight from the conservatory into the starting gate. Roadhouse Warrior to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Banker Bull breaks quickly, so does Honest Owen. These two hook up right away. And Saratoga T, Sweet Redemption, comes away in 4th. 5 grand 5th, 4 lengths off the lead. Professor Plum is on the extreme outside. Silver Knight trying to make progress down on the rail. At the back of the field are the 2 trailers, Roadhouse Warrior and Roadshow. The opening quarter in 22-2. Honest Owen on the outside and Banker Bull doing battle to the quarter pole. And just behind them, Saratoga T trying to make a 3-wide bid after the top pair. That group is followed at the rail by Silver Knight as they reach the top of the stretch. Banker Bull goes on willingly, opens up a length and a half. Saratoga T moves into 2nd. Professor Plum is coming on the outside, and further out, 5 grand is kicking in late. Wild finish, 5 grand on the far outside. Banker Bull, Saratoga T, Professor Plum, and here's Roadshow, driving finish. Professor Plum did it. Roadshow was second. 5 Grand finished third. Photo for fourth between Saratoga T and Banker Bull. And the tote board did not give you a clue.
He just can't help himself, can he?
On cue. Professor Plum, Horacio Deposit. He does it again. Yesterday it was beautiful Carly in the female version of this race. She paid $73. This time Professor Plum in his debut, 18-1 in the end.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously they were hitting up front. You could feel this race collapsing at the 3/8 pole, and it collapsed late. And Horacio, 2 straight winning long prices. Yesterday, 70 plus. This one, nearly 40.
Final time was 32/100s, faster than the first division of this race. And much like his first-time star yesterday, off the pace. It's so much harder for these 2-year-olds to come from off the pace, negotiate a large field, traffic, kickback. You like to see that on debut, Paul.
Yeah, it was a good race. And if you have a New York bred, I'd give it to Horacio De Paz. 26 black, the other horse on the turf, the first third yesterday. This horse.
It's at least his third win of the meet, right?
Yeah,
or fourth, I think. Fourth.
At least four.
Right?
At least 4.
Let me tell you, that guy's a very good trainer. If you're not aware of him, you're not paying attention.
No, he's winning at big odds.
Worked for Todd Pletcher, worked for Mike Hushin. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's worked for 2 of the best trainers in the history of racing in New York, and he is exceptionally good.
He needs to deal with Tom Cruise with those Ray-Bans.
Horacio's a good man.
There. For our audience, for the uninitiated, what should they know about trainer Horacio De Paz?
That he's just a guy who can win with any horse. You know, you think about it. He's won with a couple first-time stars. He won going long on the turf. He won going short on the turf. He's a guy who can do anything. And I'll tell you, his friend Christophe Clement is happy, smiling down at him.
Yeah, really good horseman. When he was working for Todd, I worked a lot of horses with him, especially out in California at Hollywood Park. And it was a period of time he wanted to be a jockey, but he said, he didn't want to have to fight his weight that hard. I think he made the right choice. He's one heck of a horse trainer.
Yeah, he's a really good trainer. And like Andy says, he kind of does it with a little bit of everything. He's got that stable up in Maryland. He has some horses at Laurel Park. He has horses here. He just knows how to work it which way. And like I was saying, he's been hitting with prices. These horses aren't like 2-1 and 3-1.
No, he won with sounds like a plan yesterday. Turf Sprinter, who's now won 5
Turf Router
of 6. That was the win longer. Now won 5 of 6. 26 black, you mentioned, in the Harvey pack. Beautiful Carly yesterday at a massive price. The New York bred 2-year-old filly. And now at 18-1, Professor Plum.
No, I know somebody whose wife is named Carly, and he didn't bet that horse yesterday.
There's no way he didn't bet. That was a given. There's no way.
Embarrassed for that guy.
Man, that could cause a problem.
Professor Plum. Horacio De Paz does it again, 9-8-6-3. Professor Plum, Manny Franco in the 7th of 9 on this Sunday at the Spa.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 2-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-Star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, and it's been a big weekend for this guy right to my right, Horacio De Paz, picking up your third winner in the last 2 days, and yet again an upset with a 2-year-old Professor Plum, much like the filly yesterday, coming from out of it and scoring.
Yeah, no, I mean, he ran as honest as he can be. Honestly, in the paddock, he saddled very well. He didn't do anything wrong, and he can be a little bit of a knucklehead. Like, in the future, I was like, he'll be one that we possibly gild. Yeah. But I even told my assistant, I was like, wow, he kind of shut down in just the right way. Kind of got focused when the saddle came on, and then he was really good in the walk ring. And Manny said he warmed up perfect for him. Broke better than the filly yesterday. And he ran much more professional in the afternoon than he has been in the mornings. The mornings he's been a little bit inconsistent with his works. Like, he'll give you one good work and then he gives you one bad work, and so it's just, that's why I was like, yeah, he might need, you killed it. His focus isn't there, but
can we just tell everyone that you told me, and you pretty much tell me with every horse, that they'll be better with the start, but so I guess that proves well that the future is even brighter.
Yeah, I mean, because there's some talent there. We probably had them, 80%, to come and run. Enough fitness so they could have an enjoyable experience and make a run. To be able to win first time out, it's, takes a lot.
Your longtime girlfriend, Kaylin, she joked with me, everybody's going to be wanting and asking for stalls at Laurel. I mean, the secret's out.
Yeah, I don't know. Now we're not going to get the odds that we get because they see them working at Laurel and they think that, they're just cast stalls or something. But like I say, I've got a great staff, all locations. It's part of learning the operation through working for Todd. And, we've got good people working for us, and they do a great job.
Great job yourself. Congratulations on a huge weekend.
All right, thank you.
All right, Horacio De Paz, and I can attest, Lafitte, that Laurel surface will get one fit.
And we're seeing the dividends here. Maggie, Professor Plum. Richie, how often does that happen for a trainer or for a jockey who's been working a horse in the morning, getting ready for a career debut where they surprise you? You see something completely different in the afternoon, positive or negative, compared to what you've experienced in the morning.
Usually you're fooled the other way, where they work so good that you think they can't lose, and then they don't handle the stress of the race or the size of the field, and they underperform for what you think they were going to do. Rarely does it happen that way, although there was a horse that was sold at a dinner I was at for $1 that wasn't training, and then he won his first 4 starts in a row. Wouldn't work, but he would run in the afternoon.
Practice.
Horses fool even the smartest people in the game, and you have to. I think sometimes somebody will ask a trainer, and let's say you asked Horacio, and he'd say, "Well, I think the horse probably needs to start."
She said yesterday.
Not lying to you. He's just telling the truth.
Probably going to improve
and
next
that
time.
horse probably will run better next time out. It doesn't
just
mean
having to win first time.
I think sometimes you got to be careful when you ask for information. It's not a question of somebody lying to you. It's just you may get information that's true. It just doesn't work out. You know what I mean? I really like the horse. Okay, fine. I don't like the horse, but you can't. You ask.
These people are getting up at 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
I ain't sharing information.
Honestly, Richie, that's why I don't bother trainers and ask them about them.
One of the best
They get
races
up
I
early.
ever
I
seen
don't.
was the great John Sheriff's, may he rest in peace. Horse named Morning Line. Tremendous horse. Walked out at Hollywood Park. Didn't warm up. Refused to warm up. John Sheriff said, walk him straight to the gate. He walked him straight to the gate in the mile, and the horse won by 8 lengths. I've never seen it before in my life. The horse would not even get out of the paddock. Walked straight to the gate. Took him like a half hour to get him to the gate. He won by 8.
Ask Nick Cito why Morning Line became a Grade 1 winner. Ask him. Yeah. He'll tell you. He used to call me on the phone and talk about him running the Met Mile, and I kept saying, run him in the Carter, run him in the Carter, run him in the Carter. Finally goes, you know what? I'm going to run him in the Carter.
We march forward. Race 8. Back to the turf course, inner turf course, a mile. There's the field. Current odds, Andy. This one as tough a race to handicap on the program.
Listen, there are some great cards coming up and great races. Now, I was looking at Friday's card, chock full of big fields. Today's card has a race like this. I mean, this is a super competitive race. I'm interested in Remy's Moon, but I don't want to take 4-1 on this horse. I'll bet Freaky, my second choice, at 11-1, but it's wide open.
Get 9-2 favorites in the Derby. The favorites currently 4-1 now for this upcoming 8th race, about 19 minutes out. When we come back, head to the Grade 1 Duncan Diana, 8-time Saratoga champion trainer Chad Brown. Domination doesn't quite cover it when it comes to this race, the Diana. 10 wins and counting. Can't stop, won't stop. Running 4 more on Saturday. We'll preview.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Health, history, horses has been the slogan of Saratoga Springs for nearly a century, and the Big Red Spring is the perfect representation of this phrase. Long before the racetrack opened in 1863, Saratoga Springs was a popular resort destination. Its famous mineral springs were believed to treat a wide array of medical conditions. Introduced in 1975, the Big Red Spring was named after two of the sport's most legendary chestnuts, Man o' War and Secretariat. In addition to their immense talent, the two stallions also shared the same nickname, Big Red. For the last 46 years, people of all ages have sampled the Big Red Spring as a part of their racetrack experience. It is a tradition that establishes Saratoga as the most unique racing venue in the world.
And there she is, the Big Red Spring. Paul, you would have hit 750 off Glavin if you had one of those.
I tell you what, the healing waters. If you can make ducks walk, maybe I can make a comeback.
This is the greatest water. You guys are babies, okay?
I like it.
You know, it's great water. There is so much more sulfuric water around Saratoga. The one in the corner of Maple and Spring is much more sulfuric. This stuff is great. I'm the man I am today because of this water, so how could it go wrong?
I'm definitely not drinking that water.
About 25 yards from the set, the Big Red Spring here at Saratoga with horses in the paddock. Wide open, 8th race. We'll have a paddock report. Riders up, post-parade. As you look at the favorite in Remy's Moon, head 4-1. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS1.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Keeps coming, Explorers down towards the rail, but it's always a runner. She's going to do it, and the Kentucky Oaks, always a runner. She's the runners on Cup of the World.
Enjoy an exclusive visit to a local breeding or aftercare farm with an all-inclusive package featuring breakfast at Saratoga and admission to Saratoga Racecourse. Your visit to a local thoroughbred farm includes an expert-run guided tour and chance to meet the residents up close. Perfect for both longtime fans and families, tours run weekly and include a morning breakfast buffet, round-trip transportation, and tickets to the track. Visit Nyra.com/tours to book today.
Can wait no more. 3/4, 111-3. Lion Lake attack and fixed right. Angles out for the drive behind them. Kind of a stubborn Lion Lake.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
So glad you could join us on this Sunday afternoon. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NyraBets.com or download the NyraBets app to get started. Those fans, of course, were biased. They are the greatest. They bring the energy as big a part of Saratoga as anything else. And hanging around for these final couple of races on the second Sunday of the meet. 8th race in about 11 minutes. You're looking at the lukewarm favorite, 4-1. Still, Remy's Moon. We check in with Acacia in the paddock.
And I think that 4-1 Lafitte just kind of emphasizes how tricky this race is and how wide open it is. But beginning with Remy's Moon, who switched to the turf last time out while sprinting and ran very well in doing so, finishing fourth just by missing under 2 lengths, was last early after being bumped at the break. And I thought he kind of took himself back, or his rider Kendrick Carmouche that day took him back out of the fray, but he ran on well wide on the outside, finishing late there in that sprint. Now on dirt in the past, he has been effective going a bit longer. Looking at him, and he's not an out-and-out sprinter type, I just wouldn't immediately look at him and say he gets better with more distance. I think he's fine at the mile. I think the mile is probably the max for him. He's not the biggest. He's a very lighter, handier type of frame. I definitely love that he's sticking with the turf, and actually a bit surprised it took that much time to get him on the grass as he did last time out. But I imagine as he's drawn better than he was last time out, he should be into the race a little bit more and not left with quite so much to do. Like I said, I feel like the mile's probably the max for him. The number 6, Highlands Way, is a horse that did debut in December for Todd Pletcher at Gulfstream. Took no money and did no running, and then came back off of a layoff into New York and was very impressive with getting the win. He obviously is a horse that he had high hopes for, being sold for $1.35 million. He had been gelded before returning to the races last time out, and I think that probably made a bit of difference for him, as he was a little bit chatty before the race. Far more focused today. He is a big, solid individual, and the gelding probably really helped too, to just kind of not let him get too heavy, which sometimes can happen in that sort of case, and especially with horses that carry as much condition as he does. But I thought he was impressive in winning last time. Obviously, he has to step forward and face winners for the first time, but maybe he is a horse that gelding will make a huge difference, in one that is a bit of a work in progress, just now finding his stride. Taking a look at the number 10, High Beta, First time gelding, this one for Chad Brown. Of course, his question marks is that he's been tough to keep on the racetrack. He does have some gaps in between his races. I haven't seen him in a little bit as I saw him at Tampa 2 starts back, trying to figure out the last time, and he was really revved up, and he is an energetic type, so maybe that gelding will really help mentally for him, as well as he's been sharp getting the tack on. You can definitely see he is quite forward, and that's just the demeanor that he does have. I do think when he shows up on the racetrack, he's been very good, and good to see him back now too, as he has been based over at Chad Brown's Churchill string training there. So coming in, a horse that has some tactical speed as well, and certainly acting like one that should be forward. Hopefully we can see him have a little bit more of a progressive campaign and stay on the track as he gets started here. Does look fit off the bench, Lafitte.
Powerhouse Connections, Acacia. Seth Klarman's High Beta, trained by Chad Brown, who you just saw, to be ridden by Arad Ortiz. Welcome back. Already one win at a price earlier today. The 8th from Saratoga in 7 minutes. We'll be right back.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Complete package.
Back live at Saratoga. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1 Saratoga Live. Riders up. Andy versus the computer. Sounds like a segment in the making. Andy, what do you think? With Wager, betting powered by AI, now right in your Naira Bets wager pad, a suggested play here in exacta 4-10 with 6-11.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep saying it and trying to explain it to people. It's based on computers coming up with their own odds line and looking for bets that are value plays. They're basically mirroring what the CAW players do. They don't have specific opinions. I like the 3. They're not like us as handicappers. Plays are based on trying to find value, which is exactly what CAWs do. And I think it's trying to provide a window of that to the horse players to give them an idea of what exactly is going on in that play. And you can choose to follow if you want to. You can play it through Naira Bets and just hit the button and play them. But I think it's also an interesting conversation point because CAWs are a major conversation point in racing, and Naira is the one track that is really trying to do something in the favor of retail players to mitigate the situation. But I think there's a lot of misinformation about what they're doing, and Wager's a way for people to get a window into what they're trying, what they do as betting entities.
A very good explanation. Visit nairabets.com/wager for more information. Call to post. Let's meet the field. 3 minutes out, race number 8, $45,000 allowance optional claimer. Inner turf course mile distance. We start with Mocrisa. The New York bred rarely wins but gets the rail, and Johnny Velasquez.
Doesn't hurt to have the rail in this situation, but this is a highly competitive field.
Johnny via board. There's Mocrisa, 15-1 outsider. Long shots side by side. Number 2, Rabaha, a while since he's been competitive.
3 of his last 4 starts, he's had issues at the gate, but he will bring speed to the party if he gets out of there better today.
Gene and Jude, both starts this year, solid.
Well, I mean, Mike Maker's off to a decent start, and he's got decent races, but I just thought he, too, like the public is saying, maybe a couple of.
Remy's Moon, Manny Franco. They're going to go back-to-back. There's Alexis Zorba.
Well, Alexis Zorba has a lot of speed, but will he be the only speed? And as Paulie said with Rabaha, he's one that can go as well as the number 8 Hard Circle.
Moving quickly Highlands Way. There's Out of Waterbury.
Overmatched on paper.
Katie Davis in the saddle. Hard Circle. Coned and trained by Matt Cantamasi.
This horse was full of himself in the post break. Big grade, cutting back in distance.
You like Freaky?
Yeah, I picked the 4 on top. I was hoping for a better price. I think Freaky's an interesting alternative off a big wide trip against the track last time.
The 11 City of Oscars, Jose Ortiz in the saddle.
A stretch out in here. I think he's better shorter.
There's his brother Arad in High Beta, the favorite.
Yeah, High Beta, a horse that's first time gelding, been off since September of 2025.
The Paddock Pastor pictured a near miss at the level Belmont week.
Can they get a set, Pastor? Because we need it today.
This guy cannot get a break in the entry box.
This
he
one
just
has run
keeps
giant
drawing the
a couple
outside.
times, yeah.
He ran super last time, but it's another tough row to hoe.
Tough race. Would anything really surprise you? That kind of race. Competitive crew of turf milers. 8th race, Saratoga, in moments. Paul, Andy, you're both going with, no, who's going with Remy's Moon? One of you.
I am. I picked him on top.
Right. But you like Freaky, but
Yeah,
you went with Remy's Moon.
Well, you know, it's a play at these prices. I'd rather bet 11-1 on Remy's Moon, on the 11 Freaky, but 9 Freaky. But Remy's Moon in his turf debut just ran super last time. I mean, he got left. He was steadied out. That race, the winner got a perfect inside trip. The horses that were all there were inside. He was 3, 4, 5 wide in the turn, angled out wide, and was flying. Joe Sharp stretches him out. You wonder if it's the right move. Is he a sprinter? I don't love these stretch outs, but boy, this guy ran last time, and I'm really interested to see what he does. He improved on the turf.
You know, he's been hot in the claiming box 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times over the last couple years, and they tried the turf the first time. I'm with Andy. He ran tremendous. Did he get the setup? He might have, but the trouble that he had, like you said, he broke bad. He was taken up. I look at his dirt races. He has 1 race going long. It's really hard to see if he'll take to the turf go long, but I liked his last race.
That's Remy's Moon.
You can understand why his connections never tried on the turf. He's enticed. He's not like, he doesn't have a pedigree that says turf, right? They took a shot and it worked out.
And Highlands Way, you heard Acacia discussing more laid back, Richie, lightly raced, expensive, and yes, now a gelding.
Yeah, now listen, it wasn't the toughest race last time, but I liked the way he did it. It was a kind of a moderate pace, but he finished, and he really found his stride.
He laughed at that field.
Yeah.
I mean, he just ran by him. 1.35 million, ran for a tag.
And Acacia, the Paddock Pastor to the outside, you went with him despite that daunting post.
I did, Lafitte. I wish that he had had a bit more luck at the draw, and I know owner Stuart Grant feels very much the same way, as unfortunately the Paddock Pastor has not had luck with the post positions, but he is the deep closing type regardless. So he will kind of drop out the back. But I thought last time he ran exceptionally well as Complex Agenda wired the field. Gene and Jude, who's also in this race, was pressing throughout. And the Paddock Pastor was the only one that really picked up a lot of ground and came running from off of it, just missing behind a wire-to-wire winner. So he did most of the dirty work coming from the back. But he is a horse, just something I noticed, he looks better in his feet today. Maybe a horse they've been working with a little bit, and one that I think has continued to do do well since getting back on the turf and coming back off the layoff this year in 2025. So a horse that, if he can get a trip, manage to save a little bit of ground, I think is one that is in good form right now. Now the number 9, Freaky, who Andy has interest in, first off the claim for Ray Handles. He was on the muscle back in the paddock. The blinkers are coming off. He is wearing that shadow roll, as you see, the piece of fleece over the noseband. That is very typical for Ray. He runs virtually all of his horses in that type of equipment. He's always been a very energetic type, but he's gotten quite hot today. It is warm, but he is much sweatier than the rest of his company out there on the track. It doesn't seem like he's been overly agitated or too over the top. Just something I noticed from him, as he's definitely been forward and just on the cusp of doing a bit too much in the preliminaries, Lafitte.
Yes, not that warm. We'll see if that's an indication of performance in moments here for Freaky. Richie, these races so competitive, all about trip. Which rider holds the key to the race?
Well, I believe that Edgar Zayas holds the key to this race, because Alexis Zorba with Kendrick Carmouche, the 5, is going to the lead. I mean, he drags riders to the lead going 5.5 furlongs. So going a mile, he's going to the front, barring anything unforeseen at the start. But Rabaha, and Paul alluded to it earlier, can have real speed if he gets away cleanly. So it depends what Edgar Zayas does. I think that's going to dictate how fast a pace we're going to get.
Yeah, I agree.
One thing about Edgar, though, he's usually pretty forward. That's one thing he brought. When the riders kind of left at the end of that meet last year, he was like, I'm here, and I'm going to put my horses in the race. So I would think the 2 will be forward, but you make a good point. I don't know if he can run with Alexis Zorba early.
We'll see. I mean,
remember how much the reputation 4 years ago Alexis Zorba arrived with, and how much hope and promise there was?
Came here for Joseph O'Brien. Originally ran long and did not win. He ended up with Chad Brown, couldn't win. He's failed in a lot of barns for the most part.
But will play a role in how this one unfolds. Frank Mirmati with the call, the 8th race from Saratoga, live on FS1.
Last few left to load. Here's City of Oscars, one from the outside. And the Paddock Pastor. And the Silks of the Elkstone group to complete the line. And they're off. Gene and Jude and Alexis Zorba. Alexis Zorba is quickest. Remy Moon is up close in the early stages, as is High Beta, who is racing on the far outside. In the meantime, Gene and Jude is now down at the rail in that 3rd spot, rounding the clubhouse turn. Hard Circle is 4th, has about 4 lengths to make up. Racing 2 clear of Freaky on the outside of Mo Creasa. The opening quarter went in 23 2/5 seconds. It's a gap of 4 back to High Beta. Highlands Way is next toward the back of the field, with City of Oscars, followed by Rabaha, who is 3rd last, the Paddock Pastor, and Ada Waterbury. They string out down the backstretch with Alexis Zorba widening that lead aggressively. It's a 4-length advantage. The half went in 46 4/5 seconds. With Remy's Moon a clear-cut 2nd. They are followed by Gene and Jude. Hard Circle is 4th, taking 3rd, making headway with the red blinkers. It's another 3 lengths back. Freaky gets a cue to try and get closer. From the back of the field, Rabaha in the blue is coming one from the outside. The Paddock Pastor is outside of him. They're at the top of the stretch. And Hard Circle comes to tackle and pass Alexis Zorba. Gene and Jude is still fighting on bravely far outside the Paddock Pastor and Rabaha. Hard Circle clear by 3. A late run from Highlands Way. Highlands Way flying. Here's the line. Highlands Way with a terrific stretch kick gets up to nail Hard Circle. Behind that, between Rabaha and Freaky.
Explosive in the stretch. What a ride, Flavien Prat. 4 wins yesterday, 3 today. Highlands Way gets there in this 8th at the Spa. Wow.
They got away when this horse wasn't claimed last time. It made him eligible for these starter races, and it got him in here, and he gets it done in the shadow of the wire. If you bet on the 8, you're nauseous.
What a ride.
I mean,
from
insane.
Flavien Prat.
Insane.
saved every inch. You were calling it out as it was happening.
Around the
Paul.
far turn.
And then he was able to kind of negotiate his way through traffic. This was a really sensational
If
ride.
we can
by
go
Flavio
back
Prat.
to before they got to the turn, he literally is sitting, I don't know, second or third to last. Looks like he doesn't have a turn on horse, Lafitte. He decides, I am going to stay inside. I'm saving all the ground. Everybody floated outside. He waved his way through traffic, got that split. I mean, phenomenal
What a
ride.
kick
Phenomenal
this horse
ride.
had at the end.
This was a really tremendous
If we're gonna
finish.
take another look, if we can get to the backside, watch where he cuts to the rail and decides, you know what? I'm not even going to ask this horse till I got right here and cut a little bit on the slow down. But when he cuts to the rail, he kind of doesn't let this horse go till he actually gets to the stretch.
It's amazing what 1.35 million will get, right? It really is.
Huge afternoon, huge weekend, Flavio Prat. Highlands Way. Take a look here from the drone.
So watch. He's all the way
entering the backstretch.
Yeah, he's entering the backstretch. He's third last. He's on the. He's what, 2 off the rail right now, Mig?
Yep.
He actually gets passed by the 2. The 2's going to go up inside of him with Edgar Zayas, who runs third. He sits and stays on the rail.
Yeah, I mean, really just a disciplined ride, and it takes a lot of discipline. You know, you've got a lot of ground to make up, and there's an inclination to like, man, I got to get a little bit more in the race. I got to creep a little bit. He said, no, I'm going to take my time. And now he drops in behind the 2. He's got 1 horse speed at this juncture, and he never even thought about leaving the inside. This was as good a turf ride as you're ever going to see. If this was in a Grade 1, this would be a ride people would talk about for the next decade.
He's going to split horses here from the 1 to the 2 path. Then he's going to get outside that horse that's in 4th right now and get the job done. It's insane. Watch this. He's going to cut right outside of that horse that's now in 2nd, and goodbye.
You saw it in the 3-ace ball, Paulie.
Crazy.
And the horse, all right, so the great ride, but still the horse, Highlands Way, still had to go out and reel in Hard Circle, who looked like he was home.
Well, this was like a sports car on the Belt Parkway, being able to change lanes and zip in and out of other cars. That's what it was like. This horse had acceleration, Andy.
And even though the pace was very honest here, this race was not falling apart.
No, it wasn't.
You know what I mean? It wasn't some sort of meltdown where here comes the whole field. I mean, Hard Circle, who was attending the pace, opens up in mid-stretch, looks like a winner, and this was the only horse that made a run at him.
You know, the 2, we were talking about him being early. Again, gate issues. Actually ran well after. He was actually dead last at 2.
Finished third at 28-1, 6.823 for this team. Second win on the grass this afternoon. Robert and Luana Lowe. Liam's Law, earlier trained by Todd Pletcher. Flavio Prat this time. Highlands Way, if those connections sound familiar, they should. Renegade, Pletcher, and the Lows. This time, their runner gets there. Highlands Way in the 8th at Saratoga in a thriller.
And Adair Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch. Archangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
Olympiad gets the gold. Tap it twice. Tap it twice. It is Timberlake who's going to win. She's so speedy in that sprint. Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kingsbarns was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 2-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kingsbarns, where the line of kings continues.
This is where it all begins. These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100X. Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland Sale, you got to be here.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Highlands Way makes it 2 wins in a row. I'm pleased to be joined by trainer Todd Fletcher for his second win today. But as far as this horse, Todd, it seemed the gelding has made a huge difference for him.
Yeah, it's made all the difference. Unfortunately, he was just uncooperative in most of his training. It's a beautiful horse, very expensive horse with a great pedigree, so it was a difficult decision to castrate him, but ultimately he just wasn't going to perform as a colt, and it's made a big difference in his training and obviously his racing as well.
He was impressive winning last time, albeit for a claiming race, but stepping up today, I thought a terrific ride by Flavien Prat, first of all. He really seemed to kick in late.
He really did. I thought he had a little too much to do at the 8th pole, but he really accelerated. Flavien was able to save ground on both turns, which worked out really well, and he delivered a pretty good kick.
We were talking about you and the Lows have had a spectacular year, of course, with Renegade. Can you talk a little bit just about your relationship with them and how special it is winning races for them?
I mean, they're absolutely the best owners. They step up and buy quality horses. Jacob West, they make a great team together, and they're super people, and I couldn't be more happy when we're able to have some success for them.
Well, congratulations to them and to you with Highlands Way today.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
The Lows that close to breeding a Kentucky Derby winner, co-owning a Kentucky Derby winner. As we take another look here, Richie, at how Flavien Prat pulled this one off with Highland Falls.
You know, when you're back in the pack like that, you just want to, you don't want to look past the flight in front of you. It gets almost overwhelming. And he just kept taking every right path. Now, obviously, he had the horse to accelerate through these gaps, but he just made every right move. And as a rider, he made it look easy, and this is not easy.
Highland Way in this 8th race, and that charge in the stretch. And for the Pletchers, Todd Pletcher saddling the 2 winners today. Lots for the Pletchers to celebrate this evening.
Yes, it's Tracy Pletcher, Todd's wife's birthday, so happy birthday to Tracy. And Todd's barn's starting to heat up now, and nice to win a couple on his wife's birthday.
Speaking of heating up, Paul, 7 wins the last 2 days. Flavien Prat.
He's a pretty good rider, I've heard. That pick 3, $636. And you know what? These pick 5s are paying through the roof, but congratulations to Highlands Way. Not this time. I have a streetcar mare, Street Mate, on to race 9.
1 left. New York Breds, $50,000 maiden claimers, turf sprint. Andy, how'd you see this one unfolding?
I just want someone new to the crew. I've kind of had enough of these horses that are racing against each other, and sometimes you just want to move out of it. So I thought the 6 Golden Joker going out second time as a gelding for Miguel Clement. This horse had legitimate trouble at the start last time out and thought it would be dangerous. I'm going to play the 6 Golden Joker and use him with the 4 Boom Shaka Boom. Maybe a little 9, a little 10.
Andy and I are going home together with Golden Joker.
Oh, yeah.
What do I got there? 6'10".
So we're dead.
We're dead.
We're dead. Too
3
much
sixes.
weight. too much weight on this poor horse.
That pick 6 with the carryover to take place on Thursday, but this pick 5, yeah, it's going to pay. With 1 left on the Sunday program, post time in about 18 minutes plus. It's everyone's favorite segment. It's Cart Talk, and this was a first. Jonathan, a spin with the boss. NYRA CEO David O'Rourke. Jonathan wore a tie and asked for a new ride. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS1.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Picture perfect Sunday afternoon in upstate New York. So glad you could join us on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 1. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. We are just getting started here at Saratoga. It's day 7 of 46. But once we get through the summer and look ahead to the reopening of a reimagined, rebuilt Belmont Park, Richie, in the start of a new era in New York racing.
You know, I got to walk through with Glenn Kozak, our incredible track superintendent, and I think people are going to be so impressed. And I heard people talk about the backyard, and we've got a bigger backyard now. There's more green space. The paddock is beautiful. They built the saddling stalls are higher and wider, more spacious. I'm really excited for people to see it. I know a lot of people like to rush to judgment, and I know people are always reluctant to change, but I think when people see it and they give it a chance, they're going to be super impressed with what's going on at Belmont.
And we've opened the infield as well. I mean,
yes,
the tunnels, the infield,
more
opening
green
the space in there,
yeah.
which we've never used before. It's a very exciting time. This is the first time, certainly as I've been working here, but even longer, that we're going to leave Saratoga without a letdown and going back and excited about getting back to New York. Usually Saratoga, it's like been so incredible here. Things sort of quiet down in New York. Not this year. It's going to be incredibly exciting to get back to Belmont.
Proper opening act. Forever young, like global superstar on day 1 in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
I mean, it's going to be phenomenal to see him come in. Whoever wants to challenge him as well, getting back to Big Sandy. I just think the racing there at Belmont Park is what we needed. And we haven't had a new racetrack in a while here in America, and Belmont Park needed that upgrade. It's a facility that's going to carry racing for a long time. And New York racing has blossomed, and it's going in the right direction. There's a lot of other jurisdictions can't say that.
Apparently, Forever Young wanted to come. They asked him, and he said, I want to be there opening day at Belmont.
Everybody wants to be there opening day of Belmont. And with the Belmont Stakes next spring, moving back downstate, returns home to new Belmont Park, ushering in a new era for the Triple Crown finale. Enter the pre-sale drawing today or place a deposit on your preferred hospitality experience. Visit belmontstakes.com/2027 to enter. One left here at Saratoga. Horses in the paddock. These New York breds, another deep, competitive, challenging handicapping affair. Who's going to graduate? Maybe it'll be that gelding. The current favorite, 5-2, 21 red. Riders up, post parade on the nightcap coming up in 12 minutes.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
great to have you with us. Saratoga Live on FS1. Horses in the paddock for the 9th and final New York Preds. Sprinting 5.5 furlongs on grass. $50,000 claimers. There's the field. Updated odds to Acacia right behind us.
And we'll start with a horse trying the turf for the first time, the Wesley Ward trainee, number 4, Boom Shaka Boom, as this one gets onto the grass and does have pedigree to suggest that he should handle it. While the dam was 0 for 2 on the turf, she did finish in the money of one of those. And the second dam was a decent turf horse, sibling, more synthetic, but there is some turf in there as well. So enough to suggest that this one will like it. And I do like the progeny of Violence on the grass. Didn't break that quickly on debut, but kind of rushed up into the race to use that early speed that you typically expect to see from a Wesley Ward trainee. But I like this guy getting on the turf. He has that proverbial turf hoof to him, flat pancake-like foot as well, saddling outside with the pony, as we always see pretty much with a Wesley Ward trainee, but very strong coming in second time out. And I remember he was quite energetic as he took a lot of money on debut, but I think the surface switch should bode well for him, looking like he did get a lot out of that first race as well. The number 10, Eye on the Ball, switched to the turf last time out for Ray Handel and did improve quite a bit, especially with his finish and as far as his figures are concerned as well. He was drawn from the rail last time and broke a bit slowly, but he ran on pretty well, I thought, finishing third behind Mykonos, who is also in this race too. He is a horse that is built so much more like a turf horse too, so angular in his build. Now, he's quite tall and leggy. I wouldn't be surprised maybe if we might see him going a bit longer, but demeanor-wise, I understand why he's sticking with a sprint, because he's very sharp acting. So that all kind of makes sense, but I love that he's sticking with the turf. I think that is his preferred surface, and looking like a horse that has continued to develop and improve with racing, especially while getting on to the green stuff, and will stay there today. Just to his outside is the current favorite, the number 11, 21 Red, 5-2 right now for a horse that is 0 for 11, but he is just 0 for 5 on the turf. We started out in New York bred maiden special weight company on the grass, including stakes company against New York breds on the turf as well. So last time was his first time in quite a while that he cut back to a turf sprint. That's what he looks like. He looks like a turf sprinter through and through. So he is, I think, at the right level. He was off the pace last time as well, though, and he was running on wide, but he's doing what he wants to do. He has had a few chances now, but at least this is only his second time sprinting on the grass in the claiming level. So I will give him some slack for that, because I really do think this is what he wants. We'll see what kind of trip he can navigate from an outside post Lafitte.
21 Red, Acacia, who is the favorite, 5-2 riders entering the paddock. A leg up shortly, the post parade and the nightcap coming up next from the spa. You're watching Saratoga Live on FS1 on this gorgeous Sunday evening.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 6th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Friday, July 24th.
Winding things down. Week 2 here at Saratoga. So you're all on the 6 in Golden Joker, and you're betting Golden Joker, Paulie.
Yeah, all of us are on. Maybe 2 negatives make a positive. 3 negatives, no. But Golden Joker, 25 to win.
It's just a lot of weight.
Yeah, just a lot of weight. See, first time gelding. I like the way this horse has been working in the afternoon. 3-year-old against some older, so it gets a tiny bit of weight. 7 to 1 is the price.
How boring it is when you all agree.
Well, no, I'm actually going to pick the 10 now, just to be different.
Thank you.
But I did have the race 6-10. Golden Joker broke a bit slow from the inside. Was bumped. That wasn't a big deal. But that bump kind of forced him to veer in towards the gap. And then he just ran green. He looked like a horse to me that was just kind of running in stops and
Only
starts.
had the 1 start of the turf. He's got some upside as opposed to some of these that have had a few chances. It's interesting with Boom Shaka Boom ending up the 5-2 favorite right now. It's Wesley Ward. He certainly could win. And he got involved in the pace that collapsed in the dirt last time. But, Wesley debuted this one in a maiden 35 in the dirt. And it's like, okay, I tried dirt. Now I'm going to try the turf. Doesn't feel like this $15,000 yearling purchase that took a long time to get the races. It doesn't feel like a horse you have the confidence you do with a lot of Wesley's runners. You know what I mean? I could win. I picked him second, but just doesn't feel like a Wesley type that you want at a short price,
But is he dressed as well as Ray Handel?
No, he could never.
It's a high bar.
He could
When's
never
here's
compete
Johnny
with
running again? How exciting was he for Ray Handel in the Saranac?
Listen, I was glad to see him get the win in the stake. He ran well in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf last year, and Ray's going to bring him back in the Saratoga Derby. I was talking about it the other night. I ran into him at dinner. Ray has good taste in dinner. We often eat in the same spot, and or bad taste in people he's around, but. He's confident in going forward. I don't blame him. I mean, you look at the figures. He ran the same number that race, the Saranac, got the same kind of number the Saratoga Derby got.
Speaking of bad taste, you like that water.
I'm just tougher than you, Richie.
Big red spring catching
just
straight.
A big baby.
I'll make
Only
no
the
bones
real
about that.
tough
You're
guys can drink that water, not babies like you.
And because I complained, you pivoted, Richie, to the Handel trainee, eye on the ball.
Yeah, I just thought he made some sense, too. His 1 turf race was good.
I'm with you.
See him in the post parade until last call, last race of the week. Why not? 16 to 1.
I've been there. I've been there beyond last call. It's Saratoga, man. If you haven't been there past last call, you don't get Saratoga.
The Sire's disco partner you dance to?
My dancing days. That's another thing I love about that play small. He brings up going to the rafters. You got to be an old timer around Saratoga to remember the rafters out in Saratoga Lake.
Horse today at Monmouth that ran the Poly Factor.
How do you run?
I have no idea.
He's probably still running.
If you want like a talk show or something, there it is. A Poly Factor. What's going on with Mykonos?
He got in a fight with the ref.
With the 2, he was having none of the pony, and he was kind of freezing up and was refusing to move. And now they removed the strap from the pony, and he's moving on. This is not out of character for him.
Mykonos?
Mykonos, yeah.
Who is a contender. We'll go through the post parade. I'll ask you to expand, Richie, on what freezing up is all about. There's Boom Shaka Boom, who Andy likes, then the 4.
No, I like the 6.
That you like the 6, but you Boom Shaka Boom and Raylo Gutierrez.
It makes a lot of sense. I thought his first race was a little better than it looks, and he comes back as a gelding.
Golden Joker, Raylo Gutierrez is out of the fog.
Yeah, he's just had a lot of chances. I mean, not as many turf sprinting. It's okay, but not others.
Charlie, my boy, turf debut.
This horse actually has a lot of turf pedigree. Maggie likes this horse.
Eye on the ball, picture Dylan Davis.
Yeah, Paulie, I'm sure you were told that a lot by coaches over the years. Keep your eye on the ball, but he looks like he's sharp today.
Don't get me started.
He did all right, Paul.
21 red, contender drawn outside.
Yeah, he's a little short for me.
That's the lowest horse. That's the lowest will pay candy in the pick 3s.
I thought it was the right thing getting back to sprinting last time, but man, I'm not saying he can't win. He can obviously win, but he got there and I just didn't think he finished that well, Richie. I don't know if you watched it.
I kind of agree with you. I'm sure glad my wife didn't say that. He's a little short for me.
He's the lowest payout in the pick 3s.
Wife's got a foot on you.
The 2 and the 11 are the 2 horses they're kind of centering in. When you look at the pick 3 will pays, the board kind of doesn't say that. But.
Late on the scene, late to arrive, the first-time starter, Talwyn, cold on the board.
Cold on the board. Trained by my childhood friend, Carlos Figueroa. Me and his cousin David, we all worked for Dennis Brida starting out. And I think this horse probably getting a race into him before they go back to the dirt.
His first day on the job, not the first day on the job for Mykonos. Richie, you reference a what's that all about, freezing up when a horse freezes up?
Yeah, when a horse, doesn't want to do something or they get a little overwhelmed by something, they'll just lock up, stand there and refuse to move. Now, he wasn't, I don't think, frozen as much as he was like, no, I'm going to do this my way. And he didn't want any part of the pony, but did you see what they did? The groom had him by the strap, kind of started jogging with him, and then handed the strap to the pony rider as they were moving. Once a horse is going forward, usually they'll continue to go forward.
And fairly common?
Yeah, for him. And he didn't do it in
general.
Yeah, but for this particular horse, he didn't do it in a way that makes you feel like he's not happy with it. It's just, he's not going to get pushed around. He's going to do it his way.
They gelded him, earlier this year. They gelded him in March. He's been better since then, but they gelded him after his first race in January, and it seems like he's been a little bit better, but he must have been way worse.
Keisha, you're familiar. You know him a little bit, Mykonos.
Yeah, this is actually typical for Mykonos. He was doing this last time as well, though a little bit later in the proceedings, he started freezing when they stepped onto the turf course in his most recent effort, where he just was refusing to go forward. It does seem like, to Richie's point, that it's not necessarily a horse that is comfortable moving forward with the pony. Sometimes that really helps. In this case, as he really planted his feet coming out of the horse path, they actually brought I assume it was a hot walker running out to the track to grab a hold of the lead and jog with him to get him going, as you've got to keep him moving, Flavian. If you just let this horse stop, he is going to plant his feet, which is exactly what he's doing again out there on the track. So this is not out of character for him, but obviously you don't love to see it. They saddled him outside back in the paddock, and I just think the best thing that you can do for a horse that's freezing, for a horse that wants to try and rear up and flip, is keep them moving forward. So that's what he's doing now. He has his feet kicked out of the irons, and I think just going to keep him jogging. Keep an eye on him. As I mentioned last time, he did start freezing when stepping on the turf, so hopefully they can keep the momentum going forward. Now the number 6 Golden Joker comes back as a gelding. He got more on his toes after they put the tack on, but so much more settled and focused with that gelding. The ultimate equipment change, just what we talked about in the last race as well. He got sharper once they put the blinkers on in particular, but he looked strong off the bit of the freshening, and the feeling was that he just didn't really try too much first time out after breaking slowly. So hopefully that gelding will help him to have more focus both before the race and throughout the running of the race as well. The number 9, Charlie My Boy, a long shot I wanted to point out, because this horse on the bottom side actually has a lot of turf pedigree out of a mare who was a 3-time turf winner. The second dam was a stakes winner on the grass and very good on the turf. And this horse looks like a turf horse. So at a big price, he's acting a little bit naughty out there on the track. He's gotten much sharper, but he looks like a horse that should appreciate the surface switch as a long shot on the board Lafitte.
With Christopher Elliott, Acacia, Charlie My Boy, as they have reached the starting gate for the 9th and final race shape. Who figures to provide the early pace?
Isn't that pace inside, Andy?
The 2. I thought the 2. I mean, the 1's kind of got to go, but Mykonos is fast. Boom Shaka Boom, you got to think's going to go. Out of the Fog could go. I mean, it feels like it could be a bit of a scramble.
Yeah, I think it is too. And until last call, the 1 gets Ruben Silvera. He's a rider that wants to be aggressive to begin with, and you get the rail, so that kind of puts even more, accent on speed.
I'll be surprised if there isn't a little bit of pace. Now, somebody may get clear, but he might be going fast.
This horse going in the gate, this horse getting to the outside of the 10, I almost picked him because he's a bad gate horse, but maybe drawing outside might help.
Frank Mirmati standing by with a call to nightcap from the Spa.
21 Red goes in. And they're off. Until last call, Rockets out of the gate with the early lead. Eye on the Ball is very quick too. And here comes Boom Shaka Boom. And Boom Shaka Boom is now right up to until last call. Just behind them, Eye on the Ball is now racing in 3rd. Down at the rail, Golden Joker is 4th, 4 lengths off the lead, followed by Charlie My Boy. Racing 2 lengths clear of Pilot Knob in the pink silks along the rail. He's followed by 21 Red, who has 6 or 7 to make up. Yellow Cap passing horses on the far outside. outside. Then Out of the Fog following that bid. Mykonos is second to last. The distant trailer is Talwyn, 21-2 for the opening quarter, and they fan right across the course. They're in the final furlong, and it's Eye on the Ball with a short lead, chased by Charlie My Boy. Outside, a continued rally from Out of the Fog. Out of the Fog is coming smartly at Eye on the Ball. Eye on the Ball, Out of the Fog. Out of the Fog gets up. Eye on the Ball was second. Mykonos from nowhere finished third, and then Charlie My Boy.
Lots going on in this one. Driving finish, Out of the Fog at 15-1. Ricardo Santana running down Eye on the Ball. Heartbreaker, Eye on the Ball.
Feels like a theme of some of these races that are last moves, getting it done. And another good job getting this one done. Had a lot of chances this one, but got the job done in the last strides. Richie, a tough beat for your pick with a 10. That was ran too well to lose.
10 ran extremely well.
Way too well.
But the 7, he had one horse beat turning for home. He angled to the clear, and he came with big strides and got it done. And there was pace on. I mean, for this level of horses, they went quick.
On a firm turf, that's
Who
pretty
needs
fast.
a pick 6? $100,000 in the pick 5.
You know what I'm going to say? I hope the people that put Twix tickets together were frustrated. I hope your tickets were all going to be losers, so you weren't going to win the bet.
I would have carried over.
You don't deserve it. You know, you put the work in, you put it together, and something like that happens. Feel for players.
I just love that shot there. That's such a great shot of an outrider helping a rider pull horses up. These horses aren't push buttons. Some of them, they get going. It's hard to get them stopped. And you've been riding all day. It's the last race. You've only got so many calories you're going on. And you look up and you see the cavalry there, and you're like, thank goodness I got some help.
I always like to look back when I don't really like horse. If you look at the 7 Out of the Fog, kind of muddied up with some bad races, but the races he had to his first couple starts in July, sprinting, Spears at Saratoga, they were okay races, especially out of the 12-hole. There is an inquiry
involving the fourth-place finisher, Charlie My Boy.
Oh, the
there was a lot of body contact back in the group.
A lot of everything.
Yeah, well, Ray Lou's horse, the 6, not that he was winning, but he kind of got into a bit of a jackpot between
buffeted
horses.
about badly in between horses.
Yeah, Pilot Knob was trying to get out. It looks there's this cavalry charge. I don't even know what I'm looking at when they do put it up here. As you're seeing, you're going to put the head on here in a second here, and here it is.
Which one is the 9?
I don't even know. Clue. The 9 is in the green right there, trying to get out a little bit. Does the 7 come over on him, or does the 9? The 7
does not impact the winner.
I'm trying to see if the 9 affects anybody else.
What do they say the 9 did?
Well, it
if
appeared
that's
to
horse
me,
on the inside,
yes.
Richie, did you see anything?
Turning for
Can
home.
we show that again, please?
Turning for home.
Just for you, Andy.
Think
just
he came out.
We'll show it again.
Into the 11-21 red. That's the only thing I could.
Okay, he's
possibly
behind horses now, right?
Hitting left-handed.
Yeah.
And right here, he comes out into the 11.
Yeah.
Is that more of him trying to get his horse to switch leads, Richie, or no?
I think the horse was just running away from the crop at that point, Paul.
Just to reiterate, does not impact the winner, does not impact the top 3, 7, 2, 9. You're looking at the 4th place finisher and what took place in the stretch with Charlie My Boy. Out of the Fog. Trained by Jenna Antonucci, first ever female trainer to saddle a classic winner, Belmont winner with Arcangelo, and what a start to the meet. Again for Ricardo Santana. Strikes here at a price 15-1. Out of the clouds, it's Out of the Fog.
In the racing game, there's always a dark horse. This is Proxy. Not just a dark horse. He's a tall, dark, and handsome horse. 2 wins at 2.
Here comes Proxy!
2 turns after that. Big days, bright lights.
All class, Proxy!
His first yearlings are selling now. Move over to the dark side.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes races. First post is 12 noon. It's all Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
650-75. Nobody
Buy them.
Respect them.
70-75. Now 700.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 6th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Friday, July 24th.
That theme. Fox Saratoga Saturday is back and returns next week with the Grade 1 Duncan Diana. The best horses, the biggest races, marquee affair after marquee affair. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Again, the Diana next week. Trainer Chad Brown looking to saddle an 11th Diana winner. And Suggesta will be there. By the way, no change. 7-10-2-9. Suggesta, you might remember this one, Richie, with Expensive Queen in the rare dead heat in a Grade 1 event at Keeneland in the Jenny Wiley.
Yeah, I'm still just trying to digest 10 Diana wins and 9 in the last 10 years.
Suggesta won this race last year, right? The Diana.
Yeah,
Was it,
but,
which, no, it's White,
no.
the white horse. It was a Juddmonte horse, White.
White Beam was a couple years ago. It was Cherie DeVos' mare who was favored.
And
Excellent Truth beat her.
Yeah.
There's the list. White Beam did win it twice. This is a Grade 1 race. For everything Chad Brown has accomplished here at Saratoga and the 8 training titles, but domination doesn't cover it, Richie. That level and what he has done year after year in the Diana.
It's uncanny. I was thinking, who could I compare to? I remember Mac Miller having a lot of success in this race, but not even close to this. And the fact that he won it in back-to-back years with 2 horses, right, Sister Charlie and White Beam, that speaks to having horses good for a long period of time. It's not like a one-hit wonder. And that's just a remarkable stat.
Always one of the most prestigious races run every summer at Saratoga. Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage begins to Eastern. Another look at the nightcap and at a price, Paulie, out of the fog, 32 and change in the end.
Yeah, 4-year-old gelding. They only paid $15,000 for this horse. Fog of War of the Lemon Drop mare, Alette. Ran the Empire State, and Ricardo Santana gets the job done. The pick 4, $8,000. The pick 5, $100,000. The pick 3. That is a giant pick 3 for $1, $4,600.
That pick 5 is $100. So for $1, it's $200,000. Feels like this could have been a pick 6 could have carried 2 days. With what happened, and once again, for people who spend their time putting together tickets, handicapping this card, wanting to play the pick 6 carryover, you got screwed, and it's not right. So I hope all of your tickets weren't going to be winners because you didn't deserve that.
You'll appreciate this. 70 races thus far at Saratoga. Jenna Antonucci just became the 46th different trainer to saddle a winner.
That's something, and I like to see the wealth get spread around a bit.
Yeah, there's a parity, and then there's that. Thanks so much for joining us on Saratoga Live. We're right back at it on Thursday. We will see you then. What a week it was for Jose Ortiz. Guy is locked in. Tremendo jinete. But not the leading rider. After Flavia Pratt won 7 races the last 2 days. 4 yesterday, 3 more on this afternoon. And for trainer Chad Brown, we just illustrated looking for an 11th Diana on Saturday. 4 runners anchored by Suggesta, dual Grade 1 winner. Next on FS1 Summer in '94, the story and the race, the U.S. men's national soccer team.